Hospital reporters' pride and dignity. Stop the New World Order. Welcome to HPANWO TV and welcome to this, the 41st comments reply video. This is the video in which I reply to your comments, as the title suggests. Now, I know you guys make lots of comments on my videos. I'm getting more and more all the time, despite being shadow banned. So I assume most of them, in fact most of them are from regular subscribers. I feel obliged to reply to your comments, but most of the time I just don't have time. I don't have time to reply to comments. I do occasionally if I think it's worth doing, but most of the time I don't. Now, my comments reply videos tend to be very long, although they're getting shorter as I do them more often. But some of you might be thinking, oh, Ben, I only want to reply to one comment. I'm not going to watch a 9-hour video to just get one reply to one comment. Well, you don't have to, because in reply to every single comment I reply to, and in the reply to that comment, the comment I'm replying to, you'll see a comment that I leave for you, and it says, thanks for your comment, it'll be answered approximately within, and I give you a timestamp within 1 hour basically of whenever you're so say for example the first hour of the upcoming comments reply video. That timestamp tells you within that video, however long it is, about when you're going to get a reply to that particular comment. First, second hour, third hour, fourth hour, fifth hour, etc. Which means that the longest you're going to have to watch is just 1 hour. You don't have to watch the whole video. You just have to watch 1 hour of it maximum. Now, you can also, you could watch it all the way through. I mean, see, one reason I do these comments reply videos is I just enjoy doing them. I think they're fun. I think they're cool. They're interesting. They're often hard work, but they're worth it. They're really worth it. I must say that some of you, I must apologise actually, for those of you who wanted to watch my comments reply video on BitChute. For some reason, I wasn't able to upload the last one to BitChute. It just wouldn't work. I think I spoke about several technical problems I was having on BitChute. I'm just trying to upload it again now. I'll keep trying, but the last comments reply video is not available on BitChute, but it is of course on YouTube on Odyssey Library. I don't know why it doesn't work on BitChute, but I'll keep trying. But anyway, you know, some of you guys, you want to watch them all the way through. I enjoy making them. You guys enjoy listening to and watching them, and some of you listen to them in the background, I know, and I know a lot of you who watch them all the way through. So that's why I do them. So let's begin. I'm actually going to begin. Normally I begin at the beginning. I'm not going to quite do that this time, although I'm actually going to answer a comment quite close to the beginning of where it would be. And it's actually this is a reply to the comment you've all been waiting for, because I've mentioned this several times, and several of you mentioned this too. Andrew Johnson posted a comment on my video, Ian R. Crane Dies, and I've been saying, I've mentioned this comment on many videos since the last one, since the last comments reply video, which is it was just after that Andrew actually posted this comment, and I said I'd do a full reply to him. I've actually done a text reply. First I'll read out his comment, then I'll read out my text reply, and then I will maybe add a little bit more, because of course since this comment, Andrew's gone on and he's written an article about me and made a video about me called "The Truth About Ben Emlyn-Jones." How do I do his voice? Looking critically at Ben Emlyn-Jones, or something like that. He does anyway. Here we go. Okay. It looks like my comment from 1 month ago was either not approved or was deleted. Why would Ben want to stop the right of reply? This is what I posted. Yes, it's sad about Ian Crane's death. I got posted about this the other day on Facebook. However, I'm afraid you don't have the story straight here. Yes, I made a comment about Crane's lack of truth-telling re 9/11, and I made a comment on a thread which was announcing his illness in April 2020. However, it wasn't on Ian's profile. Someone tagged me in. As I've never worked on the NHS, and you've never worked for the university I work for, how could we ever have had a professional relationship? Also, you never contacted me about this matter. And if you commented on the same thread, I did. I never saw your comment. My comment was deleted by the thread owner, so maybe yours was too. There are other problems with what you said, which I will be documenting / highlighting when I get the chance. In the meantime, why don't you or anyone else reading this read my free book 9/11 Holding the Truth, or on my website, and you will learn what motivated my comment about Ian R. Crane, which I stand by 100%. Screenshot taken. Okay. I don't actually have to read out this comment. I'll just give you the basics. My reply to him. But basically, but the first reply I posted to it was very rude indeed, and YouTube actually deleted it. They do this automatically. They actually delete very rude comments automatically. So I actually wrote a little reply to Ian, which was a bit more polite than I probably would have wanted to. But I said, Andrew, right here and right now, I couldn't care less what your criticisms are of Ian, and what's more, neither should you. As I said, I share many of them, re 9/11 and Dr. Julie Wood, etc. It also doesn't matter whose profile it was. Stop nitpicking. By professional, I mean the UFO paranormal conspiracy. The reason I deleted... So, basically, he made a comment about... first of all, he said... he says, oh, it's all about my criticisms of Ian. It's not... As I said before, it's not about Andrew's criticisms of Ian. It's where he decided to voice them. He decided to wade in with his size 12s on a thread, which was basically where Ian was just telling us he was very sick and was probably going to die. He was about to have an operation which he didn't think he would live through. The doctor said he only had a 40% chance of living through this operation, to surviving the actual operation. That's the point. That's where he decided to post his usual criticisms about Ian. And as someone described it, as a tribute worthy of Alan Partridge. You can just imagine him saying, "You've got a battery for an Ericsson," something like that. The funeral scene in Alan Partridge, it was like that. And he, like Alan Partridge, he clearly doesn't really care. And since then, he's done other things which indicates not only he doesn't care, but I'm concerned that he might have a positive lack, not only a lack of concern, but a positive. What shall I say? I don't know how to word it, towards Ian's death, which is pretty horrible. But he said, so when he says my professional relationship with Andrew hasn't changed, I meant the UFO paranormal conspiracy. That is this world we all live in. I still have the same opinions about Andrew's work, about his work at all. In fact, I just unblocked him and resubscribed to his website, to his channel. This is not because I'm seeking some kind of reconciliation. It's because I just want to keep an eye on I do like what he does. I enjoy his output, and I think his output is very good and interesting. And I haven't changed my opinions on anything he has said and done. I think the things I said before, I think he's right about and wrong about. I still feel that way about them, and I'm not going to change that. But as I said here, I'm sort of half reading this, half not reading it. I know I said I wouldn't read it, but I said here, the reason I deleted your previous comment was because I wasn't in the mood to approve it. Now, as it happens, that was a bit of a lie. I don't remember Andrew's previous comment, but I mean, him posting a previous comment before. But the truth of the matter is, whether if he had posted that comment back in when Ian first died, I would not have approved it. I would not have approved it. And as I say here, guess what? I'm not a saint when a man I loved has just left this world. I actually blocked the Check the Evidence YouTube channel. He's posting it from his second account. It's called Andrew Johnson. I didn't realise he had another account. I would have blocked both of them at the time. I've calmed down a bit since then. I've not blocked this particular account. This one called Andrew Johnson, which he doesn't have much on. His main one is checktheevidence.com. He has this other backup channel here, which he uploads some things. I think this is generally his He has talking toilets in Glastonbury, bird watching. He posts non-weird stuff on here. Oh no, he has here Paul McKenna, Bob Lazar interview, Reg Presley and Busty Taylor. So he does there's some weird stuff on here. He's also mirrored Richard E. Hall's Madeleine McCann video. And there's Ed Fouché's. It's Ed Fouché's interview. So this channel is not completely separate from what he normally does. So it's not like his shit posting channel or something like that. It's his proper channel. But both of them are unblocked now. I've actually resubbed. I'll sub to this one too. I think I'm already subbed to this one, but I'll sub to it as well if I'm not already. Oh, I am subbed, and I've got a bell on it. I'll click the bell on the other one actually. Now, this has nothing to do with the fact I'm not letting Andrew off the hook. Like I said, I will do. Oh, has he blocked me? No, yeah, that's weird. Anyway, I'll click the bell there. Yeah, he may decide to block me. Good if you have, Andrew. I don't care. I'm not going to comment on your videos anyway. I just want to sub. I just want to watch them. I'm not going to comment on any of your videos. So you can block my ass. I don't care. And you said. Here we go. All right. Yeah. As for the book, he plugs his book. He recommends. In the meantime, why don't you, or anyone reading this, read my free book, 9/11 Holding the Truth. Well, I've read your book, Andrew. You signed my copy, if you remember, when we were at our mutual friend's house, who I'm going to talk a bit more about in a minute. Where I used to, yeah. And he says, you'll learn what motivated my comment about Ian R. Crane, which I stand by 100%. Screenshot taken. He's worried I might delete this comment. I'm not going to delete it. No way. This is very interesting, and I know you guys are interested in hearing what I have to say about this. Yeah, I mean, he says he never. Firstly, he reckons he never saw my comment on Facebook. I don't know. I can't prove that, but I know for a fact that I know for a fact things happened after that, which indicates he did see my comment. I saw his, he saw mine, even though the page admin actually deleted Andrew's comment and therefore my reply, and I don't blame him, because Andrew's comment was extremely inappropriate and disrespectful, and my comment was extremely rude and abusive. So I expect they were both deleted. I did actually post afterwards, you know, I'm not sorry for what I said to Andrew. I meant what I said to him, and I won't repeat what I called him, but I meant what I called him, and I stand 100% by that, Andrew. I call you it again. But funny thing is, after that happened, something strange happened. Now, Andrew and I have some mutual friends, a couple who used to be a part of a paranormal group, who I haven't seen them for ages, actually. And I just suddenly, I was looking them up. And I suddenly realised that, well, I couldn't see one of them. I could see the man, but I couldn't see the woman. Now, oh, that's a bit odd. Well, it makes sense, actually, because this woman absolutely adores Andrew. She thinks he's God. She thinks he's God incarnate. She hangs on his every word. I think possibly she blocked me in solidarity with Andrew. Obviously, without hearing my side of the story, without showing any interest. I'm not going to pry into the matter. I haven't asked her partner, the man, anything about it. I'm not going to say anything about it. I honestly say I don't care. I'm not sorry for anything I've said to Andrew at all. And he says, you never contacted me on this matter. Right. I didn't contact you on this matter, Andrew, because well, to be honest, I was frankly concerned I might say something that would break the law if I contacted you on this matter. I really was. So do you want me to do that? Do you want me to say something to you that'll break the law? Honestly, it's and I said here underneath, I don't have a problem with Andrew's book, 9/11 Holding the Truth. I've read the book. Andrew knows I've read the book. Like I say, he signed a copy for me. As I said, this is not about your opinions about Ian. This is about where you decide to express your opinions about Ian. And I said here, I don't think you're a hateful or malicious person, Andrew, but you are grossly heartless and insensitive. What you've done was absolutely disgraceful, and you should feel ashamed of yourself, and you should. I would suggest you apologise to Ian, but of course that is all academic now. It's too late now. It's too late. Well, in this life anyway. Maybe you can catch up with him when you transition, just to say where I said I will when I do. And maybe you can continue the conversation with them. But yeah, you should absolutely feel utterly disgusted with yourself as much as I do. So Andrew's video, which I've watched once, I'm not going to watch it again. It's called "Looking Critically at Ben Emlyn-Jones," and he spells my name wrong. Well, there's some disturbing elements to that video, I must say. As people have pointed out, there's a tab. Where was it? Hang on. I'll try and find it, because I didn't notice it the first
address,
time I saw it. I didn't notice it the first time I saw it. But someone pointed this out to me afterwards. Here we go. Where is it? It's I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, he had some tabs open. Here we are. He had a tab open at the top of the page called Ian R. Crane Dies, which is, of course, my film. Right next to it, he has a tab open called This Is a Blessing. Now, there may not be a connection between those two things. I'm not saying there is.
The truth about what...
I'm not saying there's a connection between those two things. It may just be accidental. There were a number of tabs open on that page. It may just be a coincidence. If it's not a coincidence, Andrew, then you're one evil piece of shit. You really are. If it is a coincidence, then I said what I said before. I think you're very heartless. I think you're very insensitive and callous person, but you're not malicious or hateful. I've seen no evidence that you're actually evil here, unless you deliberately meant to put those two tabs together, in which case you are. But you know, that's the way it is right now. It's not. That's nothing going to change now. I don't think this is we're going to find a way to de-escalate this. All I can say is, like, if I'm not going to, I'm not going to say anything more about it now. I said before, people said I should make a video about this. I don't want to bring anything. I don't want to do anything that will bring loads of trouble up to do with Ian now. Not that he's had his funeral, he's resting in peace. His family are sort of like, his family and friends are like getting over it, like we all, like I am too. And the people, his close family, of course, will be much more affected by this than people like me. I don't want to re-stir up anything that will to do with Ian now that will disturb that. I think this is what I've said now, and this video is enough for that. Obviously, Andrew and our paths will cross at some point at a conference or something. When that happens, not if that happens, when that happens, I'm not going to cause any trouble. I'll just stay out of his way, like I did with Alison Dunlop in Hull. I'll just stay out of their way. I'll stay out of his way. I'll stay out of his way. I will not approach him. If he approaches me on this matter, then I will... Again, I've got to be careful what I say here. I will invite him to take a little stroll in the fresh air in the car park, and we can resolve the matter like two gentlemen. Right, so let's get back onto other subjects now. Charles Unleashed says on reply to comments 40 part 1 of 2. Got it, new people. Ben feels obliged to tell us what he all thinks of us. I think that's what he said anyway. Yes, kind of, Charles. Yes. Well, I say what I think about people. Like if they decide to post something about that I can reply to. I don't volunteer information to people who haven't commented. I just, like I did with Andrew just now. He decides to post a comment, and I will basically reply and say what I think about that comment. Same video, Charles Unleashed also says, also note, people, Ben is sporting a Princess Leia style hairstyle. I told you he had all the hair. All right. Now, I think you're referring to my earphones, which look like cinnamon buns, don't they? Because Princess Leia, of course, is famous for her cinnamon buns. She has good hair in that film, actually, in the first Star Wars movie, because she has very long hair. In fact, she lets it down in Return of the Jedi. She was only 19, you know, when she was in Star Wars, the first Star Wars movie, and she looks a lot older. She looks mid-20s or something, because of course she's playing this princess, and she's very sophisticated in it. It's very good actress, sadly missed. Okay, we go back to reply to comments 40 part 1 and 2. Got our first thread here. Charles Unleashed says, no, the missing history theory is easily debunked. Even if the records were fudged, there is still coinage from many nations covering the time periods that supposedly never happened. Well, yeah, and Cosmic Claire says underneath, I've seen a few videos on this subject recently. It's 99% conjecture. Charles Unleashed says to Claire, yes, it's a fun little conspiracy that numismatists can easily refute. Don't know what that means. Also, I've seen people claiming the coinage was forged, which is quite amusing. Yeah, it's a bit like the jet fuel hoax. It's something I sort of go into just for fun, really. It's just I laugh. The jet fuel hoax is something I covered just for fun. But the idea that what they're talking about here, missing history, is that there's a conspiracy in history to insert periods of history that never existed, and people often it varies what people claim. Some people claim that some of the Middle Ages was missing. Other people claim the entire Middle Ages was falsified, and the Roman Empire basically ended sometime in the 15th century. And we went straight from there into the Enlightenment and the Renaissance, and then to the Enlightenment, and there was no Middle Ages. But this, if that's the case, then so much would have to be faked. Literally, bones in graves, all the stuff that archaeologists digs up would have to be faked. I mean, every single archaeologist would have to be in on it. And all the history books, everything, every single thing that happened, all the kings like William the Conqueror, they would have to be faked. Charlemagne, he'd have to be faked. Oh, all those Black Death graves in the Black Death. During the Middle Ages, of course, there was I think about a third of the people in the world died of the plague. I mean, no, that's not faked. It's like the jet fuel hoax. There's some things that I believe. There's some things that even I don't believe in. I don't believe the Earth is flat. I don't believe Lewis Hamilton is Barack Obama's son. I don't believe. And I don't believe these things. I just think it's just funny. Okay, Andrew's comment was posted just after that. And we have another thread now on reply to comments 40 part 1 and 2. Ravenhill, The Swords of Wayland Merchant, 1968, says, Happy Easter, Ben. Is there anything that can be done to stop mass immigration into Britain? Also, are you worried that white Britons will be in the minority towards the end of the century in Britain? As a white person, I'm worried, even though I'll be long gone by then. Yes, I am. To answer your first question, can anything be done to stop mass immigration? Yeah, if it's simply mass immigration doesn't need to be stopped, in a sense, because mass immigration is actually happening. You don't need to actively stop mass immigration. You just have actively to stop doing it, because mass immigration is a positively active policy of globalist governments. It doesn't just happen. Millions of people just don't get up one day and decide to move halfway across the world. There's incentives. They were incentivized. They are maneuvered. They are maneuvered into doing so by incentivization, the carrot and stick methods in their own countries, to move into places like Britain. If that wasn't there, then it just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen in anything like the numbers that it currently does. Ironically, it's since the quality of life has been improving in the third world, it's increased. What you'd expect it to decrease, wouldn't you? There even be some kind of reverse process, like I wrote about in my Roswell trilogy, where people decide that people want to go and live in what's now the third world, the third world tends to be countries with nicer weather, and you think maybe people in cold countries in the West would want to go and live there. No, it's been done deliberately. So once that's exposed, once the agenda to do that is exposed, then the problem will solve itself. I mean, the focus is. I don't get angry with the immigrants. There's no point getting angry with the immigrants. I live with 2 immigrants. They're decent guys. They're not here. They're not here because they're evil people. It's all part of the mindset they've been put into. The agenda that's behind it needs to be exposed, and it will stop. We can stop it. Am I worried that white Britons will be a minority towards the end of the century? It's actually the latest studies at the middle of the century, possibly 2066 is a year that keeps coming up. And you say, as a white person, I'm worried, even though I'll be long gone by then. Yeah, you've got children, haven't you? Have you got children, Ravenhill, or other family? I'm worried about that too, yes. I think it's all part of this New World Order kind of mix everyone together, destroy countries, destroy cultures kind of thing, destroy races as well. It's all a part of that. I am very worried about that indeed. Again, I think that the solution, I think the alt-right misses the point in a way. They tend to see this as well. They just don't like white people, do they? But it's not. No. The globalists don't dislike white people. I think the globalists hate all people. They regard all humans of all colours and creeds as just another species of farm animal. So although I'm white myself and I'm concerned about my own racial group, I think just focusing on that alone at the exclusion of everything else and become like a white identitarian misses the point. You then don't understand what's really being done to this world and the real people behind it and what their real agenda is. David Smith says white Britons are by far the majority, and that won't change anytime soon, despite claims. But even if it did, so what? I don't care what skin colour people are, so long as they become smarter and improve things. All right, well, David, they will not become smarter and improve things. The average IQ of the population is, I think, it's dropped 6 points in the last 30 years. We've been fed hot food and drink with chemicals in that debilitates our brain. There's things such as fluoride in the water, which reduces brain function. There's look at the state of education. Look at the state of the media. All these things are designed to prevent the building of a mental landscape within yourself, and reducing mental strength. That's the whole purpose of them. Education is not about filling your head with things. It's about emptying it of everything that's useful to you and filling it with things that are bad. People aren't going to become smarter and improve things, regardless of what you think about what colour people are. The people who run this world, the powers that be, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, the deep state, they don't want intelligent people. They don't want a population full of intelligent, thinking people who know a lot of things about other than the job they're supposed to do. They want essentially biological robots who are programmed to do a particular job and nothing else. That's what they want. They want us to have an IQ. You know, how much IQ do you actually need, for example, just to sweep the streets or something like that? You could do that with, you could train an animal to do that. Really, you could train a donkey with an IQ of 40 to do that. So that's what they want people to be like. People who have low intelligence don't understand the kind of things that we're talking about. They don't understand the danger they're in from the Illuminati. They don't understand what the Illuminati are doing, and therefore don't take action against it. The people who have low intelligence are passive. They are passive consumers and workers. That's what they want us to be. That's why the average IQ in this country has dropped by 6 points in 30 years. It's deliberate. Just imagine, do you think they could, how would the New World Order work with a population full of intelligent, free-thinking, mentally strong people? You have to put yourself in their shoes, David, and it's not nice, I know. Unfortunately, what you said about white Britain's not changing, I think it is. It's, funny enough, Christy Winters has recently made a comment about this. She's saying it won't happen. She said it's a conspiracy theory. White people are never going to be a minority in the West. But then in an earlier video, she was gloating as she said, you're going to be a minority. And gloating about it. Christy Winters is a typical brainwashed New World Order, member of the New World Order shock troops. Like many people in the sort of the wokest movement are. So that's a contradiction. It is. I mean, the actual figures show that if mass immigration continues at the rate it is, and that birth rates among various racial groups continue in this country the way they are, that's what you're going to see. It's simply a question of following the lines on the graph. Because Cosmic Claire, I thought Claire might want to reply to this because she has very strong feelings on this matter. She says, David, it's not about skin colour, it's about the replacement of the indigenous population and our history, which you seem to imagine isn't happening. Have you noticed how our history is being rewritten, and how the native people, who happen to be white, are being vilified as oppressive racists in their own country? Not to mention that so many people coming here complain about how racist this country is. If so, why have they come here? Free housing, welfare, medical treatment isn't available in Somalia, Pakistan or Nigeria, which they get upon arriving here illegally. Then look at the Kalergi plan, which is quite explicit about replacing the indigenous population, forcing us to mix with other races. If anyone said that about mixing the population of Africa, they'd rightly be criticised for blatant racism. Absolutely, Claire, yeah. That's absolutely true, and it's not It's been done deliberately. It's not because the Illuminati just don't like white people. I mean, the Illuminati are these reptilians, and they don't dislike white people and like other people. I think there's this idea that somehow they put black people and Jews and Chinese people on a pedestal, and they've got to get rid of the white people. Then we can have our new world order. We can have a new world order with free-thinking, intelligent black people and Jews and Chinese people and Indians. No, no, no. We're all farm animals to them. All of us. Oh, yeah. BZ says to Claire, if you're referring to the indigenous people of the UK, then it must be about skin colour. White, in other words. You seem to be an ethno-nationalist. If not, explain what you mean by indigenous people. Okay, well, Claire can speak for herself, but she'll probably reply in a minute. But I think that is true, though. The indigenous people of the UK are white. Yeah. Illegal immigrants and failed asylum seekers cannot receive benefits. Fact. Refugees detained as asylum seekers whose asylum application has been successful can receive benefits under the rules and criteria that the UK nationals can. The process to claim refugee status can literally take years. As for being took over, less than 2% of the world's asylum seekers come to the UK. Many are refused refugee status because of the difficulty in trying to prove a threat to their life or safety in their country of origin. You are spouting typical far right-wing rhetoric, an example being the Kalergi plan, a far right-wing anti-Semitic racist conspiracy theory. Now, well, firstly, when you say these words, far right, anti-Semitic, racist, those are buzzwords that are constantly hurled at people like us unfairly. I don't discount what you said. I mean, the factual elements of anything you said in this comment. Apart from that, other than, of course, the indigenous people of the UK are white. There are plenty of non-white people in the UK who've lived here for several generations and feel British, feel themselves to be British, and are some of them are actually quite radically loyal to Britain, like Maya Tusi and David Curtin. But they don't come from indigenous stock, genetic stock. That's what I'm saying. He says, you blather on about replacing our history. How? You blather on about replacing our history. Well, just go to a history class in university now, and because BZ, there are people. I think America's worse than Britain. There are people who have studied history up to college level in the United States, who believe that the only cultures on earth who have ever owned slaves are the British Empire and the United States of America. They have been taught that that's the case. The only nations that have ever owned slaves is Britain and the United States. Now, that's false. It's blatantly false, but that's what people are being taught to a very high level of education. So that is a rewriting of history, what George Orwell would call control the past, control the future, control the present. And it's always, this is what dictatorships always do. They always rewrite history. They always change the past. They always give us a false impression of ourselves. BZ goes on. Are they going to burn all our history books to wipe away the past? Oh, they're actually pulping them because on excuses. The excuses. Oh, there's poisonous substances in the glue in the binding. This is why. Look, this is why that Reader's Digest book I got from 1983 told a completely different. I talked about this in several of my videos. The Reader's Digest book, Encyclopedia of the Paranormal, told a completely different story about Harry Houdini than anything you read in any modern book. It's been changed. And BZ said it's ludicrous. It's not ludicrous. Look, BZ, we've just had a scandal here in Oxford. There was a book that was going to be launched down at Waterstones or Blackwell's on Broad Street. It was a book about the British Empire that actually didn't paint. That didn't portray the British Empire as run by evil moustache-twirling, evil white heterosexual men. It just was slightly. It took a rational, balanced, I think, approach to, from what I gather, the British Empire, claiming, for example, it included the fact that it was the British Empire was one of the first. Britain was one of the first nations on earth to endorse the 1805 anti-slavery law. In other words, Britain was the first country on earth that abolished slavery. That was in this book. Well, guess what? The wokest mobs wrote threatening letters the publisher and to the bookshop, and they didn't even try to stand up to them. There wasn't any protest out there. They didn't need any protest. Just a couple of nasty letters, and that was it. The book was pulled. It was actually on the shelves ready to be launched, and the publisher decided to cancel it at the last minute at enormous cost to themselves. Enormous expense. Once you've gone that far, right, and you've got the book printed, once you've gone that far to the point of actually printing the damn book and distributing it, the publisher's invested a massive amount of money. Not only that, but no doubt they're being sued by the author. If the author, it's possible they may have some kind of clause where they have to pay the author anyway. They have to pay the author something anyway. So they decided to rewrite history. They decided to eliminate a historical textbook at the very last moment before it was published. As I said, if it had been when the author just submitted it, it wouldn't be so bad. They just turned down the typescript. If you've gone to the point of months of work, designing the book, printing it, it's a huge amount of money they lost. No wiping away of the past, BZ? You sure about that? Think again. BZ goes on. Or another explanation if you really don't like the first, second or third generations black or brown people. Claire, did Claire say she doesn't like these people? This is very often, whenever people like Claire and I talk about this, and indeed Ravenhill, we're often saying, oh, you obviously don't like these people, do you? I live with 2 Sudanese men who I get on. I've lived with them since 2011, and I get on with them very well. So you don't know that Claire thinks that at all. You just assume that. Would you have them, quote unquote, voluntarily repatriated? Society's changed and evolved, thank goodness. Diversity and multiculturalism has enriched this country for decades. What's wrong with mixing with other ethnicities? We're all human beings and we all bleed red blood. It's you that has the problem, and it seems to be scaring the shit out of you. As for voluntary repatriation, the thing is, you don't need. People have this idea that you have to. The only way to stop immigration is because there's so much of it's already been done. You have to round people up, put them in chains, and put them onto cattle boats back to their own countries. This is the round them up and ship them back. The old National Front slogans, right? You don't have to do that. You just if you alter the policies, the policies which were altered to encourage, not to encourage, to manoeuvre people into positions where they're shipped in vast numbers from one country to another, can be reversed. Those same policies can be reversed to basically to get the people even people who've already moved here to return. It wouldn't be that difficult, actually. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. I mean, I can't think of the details right now, but I mean, I know people have been looking into this, and it's not that difficult. Societies do change and evolve, and indeed, they do. They meet each other. They learn from each other. I don't believe. I mean, this is, as a Brexiteer, people have often accused me of this. I'm not saying there should be a huge wall built around Britain, and no one should ever go in and no one should ever go out. That's how we're portrayed. You get this. Oh, what Kevin Logan cares. Look at that wall of gammon. Which is incredibly. It's a disgusting thing to say. It's incredibly racist. No, I've never said that. I know we're going to go out and meet with each other, and we're going to exchange. We have a world economy. We've been trading internationally since prehistoric times. The famous copper mine in North Wales, up near up near Llandudno. That most of its trade was international. It was shipping to the continent. There are ingots that were found near Weymouth Beach, which were on a ship that obviously went down just when it was about to land on Weymouth Beach, and it had ingots of metal that were being imported to Britain from abroad. And this was, they reckon, was about 7,000 years ago. As for mixing with other ethnicities, of course, we travel much more than we used to. I mean, most people I know have been abroad, and many people have travelled much more than I have. They've gone to, and in the NHS especially, nurses and doctors often serve abroad in other hospitals around the world. You're very much a nomad, actually, across the globe if you ever get into nursing or medicine. Not so much, and with porters, of course, a lot of the porters were foreign. Most porters are either Filipino or Eastern European these days. So that's going to happen. It's inevitable. We're going to, especially nowadays, with communication. The problem is that this is not something that's being allowed to evolve naturally. This is something that you say change and evolve. In this case, the change in evolution is actually manufactured. It's actually manufacturing and social engineering. There's a big difference to that. There's a big difference between allowing a society to change and evolve naturally and forcing it to change in a certain way for a particular purpose. I don't think Claire has a problem here. I don't think anyone is denying that we're all human beings, we all bleed red and things like that. I don't believe that at all. Claire is not saying that. I know Claire, I've met her. I don't think she's that kind of person. I think there's so much misrepresentation. So much. I mean, Neil Sanders was on the Kev Baker show a couple of days ago, and he said, he talked about the English Democrats and said they were a racist far-right party or something. I think he said something like that, and I thought to myself, that's not only false, that's defamatory. But Robin Tilbrook, Daddy Dragon, racists. I've been on live streams with these people. I've been on live streams which Caroline Stevens hosted with people from the English Democrats. They're not racists. BZ says to Ravenhill, what exactly do you mean by mass immigration? We are out of the EU, so no freedom of movement, which is a bummer. What scares you about black, brown people? Did you vote for Brexit? If so, congratulations, you're officially a globalist. Global Britain was the mantra. Future trade deals will include a provision for preferential treatment for those countries we strike a deal with towards inwards immigration. So lots more black, brown people, especially when we do deals with India and the subcontinent. You sort of shot yourself in the foot. What I mean by mass immigration is what I said. What Ravenhill, I think, is just essentially the deliberate forced, it's not forced in the sense that people put into chains, but forced through propaganda and through economic forces, which are engineered to move vast distances in large numbers. That's all we're talking about here. I don't know. I think Ravenhill probably did vote leave. I mean, based on what he said. But global Britain was the mantra. Future trade deals. Well, you see, this is the problem. I mean, I don't think we should. I don't think it was wrong to vote leave. But clearly, I've never said, and I don't know about Ravenhill, BZ, but I know that Ravenhill, I myself have never said that the ultimate goal of freedom was simply to have an independent Britain. I never said that. That was never going to be the end of the story. We now have a post-EU Britain, which is a step in the right direction. It is something that is, I think, is, it's kind of like, I've done other videos about that. I won't go into that right now, but of course, this post-Brexit Britain government is still occupied by globalist forces. I'm looking at Boris Johnson, look at Priti Patel. Boris has now. He's completely and utterly caved in and cucked. I don't know if he can pull back from where he is now. Like I said, he might need the SAS to rescue his wife and child. Maybe then he can go back to being Britain's Trump. At the moment, he's not. David Smith says, BZ, my comments aren't staying up, so I'm guessing it must be a conspiracy against me. Seriously, though, glad to see someone making sense. Keep up the good fight. I hope my comments reappear. David, okay, David, I have not deleted. I disagree with you completely, but I've not deleted any of your comments. I promise. I really haven't. If any disappeared, it wasn't because of anything I did. I swear. BZ says to David, I can see one of your comments, including the one I'm replying to, David. It's under the OP, opening post. I don't know whether you've posted any others. I don't think Ben moderates comments, probably just a YouTube glitch, and they will eventually surface. Correct, BZ. I do not delete people's comments for disagreeing with me. Absolutely not. I'm glad you see that. Steve Mumblings has accused me of messing with his comments, things like that. I never do. I enjoy reading your comments, says BZ to David. I tend to ignore the more ludicrous comments when the gossamer-veiled racism rears its ugly head. Consider me well and truly triggered. Absolute rubbish, BZ. You realise what? Do you realise how misused and abused the word and overused the word racism is in this world? Do you realise that 99% of the people accused of it are innocent? You know, do you ever even think about that? David says to BZ, yeah, I did a long one in response to Claire. Gone to the void by looks of it, but yours is better, so that's good. Okay, well, I can see it now, David. I can see your reply to Claire now. I've just responded to it. Good thread, interesting thread, guys. A lot of dissent there, which was good. Same video, Israel Diego Rivera 2 Genius 2 says, Ben, with those headphones you look like the bald bloke in The Empire Strikes Back who helps Lando Calrissian. His name is Lobot. Yeah, Christy Morland says underneath, don't get cocky, kid. What's the actor's name? It's Lobot. Yeah, it may come from lobotomy. This is from Star Wars fandom. Is a male human being from the planet Bespin. He's a assistant of his AJ6 cyborg construct. Yeah, he's what's the name of the actor? Because he was in Blake 7 as well. He played a character in Blake 7, but he has these earphones, these weird earphones on his head. He's completely bald. Some people say he looks a bit like me. John Hollis, that's it. John Hollis is the name of the actor. John Hollis, November 12th, 1927 to October the 18th, 2005. Oh, he's dead. Oh dear, he's died. But he's quite old. That's quite good. He's quite old. A British actor who played Lobot in Star Wars. Yeah, he does look. He has that kind of like bald look. He looks a bit like the old that referee, that Italian referee, Pierluigi Collina. You know, The Hills Have Eyes. Yeah, he looks a bit like, well, he's a sort of thin version of me, but he has a speaking role in Blake 7 in one of the episodes. But I suppose he does look a bit like me. That's one of the reasons I have my thing here, my hat on. Same video, Dr. Respect says, it keeps removing my comment. Doctor, I'm really sorry, I do not remove it. There's a spam folder, and I empty it every so often. I don't know why that is. Several people have complained about this. I mean, Charles Scott has complained about it, and he emailed me about it. You know, I don't know. Richard Best says, I listen all the way through, so I'm one of those people. Oh, thank you, Charles. Sorry, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard Best. Much appreciated. I'm glad you do. And we got another thread here. It's Steve mumbling. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Now, Steve, instantly, I've heard from Steve. He's all right. He's been a bit quiet, but I've heard from him since I made my last video. Steve mumbling says, I doubt you'll be able to resist watching my Ian R. Crane video. I hope they will show Larry Warren's polygraph test in the Capel Green movie. It'll be extremely suspicious if it isn't there. After all the main characters in the ever more embellished Rendlesham Forest story say he wasn't there. All right. Will I watch your Ian R. Crane video? I will. I just hope I hope you at least show him a little bit of respect. I hope you show him more respect than Andrew Johnson did. I know you've never heard of him, so it's not quite the same as with Andrew. But I will watch it at some point. But I do bear in mind, as I did when James Randi died, you know, just be respectful. Just have a basic bit of respect. I hope, Steve. As for Larry Warren, yes, his polygraph test will be in Capel Green. I've actually seen it. It was actually shown on stage. It was shown on the screen at the UFO Truth Magazine conference. It's the only time it's actually been seen. But it's well known. It's not a secret that Larry passes it. Larry passes it with flying colours. And I know that the Rendlesham Forest story is still, there's a lot of dispute over it. I know John Burroughs has just written a book. There's Nick Pope's book, but Nick Pope's still mouthing off about this, that, and the other. I do believe he was there. I mean, you'll see. I mean, I've talked about this in other videos. I've even had Larry on my channel. You'll see. David Smith says, polygraphs are bunk, just pseudoscience and nonsense. They can measure a response to a question, but the techniques employed during the testing means that can happen for a variety of reasons. They're only good for making people who are guilty and believe themselves confessed. Okay, believes in them confessed. David, funny enough, Peter Robbins said that about Larry's polygraph test. Funny enough, it was in a phone call to me. It was in the very same phone call to me. He earlier on told me, before he said this, he said that the polygraph test that Travis Walton had was really, really significant. He said Travis passed it, it was very significant. So opinion seems to be very divided over polygraphs. If they reveal something you like and support, then they're good. If they reveal something you don't like and don't support, then they're bunk. It's That tends to be a pattern I see all over again, over and over again. I think if someone who agreed with you, maybe a skeptic or something, said took a polygraph and they passed, you'd be all in favour of them. You really would. Charles said to David Smith, when Travis Walton got busted on the moment of truth as being conclusively deceptive, his defense was the polygraph test. His defence was the polygraph test not accurate, and it made him look worse. Now that's can't remember the details of it, Charles, but that's actually not the case. I think you might have got that from Philip Klass, but I can't remember the details right now. David Smith says to Charles, I love the movie Fire in the Sky, but it doesn't change the fact that polygraphs are useless at working out if someone is telling the truth. I've done enough of them and put lots of hours into studying them, and I know the ins and outs. There is a plethora of studies out there, with most summing up that basically you might as well flip a coin as to whether they're not an exam that will be accurate. Okay, so does that mean, David, if people have multiple polygraph tests, that sooner or later they're going to fail one of them? I think is that the case? If you just repeat polygraph tests, because I know Bob Lazar has had several. He passed 2 and failed one. Or he passed 2 and 1 was inconclusive. As for the movie Fire in the Sky, it's actually not. It's not bad, but the actual alien abduction scene is completely false. It's fiction. It's quite horrible actually and frightening. You see, the real abduction sequence that Travis experienced is very different. It's actually not terribly frightening. Travis is not held down and raped or examined medically or anything like that. It's not like, but in the movie Fire in the Sky, of course, there's this the abduction scene is terrifying. It's a horror movie type. It's horror movie material, and that's so they decided to put in a fake to sell the film as to market it as a kind of horror movie. They just put in a fake abduction scene. It wasn't accurate. Charles says to David, it was all about the 5,000 cash prize and exclusive publishing rights in the National Enquirer. Walton was in considerable debt at the time. Again, I mean, if you watch the film Travis, that's not the case. A lot of these ideas came from Philip Klass, who was proven to have lied. Watch Richard Dolan's video about that. David Smith says, yeah, I remember reading something about the whole business that was in trouble due to them messing up some logging contracts or something. So plenty of reasons for them to make up a story, nothing much to lose. What, all of them? Even when they were accused of murder? They made up a story about an alien abduction to try and just to win this exclusive publishing rights with National Enquirer? Well, there's other reasons to be suspicious as well. There's a whole load of things connected to that. I don't have the information to hand, but I don't think that's the case, David. And Charles says to David, yeah, there was a serious lack of competency and safety issues going on at the time. Walton's nephew wrote a piece explaining why they made up the story to get rid of serious debt when the National Enquirer offered £5,000 reward for a UFO story. That is old news. Honestly, I don't think that's the case. Now, it doesn't make sense theoretically. I don't have the information to hand. I remember hearing something about this, and Richard Dolan said something about it and explained why it wasn't true. But on just anticipating it on theoretical grounds, to make £5,000, you stage this extraordinary hoax, which everyone is involved in, including people who are accused of murder. I mean, if I'd been like, you realise that the police were suspicious. The police thought that the other members of Travis's lumberjack team, the logging team, they'd basically killed him. They'd basically conspired to murder him and then create this fake story. And they were held under suspicion for the 6 days that Travis was missing. Now, if I'd been in that situation, I would have said to the other, look, guys, sod the 5,000 quid. Let's just tell them the truth. This is not funny, man. If Travis doesn't turn up for some reason, like he gets lost and dies in the woods, we're going to go to jail for the rest of our lives. Let's just tell them the truth. Come on. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. A reply to comments 40 part 2 of 2. Jock of Ages. Hi, Jock. How you doing? I saw Jock. You were on. Jock of Ages was on the phone home live stream that I talked about in my last video. In regards to ayahuasca, there's videos on YouTube of people taking and then giving the viewer a description of what they're seeing, how they feel, etc. Or all talk about meeting little people, something I've had happen a couple of times using psilocybin a few years ago. Oh yeah, it's these are sometimes called machine elves and things like this. There's various different names. Rick Strassman, his experiments, people actually encounter strange beings in these experiments. Some of them look like clowns, which is interesting, seeing as clowns start appearing all over the place in various issues. Yeah, some of them look like little small humanoids with big feet, hobbit or elf or dwarf-like creatures. Some of them funny colours like pink or blue rather than normal skin colour. Yeah. On a totally different subject, says Jock, I just saw Cartoon Ben in a cartoon movie called Flushed Away, and it seems so funny because he's screaming that the end is nigh and that kind of stuff. I think Ben would see the funny side. Is that Aardman thing, Flushed Away? I saw Cartoon Ben. Is there someone in there who looks like me? But I know the film you mean. Flushed Away. Here we go. Yeah, it's an Aardman animated. It's an animated film by. There we go. Yeah, Aardman Animations, who did Chicken Run, Wallace and Gromit, and The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. It was computer animated rather than stop motion, though. But yeah, I've not seen this, but I've not seen it, but it's my daughter quite likes it. My daughter's seen it. Yeah. Bluebeam says Dick Kahn is an UK author about it. Lots of interview on YouTube as well. Okay, right. Charles Unleashed says on reply to comments 40 part 2 or 2. Now let this be a lesson to you all. This is a cautionary tale to people who plan to be married for a very long time. Take a look at the dynamics between Steve and Ben. This is your future. That's always the ways that they say to, if you think about who your partner is and about getting married and things like that, you know, don't look at them and think to themselves whether you could spend the night in their bed. Ask yourself, could you sit every evening for the rest of your life talking to that person? And that's a good point. As for Steve and me, yeah, I think if we were opposite sex, we'd probably get married. Or if we were gay, we'd probably get married. I think we would. Although, of course, I mean, I will have a live conversation. When the moment Steve apologises to Colin Sugren, like I said, I'm happy to do a live stream with him. Okay, comments part 1 of 2, John Nolan. Hi, Ben. A new alien autopsy documentary is coming out next week. Colin will like that. Yes. Colin's seen it, I think. I've not. I think it's only on... I forgot what platform it's on, actually. But Colin and I were talking about this, actually. I'd like to see it. It'd be interesting, yeah, definitely. Comments part 2 of 2. Charles Unleashed says, Ben, pride and dignity. Yay. I'm completely unfamiliar with Ian R. Crane, so I never claimed he was making money, as you said here. All right. Well, apologies, maybe for somebody else. On the related subject, though, please could you comment on Michael Rogers now saying that he and Travis Walton made it all up for money? Could we also have a comment about Chuck Rack from the Allagash abduction, also coming forward in 2016, saying they made up for the money too? Okay, cheers. I haven't heard of the second one. As for Travis Walton saying, and I've not heard, how long ago did did Travis actually say this? I'd be interested. Because I met Travis actually just a couple of years ago at UFO Truth magazine, the conference there. He's not changed his story as far as I know. And also, Charles, you may have seen my skeptic video, my various skeptic videos. And indeed, you might even have heard the HPANWO radio show where I did a skeptic talk for the East Anglia UFO group just a couple of weeks ago. But remember, if you do, check out, I mean, I'd recommend specifically, the most important one is I think if Truth Seekers Northeast 5 is the best one, because it's the most recent one I've got on YouTube about skeptics. Beware the conveniently told confession story. It's about halfway through the presentation. I bring up the conveniently told confession story. Do remember, you know, there we are to the end of that particular talk. But do remember that what if Travis said this, or if this Chuck Rack person said this, do please remember that what they are saying is a claim too. Bear that in mind. Okay, so I'm going to stop now, and then we're going to carry on in a little while. Or it'll be the next moment for you anyway. Okay, we're on the second hour now. Where we are, I'll put it. So Steve Mumbling says underneath here. Now, who would have thought of that, apart from anyone with an IQ bigger than their shoe size? I don't know. I mean, see, again, check out my skeptic video, Steve. The Truth Seeker Northeast one is the best, rather than the 4-hour long one, because there's more. There's actually, I prefer the recent, more concise one because it contains new information. Well, ideally, watch both of them. But did Travis actually get £5,000 from the National Enquirer? And how much has he made since then? Why don't you just pocket the money and go quiet? I've never heard of Chuck Rack, but I will look that up. I'll look it up, definitely. No problem. If I want to find out about it. Charles Unleashed says to Steve Mumbling, the whole thing was about winning a £5,000 cash prize put out by the National Enquirer for the best UFO story. Walton was in serious debt at the time, so they cooked up this abduction. Walton also signed an exclusivity deal with the National Enquirer for publishing rights, for which he got a generous stipend. Again, the question is that? I think if Travis, if his experience was real and he did that, then that's actually not a good idea. It could easily be misinterpreted in the way I think you've misinterpreted it, Charles. But you know, he wasn't familiar with the subject, so probably didn't think of that. You see, Philip Klass was you realise Philip Klass offered several people. Oh, I haven't started the timer. How long have I been going for? I better just go. I'll just put in 58 minutes because here we go. I'll put in 58. Here we go, 58. Because I've been going for about 2 minutes. Okay. No, 5 hours 80 minutes. No, 58 minutes. That's it. Okay. See, you know, Philip Klass. Why didn't they take the money that Philip Klass offered them? I think I've heard what you talk about vaguely because I think it was debunked by Richard Dolan. How much money have these guys actually made out of ufology? And apart from the other inconveniences in their life on top of that, so they make money out of ufology, but on top of that they have had a lot of negative effects as well, not least being accused of murder, under suspicion of murder, things like that. Yeah, if you want to pay off debts, there's other ways of doing it. There's other ways which don't involve all this aggravation and are more lucrative. So again, on theoretical grounds, I would anticipate other than what you say. But I'm not familiar with all the details of the story, I admit that. David Smith says, the thing is with people like Ike, it's part money and part getting attention and worshipped by fans. Ike could release his stuff for free. He claims it's so important, but you need to pay up. Hang on a minute. David Ike was a professional footballer. Do you know, worshipped by fans. Now, how come David Beckham hasn't become a loony then? How come Pele never became a loony? How come Diego Maradona never became a loony? You sure? All right, I know David. He only played 2 seasons, and then he actually had to quit. But then he became a sports journalist again, earning a lot of money. He reached the top level as well, national television. He reached the top level. So then you say, oh no, it's all about the money for David Icke. He lives in a mansion. He drives a Mercedes. He actually lives in a block of flats. It was an old stately home that was converted into flats. He drives a Proton Wira, which is like a export Toyota from Malaysia. I mean, what? Come on, David. David carries. Oh, we've got to read more here. Hang on. As for lesser knowns than obviously money might not be the driving factor, and the idea of gaining stature and being held up becomes more likely. Being held up, gaining stature. How much stature in society do people like us have? How exactly since David quit Grandstand and he quit sports journalism and he's doing what he did now? In what kind of steam, what kind of status does he enjoy within conventional society, David? What caused his hair to turn? He had light brown hair which turned white overnight. That's a sign of trauma. That's a sign of mental trauma. Your hair very suddenly, your lymphocytes and what they call the melanocytes in your follicles suddenly shut down. Of course, these issues are separate from whether or not they believe what they're doing is, or if saying it, or if it's true. Not really, because if you don't believe what you're saying, then presumably you're just doing it for other reasons. And again, I'm concerned about what those other reasons they are. If they believe it's true, then it means they're presenting a case which you can either dispute or support. If they believe what they're saying is true, then you need to explain to them why they're wrong if you believe they're wrong. Which skeptics tend to be very bad at compared... Well, they sometimes do create counter propositions, but usually ad hominem attacks by skeptics are more common, I find. Charles Unleashed says to David Smith, most of it isn't even his stuff. It's been around for years, but he doesn't credit the sources and pretends he discovered it. Unfortunately, that's partly... Unfortunately, that is a complaint that's been made against David, and with some people, I understand what they mean. He should have mentioned... There's a few names he should have mentioned as sources. For example, Dave Starbuck, the guy with the blue plastic bags that he mentions in his Liverpool talk. So yeah, I mean, that's an actual point that some people accuse David of. I don't think David means any harm by it. He's not purloining other people's discoveries because he wants to cheat them. It's something I think he's overlooked, and it's something he needs to correct. This is what if I say something that I didn't discover myself, I do cite the sources, and he needs to do that as well. Charles goes on. Ike didn't quit broadcasting to serve humanity. He tried to turn the UK Green Party into his own private cult, but it backfired on him. No, he did. He went into the Green Party for a short time. He wrote a book called It Doesn't Have to Be Like This, which I've got on my shelf. It's part of my David Icke collection, along with a book he wrote about football. It's a Tough Game, Son. But he didn't... he was, unfortunately, they turned against him on the Green Party. But in his early works, he actually talks about his Green Party career. He talks about the fundies and the realos, these two factions that broke out within the Green Party, and about the poll tax and his issue with the poll tax as well when that came out. Do you remember the poll tax in the late 80s? So that he turning the Green Party into his own private cult? No, I don't think so. No, he didn't quit broadcasting to serve humanity. Well, why did he quit then? Again, I think we've established it's not because he wanted more money. You don't reach the top level of BBC journalism and sports journalism and then quit to make more money. In which case, why does Gary Lineker not do that? Gary Lineker's been presenting Grandstand for 21 years. He's the highest paid sports journalist in Britain. Why is he not doing what David does? You see, Gary Lineker in his own time actually does have an interest in spiritualism and things like that. See, he and a few other footballers, Glenn Hoddle, a couple of others, they also got in touch with Betty Shine, who's the same medium who David Icke was serving. She serves a lot of the football community, Betty Shine. So when David got in touch with Betty Shine, he wasn't the first footballer to do that, and indeed some of them still have an interest in that sort of thing. But he doesn't make a career out of it. Gary Lineker still just focuses on football, doesn't he? Charles goes on. David Icke couldn't go back to broadcasting after that. In fact, the only media he does is a small soccer commentary every month in an obscure pulp rag. All right, so he does still comment on sport. That's right. He was actually interviewed on a BBC programme about snooker a little while ago. I remember him commenting on it, and he sat there talking about. He didn't say a single word about anything other than snooker. It's like good old days, But he couldn't go back to broadcasting, really. You could, if when you consider the I fool the world, archetype is very, very lucrative. If he went back and did a mea culpa and decided to go mainstream, they would welcome him back in with open arms. He'd find a niche somewhere, Charles, if he did that. In fact, he'd probably do book tours, and He'd probably be able to do chat shows and, you know, oh yes, I did all this, but I've changed my mind. I've come through it. You know, he'd be a hot property at skeptic conferences. Charles, honestly, I think you completely misjudged the situation. I'll just check. I'm recording. Yes. I see mumbling. The fly trap is a support structure for a water tank. Oh right, so it's not a cooling tower anymore. It's a water tank. Okay. Derelict places. All right, here we go. It looks a lot like this, doesn't it? Let's have a look. Nicknamed the fly trap, located in an old mining complex. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, there's other derelict buildings around it. Yeah. There's lots of photos here. Oh, there's even old, like, there's what looks like bomb casings and things like that. There's old cars and lorries and things, and there's a lorry here with Nazi insignia on. Yeah, the Wenceslas. Oh my goodness me! It's the entrance to the mine. Well, this is actually quite interesting. This website. I'll have to have another look at it. Right, it looks a bit like this, doesn't it? What's this? Right. It does actually, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks very similar. However, the question is does the structure in the, and he says underneath, get over it, Ben. All right, well, does the structure in the second image you showed me, which definitely shows a water tank with like a concrete-based support structures and a gap underneath. I don't know why it does that. Maybe it's something to do with contamination with the ground, or maybe it's something to do with temperature regulation of the water or something like that. But the water tank's raised up like that. The thing is, does that one, if you go underneath it, does it have chambers full of wires and electrical connections and things like that Igor Witkowski has discovered? Because it's not just, you see, even just because it looks similar doesn't mean it is the same thing. And it's worth looking into the history of the Wenceslas mine, about General Hans Kammler and people like that, and what they were doing down there. And Charles Unleashed says, that's the one, yes, those tunnels were nothing to do with the wiring for an experimental UFO. They were just normal piping for the water. The tunnels in that web page, this derelict places that Steve shows, yes, indeed, that's exactly what they were, Charles. But that's not the case. That's not the case with the structures that Igor Witkowski showed and Nick. What's his name? Not Nick Pope. Oh, jeez, I hate it when I can't think of names. Hang on. But Nick Cook. $1 Billion Secret, that was it. There's the $1 Billion Secret, Nick Put. There's $1 Billion Secret and Nick Cook, writer. Here we go. The CEO is a former aviation journalist, author of fiction. Yeah. The Hunt for 0 Point. I've read that book. Yeah, Nick Cook, that's him. Yeah, definitely. UFOs, The Secret Evidence, and $1 Billion Secret. Very well, much worth watching they are. Here we go. Reply to comments 40, part 2 of 2. Steve Mumbling says, PMSL! What's this? All right. It's 1 hour, 10 minutes in. It's a timestamp. Out Sidney Powell and Dominion again. Let's have a look. Yeah, probably, maybe, because you tend to repeat yourself with this.
After months of pushing Donald Trump's big lie, the election was rigged against him.
All right, okay, I know what this is. I know. This is to do with this thing with Sidney Powell. Apparently, she's come clean and said she made the whole thing up again. Let's have a look here.
That reasonable people would not accept such statements as fact. That's right. After months of helping to whip up so much fury among the Trump base that thousands of his supporters violently stormed the Capitol building and attempted to stop Joe Biden from being certified as president, Sidney Powell now says that all those people should have known better than to believe her.
Right, you know, I've not actually looked into this. I must say I have not looked into this, and I should. I should look into this in more detail, but there's something doesn't quite sound right here. I mean, from what I've heard from these clips that I did say that I hadn't heard of it before and I'd looked into it, and I haven't done that. But it just doesn't quite fit that she just, oh, I made the whole thing up. Yeah, I just thought people should know better. I underestimated their gullibility. I mean, what? Has she got children? Have they been kidnapped? Has she got a husband? Is he in prison? Is he in custody or something? What's going on? I'll have to. All right, I'll check this out. I'll check it out in more detail. I'm surprised I haven't heard more of this in the skeptic media. You know, you think you think Kevin Logan and Christy Winters would be all over it, and they're not. They haven't mentioned it. This, in fact, this what you showed me is the only thing. All right, Gary Robinson. Okay. In regards to our discussion about this is in one of two. In regards to our discussion about Mexico being merged with the USA, you mentioned it will most likely happen because of the NAFTA treaty. However, NAFTA was ditched several years ago. I know this because my wife, who is a Mexican citizen, used to work as a school teacher in the USA, which was made possible by the NAFTA treaty. Once they ditched the treaty, she was unable to obtain another work visa despite several offers of employment. That being said, mate, I'm at the point where I agree with you that it will most likely happen in some form or another. My city's full of immigrants from Africa right now, who are basically going to be stuck here in Mexico for a few months while they wait for their US visa to come through. They seem to spend their time walking around town, bored out of their minds. In short, it does feel like something is happening, mate. I wouldn't mind betting that it could eventually happen, but that there will be immigration borders of some kind which will ensure that people only cross borders and move around if they're in gainful employment and have no criminal record. Pride and dignity, brother. Pride and dignity, brother Porter. You're a porter, Gary. Yeah. Well, you're an honorary porter. I'll tell you that. But you see, the thing what's happened is the USA has gone through a bit of a turmoil in the last half decade. It was basically the US was taken. It was snatched from the globalists by the forces of patriotism, and then has been snatched back temporarily, I hope, by the globalists just in the last year, in the last few months. So obviously this is going to cause things to come and go, different policies to be introduced. The Biden administration, or the so-called Biden administration, in reality the Biden-led demolition team, are going to come up with all kinds of things, that different ideas. Probably they're going to rush through some policies, so the situation might not last much longer. I don't know, but keep me posted, Gary. Keep me posted. I'm interested to hear more. Right, 2 of 2 comments. Steve Mumbling says Bigelow made the whole team redundant and made them sign non-disclosure agreements because they would have disclosed they weren't dealing with the ET material. It was all a scam. Really? So what about Luis Elizondo's comments on the Tucker Carlson show? What about Dr. Irena Scott's book? What about the documents that Anthony Bragalia discovered, Steve? I mean, if this wasn't ET material, what was it? Where did it come from? How come, if it wasn't ET, how come all but 11 pages of this 154-page document are classified? I think you've jumped the gun here. You really have. Sure, they may well have signed non-disclosure agreements, but how do you know it's because they weren't dealing with ET material? Maybe it's the other way around. Charles Unleashed says, it made Linda Moulton-Howe a pretty penny selling that piece of junk to him, though, didn't it? And he used to date LMH. Honestly, these people would take your eyes, then come back for the socket. Did Bigelow used to go out with Linda Moulton-Howe? Oh, right. Well, she's not bad looking for an old lady. Oh, I've got a thing about hot old ladies anyway, obviously. But the thing. What was that thing Linda Moulton-Howe had? It turned out to be It turned out to be a piece of a cog or something from a generator. That was a bit embarrassing, wasn't it? Yeah. I can't remember the details of it. The problem is people put comments on here and they're talking about a specific thing. Now, I'd love to go and look up and go into detail on every single thing everyone talks about, but I just don't. I can't do that. It would take me days. Steve Mumbling says on comments 2 of 2. Dolan admitted he never wants to get a real job. He makes enough money from peddling his science fiction rubbish. Oh, really, Steve? Really? Well, so you mean that he's making more money than he would if he'd been a history and politics professor at Oxford? If he'd had a Rhodes Scholarship and everything that goes with it? You know that Rhodes Scholars, you ought to see what happens with Rhodes Scholars, where they go. They all go into high office. He was shortlisted for a Rhodes Scholarship. Oh no, I'm going to stop that. I'm going to do UFOs instead. Again, this is why this talk with Travis Walton, David Icke, and all these other people. Somehow skeptics always say this. They always say that it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how successful you are. You could be Richard Branson or something, right? It doesn't really matter, because there's always an incentive to just throw all that away and get involved in ufology because you're interested in making money. And it is as illogical as it is false, but it doesn't make sense. Richard Dolan talks about what happened. Richard Dolan, in 1988, was studying here in Oxford. I might have met him, I was only a kid at the time, but I might have met him. Oh, yeah. When I met him, actually, we talked about Oxford. We talked about the pubs and things like that. He did go to Oxford. He knows a lot of anecdotes about the city, which indicates he lived here. He read Timothy Good in 1980. He read Top Secret by Timothy Good, and this was he was just doing a little module on UFOs as part of his course in Cold War politics, and he thought he'd just do this for a couple of months and move on. He did it for more than a couple of months. He's done it for the rest of his life. Reading that book and doing that module changed his life. So if he admitted he never wants a real job and makes money from peddling science fiction rubbish, show me the source, Steve, please. Charles Unleashed said, "Yep, he did. I had no idea Ben had dealings with Dolan, but that's his personality type he's describing. Condescending, intimidated, gets angry when questioned." Well, unfortunately, see, I didn't get on with Richard Dolan when I met him personally. I didn't know. Well, I don't think that has any. Unlike you, I don't believe that indicates doesn't have any bearing on the factual element of what he talks about. It could be just what he's like. I mean, there's several people I don't get on with in this community, which really doesn't change how I feel about what they're talking about. I look at Andrew Johnson. Well, it's not. I got on with him okay, literally, until that incident with Ian R. Crane. But it hasn't changed. I don't think that has any bearing on what he's saying. So I don't think my personal opinions of Richard Dolan as a person is relevant here, Charles. Steve, and the same goes for. I say the same about skeptics. I really do. Steve Mumbling says to Charles, "That strongly suggests he knows full well he's spreading science fiction stories. He knows full well the stories won't stand up to the slightest scrutiny." Well, Steve, they have stood up to scrutiny. You see, I myself have taken a keen interest in his work, in his books. Have you seen what he's written, the books he's written, how big they are? Have you seen how the debates he's been in? Have you seen he gets into debates with Steve Bassett, which are quite funny. I was in the audience when he did one, so it's like, yeah, crazy. Now, Steve Mumbling says here, no, Charles Unleashed says something interesting underneath. I haven't looked. Now, I tried to find the video you were talking about. I couldn't find it. It was on Erica Luke's channel, wasn't it? Oh, I did. What happened to that? I did watch it. I've forgotten. Hang on. Charles Unleashed says, according to Karen Dolan, his venture into ufology was a business arrangement with John Alexander, who was telling him what to say. Alexander is another retired military person trying to get paid out of his retirement, trying to pad out his retirement the way Corso did. Well, firstly, John Alexander is a completely different kind of person to Dolan. John Alexander has very different views than Dolan. Alexander is also I would say, rather suspicious character. His involvement with DARPA, in his visits to John Hutchison in 1983, and the time he spent with him, his involvement in what you could call non-lethal psychic warfare. I personally am not sure why this guy is. He does the tour, he does the circuit of UFO conferences, but I'm not sure why people don't question Alexander more, actually. But Dolan is very, very different. Now, I'd love to. This interview with Erica Lukes and Karen Dolan. Oh, where was it? I really must apologise, Charles, because I did watch it sort of in the background. Hang on, here we go. I did watch it in the background. Here we go. Skinwalker Ranch. Where is it? It's gone. I did watch it. Oh, yeah, could you get me a link? I know it's a bit cheeky, isn't it? But could you find us a link, please, to Karen Dolan when she says this. As for Colonel Corso, Corso's book is, I think, God knows why. I mean, I know people. I think Steve Mumbling has said this, that Corso basically got together with Bill Burns and wrote this book because he wanted to put his kid through school, for university, he needed the money. I think his grandson was going to bloody Harvard or something, and they need money. I don't know what it is, but the book is insane. The book is ridiculous. I read it and I can't believe why. You know, he said they put the alien on the back of a lorry and they turned up at the army base where Corso was. He was in commander of the guard, and they asked him to mind the lorry while we go and use the toilet, will you, Colonel? And Corso looked inside and saw the aliens. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absurd. And the whole Roswell thing in that book it's all outrageous. Bill Burns, clearly, for whatever reason, either Corso has dropped Burns or Burns dropped Corso. But Bill Burns' name appears in very small letters on the cover, and he's not referred to at all in the content, which indicates Bill Burns and Corso split over this co-authorship. And I got a feeling there was something went on behind the scenes. Probably Burns dropped Corso when he realised it was a load of crap. But the reason, I mean, it doesn't again, Corso's the kind of guy who could have probably written a genuine memoir, a really interesting real life memoir, and probably made far more out of it. You know, the guy who, with his background in World War II, in the Cold War, being an official at the Pentagon, you know, the corridors of the defence establishment. I mean, that sort of stuff sells like hotcakes. So why didn't Corso do that? Steve Mumbling says, yes, it's all crap. Well, Corso's book was all crap, yeah. I put a line through Dolan when he said there's good evidence for 17 ET crash retrievals. He's never produced tangible evidence for one. I thought this guy's a professional piffle peddler. Absolute rubbish. I thought this guy... I think there's not good evidence for 17 crash retrievals. There's good evidence actually for over 100. And I think he has produced evidence for these things. Charles said to Steve, more crap than a car left under a bird's nest for a year. Ben's account of Dolan when he's not on camera is pinpoint accurate because I've seen it. Dolan tries to set himself up as a genial academic who likes to sit back with the ladies and wine and cheese parties being adored, but don't dare ask awkward questions. It was all a business arrangement with John Alexander. Okay, I don't understand this business arrangement with John Alexander one bit, Charles. I'd love to, if you could find me this thing with Erica Lukes, because I've checked her channel. I like her channel, actually. I steer away from the feminist crap. You know, women in ufology and all that sort of bullshit. I avoid those shows, but I do like some of her other shows. I think she's quite a good presenter. But I've not seen this thing with Karen Dolan. And as again, my description of his personality and my personal interactions with him, which I've had a few of now, 3 or 4 times. I said I don't get on with him. I don't like the guy. I wouldn't be able to get on with him if we spent a lot of time together. But I do not. I don't like the way he talked down to me in front of my girlfriend. I resent him for that enormously. However, as I said, I couldn't, because I was there in an official capacity. So the 2011 Leeds Exopolitics conference. He was talking down to me in front of my girlfriend Sue. I was there in an official capacity. I had a press pass. If I hadn't had that, I'd have probably said something to him about it, and I didn't. But I couldn't, because Anthony had invited me in as basically an official correspondent. What you don't do is you don't insult the guests, even if they're behaving like absolute dickheads. But again, his personality is not relevant to the factual nature of what he talks about. Charles Unleashed says, if you care to look into Dolan, Dolan does not have a PhD in history from Oxford University. He has a certificate in political theory. Let's have a look, because he has a wiki. Hang on. Richard M. Dolan. He has a wiki here. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where's this bloody Wikipedia page? Hang on. Wikipedia. No, Richard M. Nolan. No, Richard M. Dolan. It's not here. It's not here. Oh, he doesn't have his own. Yeah, he's listed under UFO conspiracy theories. He doesn't have his Wikipedia page. All right, so again, so he's not a PhD. Or otherwise he'd be Dr. Richard Dolan, PhD. And he didn't actually a certificate in political theory. All right, let's have a look. Political theory. Best certificates in politics 2021 courses. So certificates in political science, not theory. What is there such a thing? Here, academic courses certificate. What is a certificate in political science? It's not quite the same. Is there such a thing as a certificate in political theory? Because you put it in capitals here, CPT. I can only find certificate in political science. Anyway, I can't find Richard Dolan's Wikipedia page either. It used to be there. Right, comments 2 or 2. Steve, mumbling. They have already said they're not going to meet the June deadline. Where? Where have they said that? Because I was on the live stream. I wasn't on the live stream and taking part, but I was in the chat box of the Phone Home live stream I talked about in my last video. They had on they had Ryan Sprague, they had Luis Elizondo, they had Steve Bassett, they had UFO Jesus. This never came up at all. I mean, Mick West was in the chat box. He actually deemed to join the chat box. Oh, Mick West is on the Black Vault. I've got to watch that. But yeah. I have not heard that. They're not. Who said they're not going to meet the June deadline? I mean, according to the UAPTF, what Trump's law, they have to publish something in June, and the people were talking about it on this live stream. They did say we've got to prepare ourselves for the fact that it won't be anything significant, but there will be other levels of classification within it, and it's interesting. Do watch the recording; it's all there. Charles Unleashed said, you might want to sit down for this, Steve. Ready? It's absolute rubbish. Yeah. Oh, we go. Comments 2 or 2. So, did you publish Charles Scott's mathematical analysis without understanding it, without knowing it was a lot of gibberish? That is really hilarious. So much for the truth to be found in UFO Truth magazine. This is a perfect example of a UFO enthusiast trying to keep the subject alive with science fiction stories. Never let the facts get in the way of a good story, eh, Ben? Well, all right. Charles Scott posted his entire thesis on Facebook, on a page, and on Scribd, and I did link to that as a source. I didn't publish the material. I did link to it as a source, right? As you know, if you've read Charles's comments, you'll know that it doesn't just consist of the mathematical formula, it consists of an awful lot more. Obviously, if the mathematical formula was wrong, then I've made a mistake, haven't I? Yeah, okay. Charles Unleashed. Well, that's torn it. Shame Ben didn't see how much of a rambling lunatic C. Scott really is on other channels. Mick West didn't respond to him or her or it, thinking it was a joke. I don't follow Charles's comments everywhere. Only on this channel and on Steve's channel. Comments 2 of 2. Charles Unleashed. Haha! Thanks for the Nick Pope anecdote, Ben. You make him sound like a schnockered Harold Steptoe. He is. He's like that. Harold. Yeah. He was like that. He was looming at me, bright green light on his face. Ben. I've been to BBC Manchester today. That's where I've been. And yeah. Oh, but that was funny. That was the same. That's the same place in the same pub where Dolan was talking down to me in front of my girlfriend. But that bit lightened the mood a little bit, I must say. Yeah, it did. Has anyone else got any comments? We just had Charles and Steve so far. Tanya Cummings, hello. Speak of the convenience, here's Tanya Cummings. I don't buy into the Harry is not Charles's son theory. Oops, what happened there? What happened there? Oh, sorry, I accidentally opened another page. All right, I think he is, Tanya. I mean, if you think not, if you think otherwise, then by all means explain why. But it's based. Obviously, I don't have any DNA evidence here, but based on photographic evidence, I think there is. Oh, Charles says, "Don't drag me into this. I was on Mars at the time. That's my story, and I'm stuck to it." That's right. Oh, Charles Unleashed. He was on Mars. He was at the base on Mars. You know, hanging 10 and going, "Yeah, I'm Charles," turning his back on everyone and flashing his bald head in their face. Yeah. Tanya Cummins. All right, here we have a more. We have a longer comment here from. This is on reply, comments 42 of 2, and this is a longer comment from Tanya Cummings. Ben, years ago in India, when Mrs. Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister, and there was numerous rapes of women on the streets after dark, Indian men, police, politicians were saying women should stay indoors off the streets after dark. Mrs. Gandhi says it's not the women that should have to stay off the streets, and I agreed with her. Mrs. Gandhi was not proposing a curfew for males, she was merely making a point that the suggestion women should stay off the streets was illogical because they weren't the ones committing the crimes. I don't. If that's true, and I agree, I mean, I don't think anyone should have to stay off the streets. And I don't remember. I don't think I've referred to Mrs. Gandhi at all. I never knew about Mrs. Gandhi until she was murdered. You know, she was assassinated. But yeah, I don't think anyone should stay off the streets. Yeah. That said, we had a horrific rape and murder here in Australia a couple of years ago. A young woman, stand-up comic in a pub or club, finished her show and was walking home with her boyfriend. And as was their usual habit, they parted company and he went his way and she cut across the park to her home. She was supposed to text him when she got home. She was savagely raped and beaten to death. Feminists out in full force candlelit vigil, usual bleating about male on female violence. The point I made in the comments thread was that these things have been happening to women out alone at night for hundreds of years. Where the hell was her boyfriend? Well, yeah, I mean, I would have walked across that park. I mean, it's just a sad fact that, you know, that the women are, on average, a third as likely to be the victims of violent crime as men. But when they are the victims, it's more difficult for them to defend themselves if they're preyed upon by men. They don't have the ability to fight back in the way men do, so it tends to be more serious. It tends to be a more serious attack in that sense. But yeah, why did he leave her? I'm sure maybe he's asking himself that question now. Yeah, good grief. Are we advised not to leave? We are advised not to leave well-lit streets or shortcut through dark areas like parks. It's common sense. Well, you know, it's actually common sense for men as well not to do that. Because if you walk across a park and you're set upon by a gang, it doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman. You will come worse off. You could be killed, and you could be raped. I mean, rapes happen to men as well as to women. But you see, obviously, I'm in favour of well-lit streets and having artificial lighting everywhere. CCTV cameras are supposed to be everywhere. I mean, was there any CCTV? I bet they're going to say there was no CCTV footage of Sarah Everard being abducted. Well, as I explained in my video, I think the reason this policeman is in jail right now and is going to be prosecuted for murder is because the CCTV was switched off. Oh, so because the CCTV was left on. Here we go. But no, today's women think they're equal to men. They are invincible, independent, entitled, and it should not happen. Women should be safe, are not molested. But that's not reality. No, there are images in movies. You see images in films all the time of small women, small and not very physically powerful women, even by female standards, taking on huge hordes of zombies or aliens or something else, and fighting them all off, doing head kicks and somersaults, and you know, the old Resident Evil thing. You know, I mean, I've talked about Resident Evil. I think Resident Evil series is quite good from a zombie theoretical point of view, as I explained in my talk, but it's overloaded with feminist propaganda, absolutely overloaded. What kind of boyfriend doesn't see his girlfriend safely to her door, or at least call her a cab? Correct. But no, that would be allowing herself to admit her weakness. Not weakness, I'd say vulnerability. I mean, it's the same with a child. I mean, you wouldn't let a child walk across the park on their own. You know, if I had a son, I wouldn't let him any more than I would a daughter. But yeah, it's common sense. Men have been very open about they won't even open a door for a woman or let her pass first anymore these days because they get berated by furious scowling feminists. I know. One actually said to me once, this was actually at my hospital, I can't open the door myself, you know. And I just held the door for her. Yeah. Women are physically smaller and weaker than men in most cases, and caught unawares are easily overpowered unless they are black belt martial artists. Yeah, a woman learning a martial arts, I think, is a good idea. I'm actually in favour. I believe in the Second Amendment they have in the United States. I think people should be allowed to be armed. And I would advise any woman walking alone at night to carry a gun on her and use it if necessary. If you can't stay home, at least leave your pride at home. Have someone come and collect you, or stay among people, stay in well-lit areas, or shell out for a cab. Admit that you can't beat a determined man out to rape and kill. They're not the majority, but they're bloody everywhere. Yeah, I think that's fair enough, Tanya. I mean, I myself take precautions against violence towards me. I'm, as I said, I'm 2.5 times more likely to be a victim of violence than any woman. And I don't walk into situations, for example, I don't walk in dark areas, in rough areas of town. At night time in the city centre when everyone's drunk, for example, I don't walk down dark alleys. I don't. I mean, I don't think that's, I don't feel disempowered because of that. I think it's just a simple precaution you take living in urban society in 21st century Britain. Thanks for that comment. Interesting comment. A nice long one. Great. Tanya says here on comments 2 of 2. Yes, Ben, I've been reading Nexus since the early 2000s. Well done, Tanya. Yeah, great Australian magazine. About 20 years ago, and I still have a load of those from years back packed into boxes. It's worth keeping them, yeah. I mean, I've got the digital copy, which I bought, but you can get it on CD-ROM, but it's worth copying, yeah. I went to the Nexus conference in Brisbane. I had a great time. Oh, I'd love to go to a Nexus conference, Tanya. They had a European one, actually. I don't know if they're going to do them again. They had one in Amsterdam, which I'd love to go to. I really would. Well, you've got a thread here on comments 42 of 2. And we have here Charles. Oops, here we go. Charles Unleashed saying, correct, Ben. I can't see any of Scott's text replies. But yes, what he's repeating there as magical equation is a wall of Jabberwocky I made up some time ago that he latched on thinking it was real. Or you could just say, absolute rubbish. I consider that to be a matter of pride that I had a policy of no blocking. E.g., I'm all for the kind of robust disagreement with Jock over Dolan, etc. But if you had seen some of the comments he was leaving on other platforms, my own included, you would get it. I also believe that Steve blocked him for the same reason. Don't worry though, Ben, this won't influence who gets custody of me. When you yourself and Steve's divorce papers are finalised, that's still up to the judge. Yes. I'm actually quite relieved Steve's all right. I am. I mean, I would miss him if he didn't comment. I really would. Yeah, God knows what Charles Scott. I haven't heard from him yet. He hasn't commented on here yet. Steve mumbling. Ben published your mathematical gibberish in UFO Truth magazine. He thought it came from Charles Scott. All right. So really, what? All of Charles Scott's mathematical formulas were made up by Charles Unleashed. Really? No, I thought you just made up some of them. But now that's a perfect example of the sort of truth you could expect to see in his publications. I actually didn't publish Charles's actual equations. I put them down as a source reference I put a source reference in my article, which was about. I should talk a bit more detail about this in another video, but. I put as a source reference an article which he posted on Facebook and Scribd, which included that, but he made lots of other points as well. I had to edit it slightly because he was a bit, for rudeness, because of course Charles is he's a bit of a bantam, as the Australians say, But I did actually put it up I actually put my own copy, a slightly edited copy of his comments, which with his permission. Which I used as a source. I didn't actually put it in the magazine, but obviously, if what you're saying is true, I would also have edited out the formula. I would not have edited out the entire comment because the mathematical formula is just one part of what Charles Scott said. Publishing a load of crap as UFO truth out carried you double. Hang on. here we go. So publishing a load of crap as UFO truth without carrying out due diligence is a perfect demonstration of Ben being an amateur UFO enthusiast, not a researcher. I don't think that, Charles, Steve, I don't think it's fair to say that based on... Hang on, I'll then carry on. A real UFO researcher would have carried out due diligence and verified the maths was accurate and meaningful before submitting it for publication. It's a perfect demonstration of Ben not being remotely interested in the truth. He will spruik any old rubbish just so long as it supports the ET narrative. Now everyone who reads this article will know how much credibility to give anything they see in UFO Truth magazine. Strange name for a magazine that very obviously has no interest whatsoever in the truth about UFOs. It shows there's nothing going on there at all. They have to publish a lot of science fiction rubbish just to get the magazine out a couple of months. Oh, that's very... I think that's unfair, Steve. I think it is. I think you are overloading meaning on this particular mathematical formula you're talking about. You really are. I'm not... as I say, I'm an amateur UFO enthusiast. I think I am a researcher, not an amateur UFO enthusiast. I mean, this is what I do in my life. It's what I've dedicated my life to, basically. I don't do anything else, really. I don't support a football team. I don't go on drunken holidays in Ibiza. I go to UFO conferences instead. But you go on so much rhetoric here. You say I'm not interested in the truth. I am. Look, if all I was caring about was anything that supports the ET narrative, I wouldn't get into debates with you. And I do continuously. Why would I debate with someone who disagrees with me so much and is convinced I'm wrong and thinks they can explain why I'm wrong? Do bear in mind, this was an article that Charles Scott actually put together based on his various channel comments, which with his permission I copied onto a Scribd page. I edited it slightly for rhetoric, which to be honest, Steve, his rhetoric is far less extreme than yours. And I use that as a source material, which there's a lot in that particular Scribd article, not just the mathematical formula. I also I think it's unfair to say I'm not remotely interested in the truth. I am. Have you read it? Have you read the article? Because you'll see this. It's just a source reference. Charles Unleashed said, "Oh my God, here we go. Oh my goodness me! I've really started off a chimp out now." Steve mumbling. Charles Unleashed says to Steve mumbling, "He did what?" No, that isn't why he did it. I was smoking out, C. Scott, not trying to have a swipe at Ben. Oh, FFS, I feel terrible now. I told Scott already it was complete jabberwocky, and he started ranting on your channel, so he must have passed it on to Ben after that. This is what I was afraid of, and why I suspected it may be another Palmer branding account. I don't really mind heated battles, that's a legitimate form of exchange, but passing something on like that after I started stating it was rubbish is a low thing to do. Is that what happened, Charles? Did the whole thing come from you? After what Scott was saying about 9/11 and witnesses, I'm not surprised he would do something like that to Ben. That explains why Scott is trying to get people's personal information by insisting they sign up to Facebook, which I don't use and never will. Just as well that we can't respond to each other now, because I would legitimately lose it with Scott after he used me like this. He knew damn well it was rubbish before he passed it on to Ben. Is that true? Charles Scott, could you comment on this, please? Is what Charles Unleashed is saying true? Obviously, the magazine's out now. Obviously, I would, if I knew this would happen, I would at least have edited the Scribd article. But Scott, Scott is a Palmer branding account. That literally means Team Droik. I don't think... What's Scottish Team Droik? I mean, Droik, they're not that good actors. So, Charles Scott, could you comment on this? Maybe you already have. I'll keep going. Steve says to Charles, "Lol, perhaps I misunderstood. I thought you were telling me that's what happened to Ben. Ben, can you clarify this for us, please?" Clarify. All right. I'll clarify what I've already said. Charles Scott wrote an article based on his channel comments, which includes an awful lot of things. The mathematical formula was just one part. which I presume he believed, whether it was real or not. Well, did it come from Charles Unleashed? If it was, did Charles Scott understand that it was real, or did he understand that it wasn't? Because, of course, that's very important, and I'd like to get Charles's input on this. But I would ask, and what I did was I didn't publish the formula in the article, but I did refer to it. I did actually refer as a source reference this article by Charles, which I edited slightly just for rhetoric. That's all I can tell you. If you read the article in UFO Truth, you'll see it for yourself. Charles said to Steve, if the scientific gibberish Scott sensed the Nexus is the same one, then he was definitely aware it was absolute rubbish, because I told him so. Ah, geez, what a bloody mess. You've got to laugh, I guess. The point I was making is that Scott can't tell a mathematical equation from a used tea bag, so whatever he said is going to be absolute rubbish. Exactly whom at Nexus cleared this for publication? What? Nexus, but which Nexus article was this? Oh, I've got to check. I'm a couple of issues behind, actually, I must say. Oh God. I'd like to know more about this. Yeah, obviously that I wouldn't include something like that as a source reference. Steve says to Charles, no, Charles. What happened was Charles Scott sent Ben Emlyn-Jones a mathematical analysis related to either debunking Mick West or proving some other bullshit was ET. Jones then published it in UFO Truth PMSL magazine. No, it was a source reference which was part of the footnotes. The actual publication, I published it on Scribd, on my own Scribd account, as evidence of ET visitation without understanding it, or getting it verified by someone who did understand it. Being from Scott, I suspect it was just rubbish. Yeah, okay, I should have done that. There's not more I can say. Charles, either way, it was absolute rubbish. No doubt someone accused me of being a disinfo agent, but Scott fell for my Jabberwocky mathematical equation, hook, line, and tinfoil hat. Scott simply has no idea what he's talking about. So was this like the Peter Boghossian postmodern article hoax? And there's been several hoaxes like this. Yeah. David Smith jumps in now. Says to Steve, I think I can shed some light on this or confuse the matter further. Scott replied to one of my comments with a link to the study on UFO video where they used the formula Scott was pushing. I believe he just copied and pasted it from the study as proof. The problem being that in the study they even said a lot of the numbers were guesstimates, so it was all unverifiable anyway. Ultimately, Scott's claim that it proved the object can be human or made or doesn't hold water. As one, nobody has the requested maths, object mass, etc. And two, Scott doesn't know what military crazy lone engineer might be up to. I've seen public available drones flying over 500 miles per hour many years ago. So there's no way to determine if something or nothing, if it's something or nothing, and so logic and reason dictates we could call it unknown. Well, I don't think anyone's disputing. I've not heard someone Charles completely rules out non-ET source for this. I don't. I think it's unlikely, but Richard Dolan actually explains why it's very unlikely this is man-made. Unknown doesn't mean it could be anything, though, Ben. The amount of money in your wallet is unknown to me, but I'm reasonably sure it's less than $10,000. It's £10,000, right? Definitely, far less. So right away, I've used some very basic reasoning to eliminate over 10k being in your wallet. That's part of skepticism. Sure, I could be wrong, but until I get good evidence you show me your fat wallet, then I'm going to disbelieve it. You'd be very wise to, Charles. David, yeah. The same way I'm going to believe or accept an unknown object is alien until... I'm not going to believe or accept that an unknown object is alien until good evidence is presented, and can't even suggest it's likely to have a non-alien explanation, because so far that's all we've ever had good evidence for. Oh, right, that's a good point you're making, David. You're talking about anticipation on theoretical grounds. Now, you're partly right, because making these assumptions, these educated guesses, is very wise. In my view, according to the evidence we have so far, it's the other way around. I think it's Richard Dolan explains it very well in his video. I think to paraphrase you, I'm not going to believe or accept that an unknown object is a man-made drone until good evidence is presented, yeah. And I can't even suggest it's likely to have a non-ET explanation so far. It's because that's all we've ever had. I can't suggest it has a non-ET explanation because that's all we've ever had good evidence for. There is no evidence that any nation on Earth or private outfit has created vehicles that, whether manned or unmanned, that could produce those kinds of performances. If there are, then the US is in big trouble because there's a foreign rival that has reached a far higher level of technology than the rest of the world. I think extraterrestrial is more likely than that. And it's like the £10,000 in a wallet thing, but I see it the exact opposite way. Based on the evidence, I say it's the exact opposite of what you say. Charles Unleashed says to David Smith, fortunately, I can't see any of his comments now. It's impossible for anyone to formulate an equation for either a piece of film or a still photograph with only a single point of visual reference. Scott simply has no idea what he's talking about. The Nazi doodlebugs used to fly at 400 miles per hour way back then, so speed is proof of nothing. That's right, they were jet-powered cruise missiles, and they devastated this country. Yeah, the Spitfires sometimes used to shoot them down, but they literally had to dive on them to catch them because they were so fast. All right. So we move on to a different thread now. There's disturbing information in that thread, and I'd like Charles Scott's input on it. I really would. I don't want to think if there's been some kind of. I mean, honestly, if Charles Scott is publishing fake, false information knowingly, then that's a bad thing. Charles Unleashed, if he's kind of set him up with a gotcha for that, then I can't blame him. I understand the value of doing these kind of tricks. They do sometimes can be revealing. I mean, James Randi and the Carlos hoax, for example. I mean, it's to be fair that he did. I know a lot of stuff Randy's done's been misrepresented, but sometimes it reveals things, like Peter Popoff and things like that. Unleashed says on comments 42 of 2. God, time's getting on, isn't it? Oh, goodness me. I should have let me just check the time. Oh, nearly there, nearly at the end now. Okay, this particular one. It was 2 different books, Ben. Washington Irving wrote Men in the Moon in 1809, which was an alien invasion. Men of the Moon, which was an alien invasion story. What you were talking about is First Men in the Moon by H.G. Wells, 1901, which was an unofficial sequel using the grey alien and reptile alien creatures invented by Irving almost a century previously as native moon men. That's right, they call them Selenites, I remember. Wells' book was an early Buck Rogers space explorer prototype. Well, I mean, it was very interesting, actually, because Wells' book, the First Men in the Moon, what's interesting about it is it's not a rocket. It's an anti-gravity craft. It's an anti-gravity craft. Basically, there's this guy called Carver, the astronaut. He invents an anti-gravity chemical called carverite, which he uses to propel this spaceship. It's very interesting. It's I don't know if there's an earlier reference to anti-gravity in science fiction. Wells had previously borrowed Irving's greys as genetically engineered food source for the Martians in the War of the Worlds. Wells also borrowed Irving greys as human time travelers in Man of the Year Million, 1893, in which humans had become completely dependent on technology, causing their bodies to atrophy, while evolving very large brains and eyes. No idea why Brian Dunning from the Skeptoid is saying it all started in 1977. So, all right, because Arthur C. Clarke wrote a story about that, where future humans have large brains and eyes, and they look a bit like the Greys. But Wells, of course, he wrote the time machine story. I think it was slightly later. I think it was in the late 1890s he wrote that story. It's actually it's a novella. It's a long short story or short novel. Sort of when they meet in the middle, they're called a novella. Interesting to read, I must say. I watched the film actually, the remake, the 2002 remake, which is actually pretty good. I love the original one with Rod Taylor, but this one is actually pretty good. It really is. Okay, so we move on to a different video. Oh, yeah, I've done all that. But someone's actually sent me a comic from, I think, about 1925, which has reptilian, a science fiction comic from the mid-1920s that has science fiction things in it. Okay, we now have Cleopatra's Needle, her HPANWO London Truth Tours, Part 5. We have quite a long... we have a comment here from Dirige Nos Domine. Right, okay. Why is it set in the middle of the street and not a museum? Great question. I said that, didn't I? Because this strange thing in London, it's a very old object. It's by far the oldest object in London. And in fact, it's far older than London. It's nothing to do with Cleopatra. It's far older than Cleopatra. It's from the 17th century BC, and it comes from Egypt. It came from Luxor in Egypt. An engraved obelisk. Oops, there we go. That's the end of one segment now. Okay, so I'll just trash that, and I'll the battery's getting a bit low on the thing. I might have to plug it in and charge it on my phone. The obelisk represents both Adhara in the constellation of Canis Major and Vega in the constellation of Lyra. All right, these are Arabic words, which stars are often named after Arabic sources rather than the constellations, which have Latin sources. Just some of the many esoteric symbols and asterisms in London. The City of the Sun on London, yeah. London is actually a Celtic word, but you know, it's like weird they have these names in, don't they? It's like Solomon. Solomon is the word for the sun in Latin, Hebrew and Egyptian, the three main languages at that time. Solomon. These symbols were encoded into the city by the 16th and 17th century Masonic planners of London following the Great Fire of 1666. Yeah, that's right. So Christopher Wren, who was a high initiate, and Nicholas Hawksmoor. You're absolutely right. London was basically redesigned. I think the Great Fire of London wasn't an accident. In accordance with the principle as above, so below. See here for the following details. We've got a YouTube link. What's this? Masonic plan symbols in London. Oh, right. I'll sub to your channel and have a watch of that, mate. Thanks. This is from Dirige Nos Domine. Thank you very much. Oh, look, it's interesting, this. It's got no soundtrack, but it's got like it's got Google Street Views and Google Earth views. Thank you very much, Dirige. Thank you. Okay, so we're now going to go on to another segment. I'm just going to stop this, and then we'll go on to the third hour. Oh my god, it's going to be quite long. We're not halfway through yet. It's going to be another long one, guys. Okay, we're on hour 3 here. And we have Gary Robinson on reply 2 of 2. Hey Ben, those egg-shaped UFOs that I saw are not the first thing that I've seen out here in Mexico. Around 5 years ago, I was sitting on the roof of my house one evening doing some sky watching as it was just getting dark. What I'm about to say next will sound completely crazy. Gary, you know me, come on. I've got to start the timer, sorry. I don't have to really adjust it. Hang on, there we go. Okay. 4 egg-shaped... Oh, sorry. Yeah, there we go. 4 bird-shaped objects flew right over me, which seemed to be made out of light. They were very bright. However, they were three-dimensional. Their wings were moving. They had long tails, which I could also see moving. There's no way they could have been generated by some kind of LED light show. And this is a small city. There's nothing like that going on here, especially in my neighbourhood. Well, you know, it's funny. In that book, I won't read it now, the Bernal Diaz book about the conquest of New Spain, there was something similar. Oh, where was it? It was in one of the pages. I'll find it later. Somewhere in that book, they talk about something similar that happened in Mexico City. And it was actually just before the end of the Aztec Empire, when the Spanish were just about almost finished off the Aztec Empire. But that's interesting. Thanks for sharing that with me. That, of course, that's in Mexico as well, Gary. So I wonder if there's a connection. I don't know. But they refer to something bird-shaped. Right, comments 40 part 2 of 2. Proselytizing Orthodox Pentecostal Angora Rabbit. Oh, I love that name. I can't resist. Get over that name. Says, oh, so did Hillary Clinton take over Libya then, Ben? Or did the West actually take out a tyrant who had threatened to go door to door rounding up the rats in Benghazi who dared rise up against his regime and then leave the country to sort out its own problems? Just more of your shape-shifting lizard, adrenochrome, microchipped vaccine nonsense, really. Too obsessed with your silly paranoid fantasy to world to see things clearly. Oh, well, the rhetoric in the last part of that statement I won't cover, you know. But did she take over Libya? Yeah, she did. I mean, or did the West take out a tyrant? Well, if he was... Gaddafi's a controversial figure, obviously. Some people love him, some people hate him. I personally, from what I've seen, I don't know enough about him to know which one was true and which one was false. But the question is, what actually happened in Libya? Did they replace Gaddafi with some kind of benevolent Democrat, or did they replace him with some kind of radical Islamist regime? Because you'll find it's the latter. And what's more, it's exactly the thing that David Shayler was warning about. Do you remember when he went on the run? When he went on the run from and everyone was slagging him off in the newspapers. Why? You see, that's the question. I mean, in a sense, something similar happened in Iraq because, of course, ISIS came along, and ISIS was funded and organised by secret intelligence services. So it's not paranoid fantasies at all, and it's nothing. It's not that I have these microchip vaccine nonsense things. I mean, you put an awful lot of use of shape-shifting, adrenochrome, microchip vaccine. You pack so many points into that one piece of rhetoric, you know, rather than just addressing the point which is relevant to your comment. But yeah, if you support that, if you support replacing one evil regime with another, then is that better, or is it better? We're basically arguing over whether it's right to replace one evil regime with another. That's what you're arguing, and you think it's right. It's the right thing to do that. I'm saying, if it's that kind of dilemma, then what's the point? What's the point of doing it if it's that kind of dilemma? Reply to comments 40 part 2 of 2. Proselytizing rabbit once again says here. 1:11:17. Okay. I think this was the Sidney Powell thing again, isn't it? I knew you guys were going to jump on it.
Such characterizations of the allegedly defamatory statements further support defendants' position that reasonable people would not accept such statements as fact.
And Rabbit says, ouch, reality hits home. Ben's been played. Oh, well, unless that's the question. I mean, I've not actually heard any more about this, but why would she suddenly do this? What's going on? And Charles says, after the singing robot, he's prepared for anything. Rabbit says, that's not something I'm familiar with. Rabbit says, you wouldn't want to. It's terrifying. That's true. Rabbit, you don't want to see that, honestly. It's horrible. It's horribly creepy. I need to look into more about this with Sidney Powell. I do. It's very worried, isn't it? Yeah. And Charles says on comments 40, Ben, check your emails and links attached. Dolan never studied history at Oxford University. He obtained a certificate in political theory. Right. He completed a course, in other words. Okay. Oh, I can't find anything about certificates in political theory, only certificates in political science. Dolan's... I've been through this before. We talked about this earlier. Dolan's Wikipedia page is gone. I don't know really what else is here. But your emails, you did send me an email and I did read it. I can't remember if you put any source material in for that. Charles also says, oh, Ben, by the way, schnocken means the same thing as kishnikkered. All right. I don't speak Yiddish, I'm afraid, Charles, so I can't answer that. Ian R. Crane dies. Moon Bounce, that's what it's called. Moon Bounce is the name of the poster. There's 4 O's, N and Bounce. Hi, Ben. I was with you back in 2010 at Rendlesham, standing next to John and Jim. Only just find out that Ian passed. I can't believe you met him. This is well sus. Do you do amazing such? Do you know Deborah Tavares? Oh, Moon Bounce. Oh, it was lovely. It was great, that event in 2010, wasn't it? I'm glad I filmed it. John and Jim in Rendlesham, yeah, and I probably remember you if I saw you. Do I know Deborah Tavares? Yes. Yes, very interesting lady. Talks about all kinds of things to do with all kinds of things to do with electromagnetic weaponry. Very interesting lady. The coincidence theorist says, this is on my community notice here about my BitchTube channel and my temporary. That, as far as I don't know yet whether those technical problems are still going. I mean, they never got back to me. I put in a report, they never got back to me. I'm trying once again to upload my last comments reply video, and it hasn't worked yet, but it's a long video. It might take a while. But the coincidence theorist says, your musings are always worth waiting for, Ben. I say, thank you very much. And everything is still available on other working platforms. I probably need to set up some more things. Charles Scott says on comments 40 part 2 of 2. I do not say this as rhetoric. Steve mumbling, Charles Unleashed and David Smith has prevented sufficient evidence in their mouths for commenting to indicate they are crackpots in their own little deluded fantasy world, spouting their drivel science fiction narrative. I don't particularly wish to engage with crackpots as they are so illogical. All right, well, you know, Charles, that is rhetoric. However, you know, I don't mind you saying things like this. I mean, they say equally bad things about you. And he says here, rest assured, Ben, I'm totally confident that my use of mathematics and calculations are correct and stand up to scrutiny by any expert mathematician. You have questioned many of their comments' validity and many times said they are incorrect. Interestingly, Charles Unleashed falsely claims I'm lying about researching 9/11 when I said aeroplanes and demolition didn't turn solids falling under gravity completely into dust before hitting the ground, despite showing him video evidence to prove this. You agree with evidence, yet Charles Unleashed has not called you a liar or falsely accused you that you were calling the victims crackpots and that he says you trash, whereas this is what he said to me. I don't know exactly what, Charles, I don't know exactly what you said to Unleashed. I mean, I think he seems to think you were insinuating that the passengers on the plane and their relatives were lying. They were actually deliberately making up stories. I don't think that's the case. I don't know if you actually said that. And you're right about the solids falling under gravity, turning to dust. That's Dr. Judy Wood talks about that. As for the mathematical equations, I mean, Unleashed is claiming that he fed you those as some kind of hoax, and he's claiming that he set you up. I mean, is that true? If it's true, did you know this? Did you know this when you told me about it? I mean, I'd like to get your input on this because they're making some serious accusations about you. Charles goes on. I'm sure most, if not all, of your regular viewers know that Steve Mumbling, Charles Unleashed and David Smith comments should be treated with the utmost caution as they frequently give out false information. For example, they've given entirely false information about me in this comments section to such an extent that they are lying by making it up. No doubt they will claim they are telling the truth, in which case they need to provide sufficient evidence to prove it. Right, well, I appreciate you saying this, Charles, because this is kind of what I wanted you to talk about. Because they're making serious personal accusations against you, not just disagreements. And obviously I want you to have your side of the story told as well, not least because I'm involved now, because I did use the article you wrote as source material for my article in UFO Truth magazine. If it's false, then feel free to debate it with Charles and Steve and David. And if you're correct, if you're right about the mathematics, then fine, that's cool. Obviously, they'll have to produce evidence. Yeah, definitely. As for them giving out false information, I think I've not seen any evidence that these people so far. I've not seen any evidence that David, Steve, or Charles or Unleashed are lying. They claim that they've set you up with a hoax, which is kind of lying. If you see, they're claiming that you deliberately, you yourself, distributed false information. You're saying you didn't. So feel free to discuss it. I'd like to get to the bottom of that. Comments 40, part 1 of 2. Patrick Patel said, thank you, Ben. I appreciate your views. It seems like now they are thinking not of giving AstraZeneca vaccine to under 30s. I knew something was fishy. Oh, you're very welcome, Patrick. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yes, they have. Denmark have completely banned the AZ vaccine. the AstraZeneca, the mDNA one. Britain now have withdrawn it from under 30s. I don't know what's happening next. I don't know what's going to reintroduce it. You know my opinions on vaccines altogether. You know, I have a completely different thing. 42 of 2, John Nolan. But a black tie on, man. Just like the put a black tie on, just like the mainstream newsreaders are. Oh, right, like with Prince Philip. Well, I made this particular video I made before Prince Philip died. I think you need to maybe look at my live stream on the subject. Saying there's 1 of 2. Charles Unleashed says, Ben, my good chap, Ike isn't giving 5-hour presentations out of the goodness of his heart. It's called the hard sell. Psychologically speaking, if you watch him closely, it's the same tricks of the trade that fraud televangelists and timeshare property seminars employ. Well, I'd love to know more details, Unleashed, if you can look at that. I mean, I've been to so many of his events, and he doesn't do 5-hour presentations anymore. I mean, he used to do 12-hour presentations. He now does ones that are about 2.5 hours. I went to one in Newcastle just last year, or was it the year before? But the hard sell, well, the thing is, he didn't actually make much money off that event. In fact, that he had to pay so much for security and for secrecy, which because of course the wokists were attacking him, that the event only just went ahead. Basically, the wokists only found out about it because they had to keep the venue secret. And basically, it didn't cost much to go in there. Remember, it was not an awful lot. And he just did his talk and went out. I mean, the fact that he actually hired a race track. It was actually in the building at a race course. That can't have been cheap. And there were about 200, 300 people there. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's selling, hard or soft. Steve071 says on Prince Philip Death live stream, thanks for tonight, Ben. It was an enjoyable live stream. Oh, you're very welcome, Steve. You're very welcome indeed. Glad you enjoyed it. Same video. Holly Walker says, DMX was a rapper in the US. Yes, thanks, Holly. I found out since then, yeah. Died at the same time. A lot younger than Philip. I think he was only 50 or so. Holly Walker, it's because Philip and Elizabeth are cousins. Yeah, they're all related, aren't they? These Illuminati bloodlines. They all are. They're all in some way related. Unleashed says to Philip, this isn't how you respond to Andrew Johnson, Ben. You need to do it in Charles mode. Oh, really? Turn my back on him and say, Andrew Johnson's disrespectful. Well, you know, Crane, man. You know? Andrew, you don't make Charles angry. You see, he's made me angry, but I'm not going to do anything. As I said, I didn't contact him because I don't want to do anything illegal. I don't want to break the law. If when our paths cross at a conference, I will avoid him for the same reason, which is perfectly okay. As if we're both at a conference together, there'll be no trouble. We'll just ignore each other. MJ says, where can I see Andrew Johnson's video about you, mate? It's actually on his channel, Check the Evidence. He misspelt my name, possibly deliberately. It's only about 20 minutes long. He did an article on it as well. He did an article on his website about it. Unleashed says, I can't find it either, just as well because I slaughtered him at golf. I slaughtered him. And MJ says to Charles, it's on AJ's YouTube channel called Check the Evidence. And Charles says, thank you. Yeah. And now we have again, there's someone I can't see for some reason called Ben's Lightly Moisturized Rebuttals. Unleashed says, same goes for you, Richard Deal, because when civilization collapses and you're playing golf in an organic garden, you're in big trouble, mate. MJ says, I reckon 80% of Richard's content is amazing. The MMC videos are best. That's Madeline McCann, yeah. I can't buy the fake Manchester stuff, though. No, I mean, yeah, most of Richard's stuff is very, very good. As for the fake Manchester stuff, I'm afraid I'm sold on that, Em. I mean, I think it's irrefutable unless you want to refute it. Unleashed says to M, he's charging He's changed from enthusiastic reporter to neurotic hobo with a haunted look about him. And unfortunately, Unleashed, he has changed. He has changed considerably. And you say here he takes himself far too seriously these days, to the point when anyone who doesn't agree with it is out to get him. Yes. I mean, I remember in his early days, do you remember the days like from 2010 to about 2012 when I was actually on his show a couple of times? He was a different kind of person. He used to have fun. He used to have a laugh. He's become very, as you said, neurotic. Paranoid. He is paranoid. You know, the number of people he's insinuated are compromised. The list grows longer and longer and longer. I'm probably on it now because I've had a go at Andrew, so I'm probably on it myself. If I wasn't on it beforehand. And his reasons for denouncing people in this way are thin to non-existent. So yeah, I mean, he does need to. I say he needs to take himself less seriously, like you said. Charles says the account I can't see with hamburgers with legs painted on the back. Hamburgers with legs. Yeah. MJ says here on Prince Philip's live stream, Ben, please don't tell me you believe the 9/11 official story. No, I don't, Em, and I don't know. Did I insinuate or suggest somewhere that I did? Steve Bumbling says he's far too delusional for that. These conspiracy clowns will believe anything and everything, no matter how ludicrous, just as long as it's not the official story. Their science fiction rubbish is far more likely than a few terrorists hijacking some planes and flying them into buildings, isn't it? Get a grip, FFS. Well, Steve is actually completely right about my opinion, but he misrepresents me and people like me, definitely, totally. And he misrepresents the 9/11 questioning, definitely. MJ says to Steve Bumbling, anyone who believes the official story either hasn't looked into it properly or is just totally thick as fuck. Well, that's a blunt way of putting it, Em, but it's true. It's true, yes. I think mostly the former. People don't look into things properly. They're given a narrative through the news, and we know what the narrative is because it was presented to us on the day it happened. Although, interestingly, the narrative did change after that, and people didn't seem to notice. You know, first there was a passport, then there wasn't a passport. First Building 7 fell before it fell, then it didn't fall when it fell. All kinds of changes were made to the story, the official story, which is why, whenever something like this happens, always make a note of the first initial news stories, because they are always corrected afterwards. Because something doesn't quite fit, it'll be in the initial news stories, and it'll be edited out afterwards. Steve says to M, anyone who doesn't believe the official story either hasn't looked into it properly or is just totally thick as fuck. All right, so Steve just fires back the same thing at M and is completely wrong. Completely wrong. Prince Philip Death live stream. Jack Parker. Hi, Jack. Well, I can't say he had bad bloodlines. Quite a vigorous man. I would suspect hospital error, bless his soul. And Be the Truth says underneath, WTF. Oh, I don't know why. He certainly lived to a ripe old age, but then these reps do, don't they? Reptilians are long-lived class. Tortoises, could be centuries old. Hospital error? I don't know. The exact cause of his death hasn't been released. It's when people reach that age, very often there is no known cause of death. This is interesting. People do die for no reason. Usually it is the very old or the very young. I mean, the old people sometimes just go. They just go, and they die in their sleep. And at the other end of the spectrum, it's the most tragic thing of all, which is sudden infant death syndrome, which is horrific. One of the worst things in the world. From a spiritual point of view, you could say somehow maybe the soul decides that it made a mistake about incarnating or something like that. I don't know. Because it's a diagnosis of elimination. There's no positive diagnosis. It's just when other things are eliminated. Jack Parker says on Prince Philip's live stream, albatross situation. Harry going to the funeral without his bride. Well, Meghan made up she didn't actually avoid the funeral. She made up what I think is probably an excuse not to go. Royals born into circumstance, no choice of their own. If we could all just understand that and not put them on the spot for it. Oh God, Jack, you know, I wouldn't. Harry, would anyone swap places with Harry? Would you want what he has and be who he is? Absolutely no way. Absolutely not a chance. I wouldn't swap places with any of them. Even the ones who like have apparently happier lives, I wouldn't swap places with any of them. I actually said this in one of the porters once. I said, you know, about old Johnny Depp, the actor, worth 45 million. And they were saying, I said, would you swap places with him? And they said, yeah, certainly. And I said, there's misery in every bone in his body. I mean, he's going through this horrific divorce with his wife, which has really taken its toll on him mentally. I mean, the bloke is self-mutilating. I mean, he cut off the end of his finger and he actually wrote messages in his own blood on the wall of their home after cutting off the end of his finger. I mean, that's often a prelude to suicide, actually, self-mutilation, self-harming. No, I would never swap places with someone like that. They can take the 45 million and shove it up their arse. I mean, I would not ever want to be in that situation. A poor guy, the poor man. He's in a terrible, terrible state. It's a typically acrimonious Hollywood divorce, but it's far worse than even the average one. Jack also says here, I wonder what the royals in space, so-called royals, have in common with the royals on this planet. I think all they have is eons and eons of technology to ride on. Supposedly no one talks to them, needs to, or would really care to hazard. I don't know. By the royals in space, I mean, do you mean the reptilians in the fifth dimension? Or the other, whatever dimension it is. What do they have in common with the royals on this planet? I don't know how much contact they have with them, or whether they're they're part of some kind of galactic empire or interdimensional empire, or whether they've just been put here and left on their own. I don't know. It's a question that's unanswerable right now till we know more about the phenomenon. Same video, Jack Parker says here, alien waving to a royal in space, then suddenly he wasn't there. Wonder what he might have said. What do you mean, Jack? Alien waving to a royal in space, and suddenly he wasn't there. Did I refer to... Was that something I said in the video? Could you be more specific? Jack, again on the same video, says, royals, I think what they do is mainly to represent a test group, trying to do appropriate thing in an appropriate way. Maybe we should all be royals for a year just to see. Oh, my goodness me. Charles Onley said, honestly, I wouldn't want the job. No. A year, no, Jack. Maybe a week or two I could put up with, but not a year. Not a year, no. Of course, I'd only do it for research purposes. I'd want to know the things that some of them are initiated into. What did Kate Middleton find out when she went to that hospital and that nurse committed suicide? What sort of things was she told? Jack says, you too, Prince Andrew, on the same video. I don't know what he means by that. Andrew, of course, is a dodgy individual. Michael Green says on King Philip, government snoop Ben is a shill. Oh, how original. Somebody who's watched Andrew Johnson's video about me, and no doubt will be watching Richard D. Hall's upcoming video where I'm mentioned, and has decided to just make an assertion with no evidence. Do you have any evidence, Michael? How do you know I'm a shill? Do you think it's actually original to call people shills? Do you think you're being groundbreaking here? Do you think you're being edgy by saying, oh, there's someone in the truth movement, they're a shill? No, honestly, watch my shill squad videos, please, if you've got time, which you don't, otherwise you wouldn't have done that. Ayahuasca replied to Stephen Molyneux, Michael Snow, Richard, excuse me, I've got to sneeze, I feel a bit sneezy. Richard Grannon did a really good upload about his experience with it. Oh, Richard Grannon. Who's he? Let's have a look. Because, I mean, I'm interested in personal experiences of Richard Grannon philosophy. Here we go. Richard Grannon, here he is. I subscribe to him. Yeah, I already subbed to him. Oh, he talks about Bill Gates. All right. Race baiting is narcissistic, I agree. Philosophy of healing the inner critic. Gratitude and appreciation. All right. I must have heard of this guy before because I've subbed to him. Thank you for that interesting information. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. What's your name? Michael Snow. The Trooper says on Prince Philip, good show, Ben. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad you like it. And please, you had fun there. I did. It was quite an interesting live stream, actually. Okay, the Great Reopening, new video. Yes, this is fun. Tina Silver, I woke up to snow and stayed at home today. Hope you had a good one. Thanks, Tina. Thank you very much. Yeah, I said only snow in April. Who'd have thought it? Yeah, it was snowing actually just the day before the Great Reopening. That's right. Cosmic Claire says it's global warming, Ben. Oh, wait, climate change thingy. Yeah, Claire. It's called the climate crisis now. They've rebranded it again. Gary Robinson says very clever of the powers that be to hijack the term the Great Reopening. Well, to be honest, Gary, it was me. I think me and several other people. I don't think it's the powers that be that did that. No, it's nothing. But I could have called it something else. But it's a name really that fits so well. I can't think of a better name. Helen Moody. Hi, Helen. How you doing? There's really nothing clever about thievery or dastardly deeds. If they were clever, they wouldn't be making such an article about themselves falling down in public whilst committing career suicide. They make a lot of mistakes, Helen. They really do. Huge number. It's beyond belief, actually, sometimes. Oh, we got a long thread now. See more replies. What do we have here? Eb just asked here, Ben, will you reply to my comment on yesterday? Do you believe the 9/11 is an official story? And I said, no, I don't. Steve Bumbling says underneath, Ben also seriously believes the Queen of England is a shape-shifting lizard from outer space. That's the sort of group you belong to. Correct, Steve, I do. I explain why. And if you think it sounds crazy, you can dismiss it just because it sounds too nuts to believe. But then wouldn't it be better just to explain why you think it's not true? M says, oh, good. Okay, good. The world is made up of two types of people. Those who believe the official story and those who don't, lol. Would make me doubt other things you say if you believed it, which is why I asked. Fair enough. It's a simple no, yeah. And says, the Queen, and M says to Steve Mumbling, the Queen being an invisible evil reptile from Mars is still more plausible than a 9/11 official story. I actually do. I think M is female. It's short for Emma. I don't know. I'm guessing you're female, M. If I get that wrong, I'm sorry. But I think, yeah, it's much more plausible than the 9/11 official story. Yes, I think Santa Claus being real is more plausible than a 9/11 official story. And Cosmic Claire says to Steve Mumbling, oh, this is going to be fun. If you disagree with Ben so much, why do you spend so much time harassing him? Why don't you just go away? Do you suffer from oppositional defiance disorder? And not believing the official 9/11 story is hardly the territory of edgelords these days. Everyone knows that there was something fishy going on. Building 7. And you want to check out John Lear's analysis of the flight paths. He's possibly the most experienced civil aviation test pilot in the world. So obviously he's a complete fake who knows nothing. And you should dismiss everything he says because you are clearly more experienced and know much more about him, right? Oh, thank you, Claire. I appreciate that, you standing up for me. As it happens, I don't think Steve's not harassing me. He's just a very persistent disputant, and I don't have a problem with that. Maybe he does suffer from oppositional defiance disorder. Now, not believing the official story is hardly the territory of edgelords these days. You know what? There's actually some evidence from that in opinion polls. Where was it? Here we are. 9/11 conspiracy theory. Opinion. 9/11 conspiracy theory. Opinions polls about 9/11 conspiracy theories. Here we go. Here we go. Who do you think was behind the 9/11 attacks? Let's have a look at this. Let's go to different levels. There's a huge numbers of don't knows. That's interesting because if you look at this article, it's like a big graph here it's a block graph with a number of countries: Indonesia, China, South Korea, Taiwan, Nigeria, Kenya, Jordan, Egypt, Turkey, Palestinian territories, Ukraine, Italy, Russia, Great Britain, France, Germany, Mexico. Who do you think was behind the 9/11 terrorist attacks? And there are there were certain candidates here. Al-Qaeda, that's the official story. US government, Israel, other, and don't know. India, of course, this is interesting because in Indonesia, only 23% believe out the official story. 14% say the US government. 5% Israel, 1% other. 57% don't know. That's interesting. There's a huge number of don't knows. I don't have time to go through all of these, but they vary enormously. This is very interesting. America is not listed here, but Great Britain, 57%, only 57% say Al-Qaeda. Only just over half believe it was the official story. In Great Britain, my own country, 5% of British people believe it was the US government. 5%. That's a lot. That's about 3 million people. That's a city. 1% say Israel. 12% think other. That's interesting. 12 more people think other than think 9/11. 26% don't know. Now that's very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting indeed. Russia has similar. 15% in Russia. The actual believers in Russia of the official story is the same, 57%. 15% say US government. That's interesting. That's a lot. I mean, the biggest is Turkey. That's interesting, isn't it? Turkey. In Turkey, 36% say US government. 36%. Blimey, that's a lot. In Mexico, in Mexico, only 33% believe the official story in Mexico. 30% say US government, 12% other, and 90% don't know. That's very interesting, isn't it? What about American opinion? United States. Where's the... What's it? I don't know. If I go back and put US... All right. It's just the same page. I don't have time to go into detail now, but it's pretty clear from what we're saying here that, yeah, I mean, you can't call 36% of Mexico an edgelord. You can't call even 5% of Britain's edgelords. It's not a majority yet, but it's a significant minority. It's very obvious from what these opinion polls show that people like me and Claire are a very small vocal tip of a huge silent iceberg. So convincing people now is really not the objective. Maybe the objective is simply to get those people already convinced to speak out and to become more vocal. David says to Cosmic Claire, it doesn't matter whatever anyone presents to mumbling. He's only programmed for automatic denial. Oh, that's David Splendid Isolation. Yeah, right. Hi, David. How are you? And Claire says to David, you might be right. Steve's mumbling says to MJ, you're in the right place on this channel. Yeah, she is. She is, Steve. Steve says to Cosmic Claire, my last 2 replies in this comment have been deleted. I must have hit the nail on the head. Steve, don't be ridiculous. I haven't deleted your bloody comments. Look, I see them. I can see them myself. Oh, no, I can't. No, you're right. I can't see them on here. I can't see them on here. But honestly, Steve, I don't know where they are. I've just checked my spam folder. They're not there. I haven't deleted them, I promise. I really haven't. Line Spec says to Steve, mumbling. That's a shame, Steve. They shouldn't be deleted. As it happens, I've been watching a lot of your channel lately. Some good refuting nonsense on there. I watch him too. I pop in every month or so. I don't watch all these videos instantly. I just selectively select them. If that's not a tautology. Claire says to Steve, I don't know what you said. Perhaps you were just rude. I delete comments on my own videos when people are rude. There's a difference between disagreeing and being disagreeable. True, but you know, Steve Mumbling, I've never had cause. Steve Mumbling has never said anything that I've had cause to delete one of his comments about. Never. You know, Steve, he's what you perceive as his rudeness. Actually, maybe I've got a very thick skin because of my experience with Team Droik, but it doesn't bother me. He doesn't bother me at all. Unleashed says to Cosmic Claire, it isn't harassment, it's robust rivalry. That's true. It would be easier to convince me that gangs of marauding reptile aliens are coming here to give us all a damn good rogering than then nosh our own rather tender derrieres by saying bon appetit than to believe there is any real seething resentment between Steve and Ben. You're actually right, Steve. It is a love-hate relationship, I must say. And they have a laugh about it here. Yeah. Charles says to MJ, I saw the official story and it happened exactly as the coverage presented it. I could introduce you to the survivors. I know your opinions on this, Charles. Obviously, you're part of the blue bloc in that particular opinion polls, which is still the majority. I don't know if it's when you put it all together and you have a world majority. I don't know. It probably would still be the majority, but it's not an overwhelming majority. And just because you can introduce people to survivors doesn't mean that the official. I don't believe the testimony of survivors, from what I've heard, I don't think proves the official story. From what I can gather, what I've seen, with some exceptions. I mean, I don't just large numbers of witnesses saw an aeroplane fly over the Pentagon. Too many to suggest it's all made up. So there was an airliner at the Pentagon. Whether the airliner actually caused the damage to the Pentagon is another story. But there was definitely an airliner at the Pentagon. So yeah, but so what do you mean by survivors? You need to clarify. And going back to the top of this, Ravenhill of the Swords of Wayland Merchant, 1968, says on the Great Reopening, enjoying the scenery there, Ben, and the houses and the blue sky. Thanks, Ravenhill. It was very pleasant, I must say. I had a wonderful time. All right, now we have a thread, which again includes a person I can't see. I don't know why I can't see them. I haven't blocked them. I don't know what's going on. Steve mumbling. You have a national security number, don't you? You're already numbered. Yes, I do, but I don't have to flash my number whenever I get onto a bus or order a beer. David Smith, national insurance number, bank account number, house number, national health number, phone number. So much evil invasion in our lives. Very funny, David Smith. Yes, I have numbers. Of course, I am numbered and registered. I have a passport which has a number on it. But I can't live in society without needing those numbers to actually. I can actually function in society without those numbers. Well, in other words, I don't have to flash them wherever I go. If you're numbered and you have to use that number continuously, then you're in a database state, and that's wrong. Unleashed says blood type, tax code, driving license, student cards, education grade records. There are any number of identification resources available. You're correct, but I refer you to the answer I just gave. Unleashed. David Smith says it's madness. It's almost like living in a world where we have accurate information about people that might help us in some small way I can't think of. Nobody does sarcasm like David Smith. He's very good at it. But, I don't object to these numbers existing. I don't object to people using them in certain circumstances. If I travel abroad, I don't object to having my passport stamped with a number on it. NHS number, same thing. National insurance number for tax. Yeah, all these sorts of things. What I object to is when people say, if you want to do something completely harmless and normal in your society that you never needed a number for before, well, you do now. That's what I object to. Unleashed says in reply to this person I can't see. So in other words, Ben's real name is Vladimir Blodwin, who was conceived on both sides of the geographical divide. So am I to assume that his physiological response to the cold is a result of a highly practiced yogic body control? The question must be asked if good old Blodwin here feels that I need to shoot himself for defecting depending on which side of the loins takes dominance at any given time. If so, then we need to watch him very closely. Closely, I tells you. Yeah, that sounds more. What you talk about, Blodwin, Vladimir Blodwin, is not my real name. It sounds much more like old Charles. It sounds like his background an awful lot more. Unleashed also says here, to get Project Dangle off the ground, we need a new order of science, as there's no known conventional way of producing enough thrust. Case in point would be Stephen Greer, whose dangle bulge has kept him earthbound for 30 years and wants to get home. Despite having a whole fleet of advanced spaceships from his own planet appearing at his command, they've been unable to lift him a single solitary inch. Nature naturally relying on any, also read more here. on any Earth technology to assist Ben in this way is hopeless. Simply speaking, he is well and truly buggered. Not literally, I hope, Unleashed, and certainly not by Greer. I think his dangle bulge would be a little bit uncomfortable, and it's definitely enough to keep him earned. I mean, who needs a lead weight when you have what he packs into his denims, eh? And he keeps showing it off in all his videos. Big Bobby Wallpaper says on Great Reopening, old shirt my ass. That's your Y front's pen. It's not, I swear. I made it. Look, I made it from this. Look, it's all dirty now because it's been lying on my floor. I cut it all from this old shirt. I've actually worn that shirt at conferences when I'm speaking. I decided I didn't need it anymore and I cut it up. It's not my Y fronts. Here we go. Same video. Richard Best says, the census was another blatant intrusion on our lives, threatens the public with fines if they do not comply. Yeah. Well, you know, over, what is it, how many people refused? Was it 11 million who refused the 2011 census, which was supposed to be the last one? How many people refused this time? Who got fined? How do they get 11 million people through court? Unleashed says, but we got a lollipop and an ice cream afterwards. Richard says, I never got mine. Unleashed says, it was quick and not particularly memorable anyway. Richard Best, 10 minutes is a long time for some. Unleashed says, or as Agent Rin calls it, a warm-up. Oh my goodness me, Agent Rin, my honey trap. She's still, oh my god, she's still trying. He's still on the payroll. My goodness me. Well, she hasn't done any live streams with me lately. So if it is a subduction technique, it's not a very good one. Great Reopening, DGEM, D-J-E-M. That's what, just all capital letters. I'm going to pronounce it DGEM. I hope that suffices. How on earth was Boris Johnson perceived as anti-establishment? He's an old Etonian. Come on, Ben, get a grip. All right, DGEM. I don't perceive him as anti-establishment anymore. I think he's been sucked back into the swamp. However, if you watch my earlier videos about Boris, about the videos I did at the election time, I've done about a handful of those. It's worth checking out. I explained why I think he was Britain's Trump. I think he was the person that QAnon talks about. He was literally, he was going to take Britain back from the globalists. Unfortunately, he failed where Trump succeeded, or partly succeeded. Marky Boy says, check out Bobo the Clown on Meet the Flockers channel. The guy's father is well into population control, and Alexander, Boris is not his real first name, was always meant to be PM for this. Right, yeah. His full name is Alexander Boris Pfeffel Johnson. Pfeffel or Pfeffel Johnson, that's right. Oh, his father, yeah, his dad's written a book, which is now a bestseller, which I have to read at some point. And he wrote it quite a long time ago, I think in the 70s. It's a kind of science fiction thriller of some kind. But his father, I haven't read it, so I don't know what his father's opinion are. But it doesn't necessarily follow that Boris was in for that reason. If Boris was what you say he is, brought in for population control, why didn't he support Britain's entry into the EU? Why did he oppose Britain? Why did he successfully pull Britain out of the EU? Why? Because the EU is part of this New World Order agenda, which is all to do with population control. Look at Claire mentioned the Kalergi plan earlier on. Dangerous Dan said a link will be good. YouTube, Sheep Farm Studio, Sheep Farm 10, Meet the Flockers. Right. All right, DGEM. DGEM hasn't included a link, which is probably a good idea because then it won't get spam folded, but just gave a reference here. And DGEM says to Marky Boy, thanks, bro, good call. All right. Bill Sykes says on the Great Reopening, I nearly went into a pub today, but I don't want to join a cult to enjoy alcohol. Nice to see you, Ben. All right, fair enough, Bill. I explained very clearly in this video why I'm not going to allow myself to get sucked into any kind of gratitude groupie culture, and I made that point very clear. But I think you could enjoy a pint in a pub without joining any kind of cult. I honestly think you can. It's good to see you too, Bill. Anyway, if you go into a pub later on, then let me know. Great Reopening, John Nolan. Drink fat girls. I don't know what you mean by that. If you mean what I think you do, I didn't do anything sexual. I just had a drink. I'm a single man. I don't have a girlfriend or anything. So, no, I don't. And Charles is going to say something about Agent Rin, which is not true. Tandrick Moses Demetrius says here on the Great Reopening. That's a great name, Tandrick. Tandrick Moses Demetrius. Been watching UFO for 10 years now. I flick back occasionally to see how much of our current reality is prophesized in your earlier videos. I much appreciate your dedication throughout all these years to truth. My respect to you, sir. Thank you, Tandrick. Much appreciated. You're getting a love heart for that. Great Reopening. Maria says, you left us with a positive. Thank you, Ben. Oh, you're very, very welcome, Maria. Thank you. I'll give you a love heart too. That's very good of you. John 7 says on the Great Reopening, Ben, is Prince Philip dead or just shedding his skin? Well, he's shedding his physical body. I mean, obviously his spirit will go back. I don't know what reptilian spirits do. I don't know. Sonara's Ash Tree. Hi, Sonara. How you doing? Happy and depressing at the same time. Glad you enjoyed your point there, Ben. Yeah. I know what you mean, Sonara. I do. But thank you very much. Thank you. You're getting a love heart too. I know what you mean. It was a bit bittersweet. It was a rather ambiguous kind of experience, I must say. I enjoyed it, but then it also made me aware of so many bad things going on. Marky Boy says 2 weeks ago, I will only go to a pub or any venue when I can just walk in like we did before. 3 weeks to flatten the curve. Enough of this utter bullshit from our so-called leaders. Yeah. Well, you know, I will look forward very much to a day when I can do just that. Just walk in like I used to, stand at the bar, talk to the barman without a stupid face nappy over my gob, and just be normal. I'd love that. I just hope we will do. Obviously, if that happens, there'll be some other crisis. The government will invent some other crisis to control us. They can't let us live without crises. Adam Curtis said this in his documentary, and it's really, really true. Same video, Dangerous Dan. Rule of thumb. If someone charges for info, the info is usually garbage. Scammers are everywhere. I don't know specifically, Dangerous Dan, because I tend not to pay these things. I mean, for example, as I said before, both Stephen Greer and myself are doing a video about the Disclosure press conference. Of course, he was the organiser of that event 20 years ago, so he, I suppose, has some cred for that. However, he's charging £75. I'll charge nothing. So you weigh it up. Which one do you want to go and see? You could talk to the guy who organised it, and fair enough, or you could talk to me, who didn't organise it, but I don't charge you for the time. Paul Armstrong, £5.50 a pint. I'll pass very much. Yeah, that was pricey. That was. I don't think it was lager actually. I think it was some kind of wheat beer. It's quite nice, but I asked for lager and they didn't bring it to me. But prices are high at the moment because pubs have almost gone bankrupt. Allergic to bullshit. That's a good name. Says on the Great Reopening. Underground Mars gulags and hoaxed satellite junk debris falling to Earth. China have done this before. Next, the sheeple will be wearing helmets, so we'll all be accustomed to basic mining PPE. Oh God, I hope it doesn't go that fast. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson are all heavily invested in the space underneath our feet. Quote unquote space. I don't know what you mean by that. Space under our feet? Do you mean mining? Caves? I don't know. A bit weird that NASA say they will need to mine for gold in order for us to breathe oxygen on the moon. I think what they said was they'll need to use the ice on the moon to make oxygen. I think that's what they said. Not gold. Did they mention? Because they mentioned there's gold on the moon and in asteroids, and they've just discovered gold on Mars. But you couldn't mine. If you mined that and brought it back, it would be too expensive to sell. The vax-anti-vax is a Hegelian dialectic and alchemical schism designed to divide. It all comes down to consenting to being trespassed upon. Time to get your conditional acceptance notices out. Orders are a chance at doing intercourse/business. With every order comes a bill. You're right about the last bit, about the conditional acceptance stuff. And the Freeman on the Land thing, I'm still quite keen on. But the vax-anti-vax Hegelian dialectic problem reaction solution, I think the COVID-19 pandemic is a problem reaction solution for all kinds of things, including forcibly medicating people. Onslow says on the Great Reopening, I see DARPA have got a chip ready and waiting for us. Yes. Oh, they don't miss a trick, do they? Happy to see you enjoying the moments, Ben. But this is a temporary reprieve, right? Reconditioning the normal. Yeah, I was careful to warn about that. Yeah, that's something to be wary of. I lose hope somewhat seeing how many people are accepting this. I understand optimism, but we're being deceived and it will continue. God bless, matey. Thank you very much. You're getting a love heart. Yeah, I mean, the opinion polls I've just been showing to Claire and Steve and everyone, it gives me hope. However, how many of the people know the things that we know about the pandemic, and they're still going along with it? It's frustrating, it is, yeah. Charles Unleashed says, disingenuous mountebanks with their subliminal chicanery. A pox on them. Patrick Patel says, the beer reminded me of the red wine video. Oh, the chemtrails thing, yeah, the Morgellons thing. It was like it was a kind of an ale, a kind of wheat beer type ale thing. I didn't ask what brand it was. I should have done that. It was quite nice, very expensive. It wasn't lager that I asked for though. The Great Reopening. Patrick Patel. Still too many rules, Ben. Feeling depressingly controlled like a dog. Yeah. Chania Cummings said, sit. Charles Unleash. Baboom Tish. The Great Reopening. Patrick Patel. I'd love you to see you do a walking video whilst a bit drunk. You could go to the one in Hull. If you go to the Hull video, Patrick, that was the last time I basically went on tour. You could see that because I went on a pub crawl with Miles Johnston, and we went back and we were a bit tipsy, shall we say? Yeah. Patrick Patel. I love it every time when you do impersonations. You're pretty good and you crack me up, Ben. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like that. I did old David Clark, didn't I, the last one? Oh, yes. I think this is not a real UFO video. Yeah. Unleashed says, his Steve mumbling voice is priceless. Yes, my Steve mumbling voice. His Brian Cox is going to hell. It's like going to hell. That's right, Brian. I'm Professor Brian Cox. I'm handsome and I got shiny white teeth. Yeah. Richard Best says, it's his women one that gets me, yeah? Women! Oh, yeah. Ed Kaler says on the Great Road. Hi, Ed. How you doing? I know it's not your habit, Ben, but what was smoking situation like? I've seen outdoor smoking ban signs in some pubs. I had a feeling they would be trying to bring this in either on a voluntary basis and or Act of Parliament. No one was smoking in the beer garden. No one. It's banned. I mean, even in the outdoors, you cannot smoke in a pub. Even in the bloody outdoors, it's ridiculous. It's absurd. I mean, I think even banning smoking indoors is ridiculous. I mean, any pub can provide a non-smoking area or separate smoking and non-smoking areas, like the Mad Jock in Blackpool who's resisting the ban. But to ban smoking outdoors is lunacy. Yeah, they've done it. They've done it at the hospital too. You can't smoke on the hospital site, even in the fresh bloody air. Even if you're walking across the big green field at the back, where the sports ground at the back of my hospital, which is just like a big park. There's like a park at the eastern end of the hospital. You can't smoke. It's crazy. It's about 400 feet across, and you can't smoke. It's nuts. Steve 071 says, good luck sitting outdoors in the wind and rain. Oh, it was a bit chilly, Steve. At least it wasn't snowing like before. They did have some like enclosures where you could sit under if it's raining, but most of the tables were in the open air, yeah. Alex Ritchie says, hey Alex, how you doing? Left Europe, LMFAO. In name only, notice how they took 2 years to complete the task. That was to give time to implement EU laws. I know I'm quoting to the choir here. We have left Europe, Alex, but you're right about the 2 years and about the constant attempts to undermine it. I've done a video about that. I did a live stream about the deal and about I've covered the Brexit situation in enormous detail on this channel, on HPANWO Voice and HPANWO Radio. Yeah. But the Euro law, I mean, what's happening is, though, that the deal has now been implemented. It's not perfect. I think if Boris is doing the right thing, it's difficult. As I said, he's not, you see. I don't trust him anymore. But what he should be doing is pulling us out of the bloody common fisheries policy, which he won't. He's not done. This is the one weakness in the deal. I mean, the deal could have been so much worse. As I said, it's not a Norway 2.0. It's not a Brino. It's not a customs union thing. It's not a half in, half out thing. We are out, but we're still in the bloody fisheries policy. That needs to be ditched. It's absolutely essential to get out of that. And he's just saying, "Oh, we'll review it in 5 years." No, we got to just get out of it now. Get out of it now. Get the Royal Navy into British territorial waters. Let the trawlers go in. Kick the bloody frogs and the krauts and all the others out. Apologies to my French and German listeners. It's not you. It's not you as people. It's your bloody government. It's your treasonous government. It's Merkel. It's Macron. It's these horrible globalist representatives that you've got when you should be having patriotic leaders. Oh, Alex is here on the same video. All the current gene therapies have been extensively tested to see how effective they are and are going to be at mass culling of the population, global population. Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going to say they were safe, but no. It's, if you look at Dr. Len Horowitz, they've been doing this for ages. They've been using this sort of thing since World War II. There's a 50-year-old document, more than 50 years now, explaining how a vaccination campaign is the perfect weapons delivery system for biological warfare. Alex says, post copies of the light paper through your bros and dad's door anonymously. If you want some copies, let me know and I'll send it to you. Thank you, Alex, but unfortunately, it's a case of preaching to the unconvertible. Believe me, I've sent them everything. Years ago, I was sending them. I bought them books. I bought my dad a couple of really interesting books. I sent my brother all kinds of stuff. They just shut their ears and their eyes and they ignored it. I can only bang my head against a brick wall for so long. I'm afraid I'm not going to bother. The Great Reopening, Alex Ritchie. Fake alien attack, yeah, absolutely going to happen. Black Hat supposedly on the back foot, so only card left to play after this current bullshit. Time will tell, eh, Ben? Well, yeah, Alex, it's, I think if the pandemic, if they decide to abandon the whole pandemic crisis, which is possible, then what are they going to do next? As I said, they can't leave us without some kind of crisis. It's just not in their raison d'etre. Look, check out Alex, Adam Curtis, The Power of Nightmares. They literally say it. Alright, I think we're nearly done now for this hour. I might take a break after just have something to eat. I might not finish tonight, actually. I might do. Alex Ritchie says, notice of liability works and wonders if it use it, guys. Is that to do with the John Harris thing? I don't know much about that. Alex Ritchie, I've never put on any face covering. Amazon sell an Agenda 21 t-shirt. I got one for my daughter. Far more effective than kowtowing to slavery with a covering. Come on, Ben. No, I think what I've done is actually very productive. I mean, I got into a conversation in the supermarket the other day with a cashier. She was saying, "What does that mean?" And I said, I told her, it means because literally the shop I go into, they won't let you in. They'll literally get in your way if you're not wearing one. There we go. That's another hour done. I think I'll take a break. Yeah, I'll have to charge the phone up, I think. This is another. I mean, I respect the people who go for exemption and things like that, and just sit down and say, "I'm not going to do it." I know that a lot of them have had a lot of success, but this is just more fun. It's just more fun. You know what I mean? It's just the way I've chosen to resist. People can take it or leave it. Anyway, that's another hour done. See you soon. Okay, guys and gals, I'm back. Back for part 4. Alright, so where are we? I took about an hour off, actually. It'll be the next moment for you, but I took about an hour off, just had something to eat. Great Reopening, Alex Ritchie says, Disability Horizons website for an exemption card, £7. All three of us lot have them and have done for a year. First thing I did get was knowing what was First thing I did was get him, knowing what was about to transpire, and BZ asked, "Are you disabled?" Well, a disability could be simply anxiety about putting things over your face. Now, that's a, I respect for you for doing that, Alex, and I could do that. However, it's probably easier to start a conversation about these issues if you're wearing some kind of mask with some kind of message on, which gets people curious. They will come up and ask you, and that's what I really want to do. And an exemption card could be one way of doing that, yes, but so could my particular masks. I think they could too. Alex also says on the same video, that's the great reopening. As far as I'm concerned, the pubs can go fuck themselves. Forwarding an agenda, ignorance is no excuse. I do wish there was something like the Mad Jock's bar in... Do you remember the Mad Jock in Blackpool? I featured him in one of my probe videos. It's a pub in Blackpool that's defying the smoking ban. I would love to see a pub do that with the COVID-19 ban. Some free house somewhere just saying, sod it. We're going to do what we normally do. I suppose they would immediately be stormed by the riot police or something, because the government seems to care much more about this than they do about the smoking ban. Incidentally, I'm a non-smoker. I've never smoked, and I think the smoking ban is horrific. Alex also says, nice to see the Buddhist flags, by the way. They are, aren't they? I wonder who put those up there. I have to go back to the area and see if they're still there. Alex said on the same video, I used to work in Broome Park, Kitchener's home. All right, Lord Kitchener, your country needs you. All right, were there any scratch marks on the wall, from reptilian claws? Or any ghosts and ghoulies and things like that? All right, I've done a text message here for... actually did a text message here for Steve. Steve Mumbling said, here's some info for your next Apollo Defectives video. Don't forget to mention the shadows being a matter of perspective. Oh, we covered that. Gerhard Wisniewski covers that as well. And Marcus Allen admitting to the BIS that NASA landed men on the moon, just as the history books tell us, as shown in his own words on my channel. Oh, right. Well, we've been through that, haven't we? What's this?
Google helps you know how local businesses
it's a bloody ad. Who started the moon landing hoax conspiracy theory? Right. It's today. Oh, it's old bald, the bald guy with the beard. What's his name? He's quite funny. He's sort of like, he's this weird bloke with a really neat ginger beard and bald head. He's like, oh, he's all right. Oh, yeah. I will have to.
In the video today, we are answering a viewer question because Kieran
Simon
L asks us, who started...
All right, well, Steve, I will check that out. And we actually did some filming for Apollo Detectives the other day. We'll be doing some more shortly. I'll run that past those guys. But, as far as NASA, what Marcus said at the BIS, the British Interplanetary Society, we've been through that. It's not how you represent it. It's not quite the same. Steve Bumling says, I know. I told him there'll be another one soon. He says, I know. That's why I posted that comment. All right. And then I said, I remember now, I mentioned it in the video. Yeah. Charles Onley says, Ben, you're an amiable chap. Don't forget to question the rather questionable reticle position. Now, that's the thing with the... Yeah, I know it's not really a big deal, except because it's obviously a cropped photo that... some of the photos are cropped, so the big main reticle appears in the middle. And that's true, yeah. That's this little cross-shaped things you see on the in the pictures of the Apollo missions. But you see, I think what you're portraying it is that when Marcus went to the BIS, Marcus went to the BIS. He kind of insinuated that basically the whole thing was real, that the moon landings were real, as the official story states, NASA landing men on the moon. However, he didn't say that. Mark, you do provide the clip, and I've looked at it, and he didn't say that at all, Steve. He didn't say that. So I'll run that past. I'll run that past the other guys. I'll read this thing from old Beardy, whatever his baldy beardy guy with the glasses. I've watched his channel a few times actually, and see if they can add anything to it. Clive Alpert says on Great Reopening, hopium, which will be allowed for a short... No, hopium. Who coined the phrase hopium? I know there's copium, which is Kevin Logan's phrase, but hopium, yeah, it's probably old alien scientist or someone like that. He's like he's always slagging off Andrew Johnson, and God, the two of them are so similar. Hopium, which will be allowed for a short time, then a manufactured excuses will arise suddenly out of the blue, and then bring back the lockdown. I think that's probably true, Clive. Yeah, that's unfortunately very likely what you just suggested. What does he say here, Clive? Oops. Destruction of the family unit, middle class, businessmen and the economy. Everyone will be coerced into taking the jab or no life worth having. Then the Great Reset and Agenda 21/30. Goodbye, freedom. Hello, hell, jail, and hello, hell. All unassailable rights reserved. That is the worst case scenario. Yes, of course, it's not inevitable. This can be stopped. But everything you've said here is underway. The agenda is well underway, and we need to take action. Obviously, you need to speak out about this. BZ Garson says on the Great Reopening, so many paranoid, absurd, bizarre conspiracy theories packed into 48 minutes. This, folks, is what it must be like to be trapped inside Ben E. Jones's head. Scary, eh? Yeah, you know. And you know what, BZ? You watched all 48 of those minutes, didn't you? You watch every minute of every video I do. You cannot stop watching, can you? You're like those two old guys in the private box at the Muppet Show, you know. Oh, why do we always come here? I guess we'll never go. It's really kind of torture to have to watch the show. But they come back night after night, don't they? And they keep watching. Lime Specs says, pubs haven't been shut for a year, Ben. Didn't you go to a pub during the summer, autumn and early winter? Now you mention it, I went. My dad and my brother took me to a pub in the summer. I went once. Yes, you're right. I forgot about that. Same video. Where did the towers go? It's pretty bloody obvious, really. Says, well, you can guess, can't you? Steve mumbling. Let's have a look. It's a YouTube link. Oh, we've got another ad. Oh, I'll just mute this while the ad plays. Implosion work. All right, we've seen. Oh, I think, Steve, you've. Oh, it's videos of imploding, of like demolitions. Hang on, Steve. Are you suggesting, Steve, that the 9/11 was a controlled demolition using explosives? Is that what you're suggesting? Because Where Did the Towers Go is Dr. Judy Wood's book, the title of it. And as you know, if you read the book, that her thesis is the towers, where did they go? You see, what we've seen there is a series of controlled demolitions using explosives of various buildings. Where do they go? Well, it's obvious. They turn into a pile of rubble, which is what the Twin Towers did not. See? Unleashed says, yeah, Steve, it's absolute bloody rubbish. The photos of the debris that are shown by buffoons such as Dr. Judy Wood and David Icke were from at least a week after the clean-up had already begun. Not true. Actually, Unleashed, if you check out the book and check out the videos she's made, she actually, part of her source is actually materials from the first responders when they first arrived there, a news crew who actually attended the event. Unleashed says, Ben, are you the guy who reads the shipping forecast in that Boris voice? I'm not. Oh, Shannon? Yes, 30, visibility 10, improving. It's not me, I'll tell you. I didn't know. Maybe Boris reads out the shipping forecast. All right. Great Reopening. Unleashed says, put a line through Carol Rosin. If you check her appearances on Stephen Greer's video over the years, she changed her story regarding Werner von Braun so much between them. She worked directly with him. She didn't work directly with him. He was a personal friend. He wasn't a personal friend. He said it over and over again. He said it only once. He said it when he was still working. He made a deathbed confession just hours before he died. I've only watched a couple of her clips. I actually spoke to her, you know. I mean, we've spoken on Skype, Carol and I. I don't know if you can. Is there like a short link you can put me to that? You know, like because I mean I've only watched. I'm not going to sit through hours of Stephen Greer going, you know, flashing his bollocks through his jeans at me and things like that. I mean, because that's what I'd have to do, wouldn't I, to check this out. You may be interested to know I'm going to be doing at least one video on the 20th anniversary of the actual event, which is, check my diary, Sunday week. Sunday the 9th of May. Here's my I put on a community notice about I just said thank you to everyone. I just thank you very much to everyone who's been defending me because on Andrew Johnson's video, and I actually mentioned this in another video. I really appreciate the people who've been sticking up for me to Andrew, those who have calmly and politely been defending me to Andrew. I would not endorse trolling him or flaming him, but if you can just go there and just people have been going there and explaining why he's out of order. Thank you very much. Appreciate that very much. And I put a link to Andrew Johnson's video there. Ironman Spartan says, "Are you going to talk on the Russian-Ukraine crisis?" Where did I do that? I did. I think it was on. Let me just have a look. Where did I do that? I did that. Did I write an article on HPANWO Voice? Oh, where was it? I can't see it now. I'm sure I wrote an article about it on HPANWO Voice. Where is it? I'm sorry. You know, I'm really sorry. I can't find it now. Oh, was it? Was it on? Was it? I think it might have been on maybe one of the Third Rail radio programs. But it is an important point. You're right. And I said in reply to Ironman Spartan here, I'm hoping to get Nick Colostrum back onto the HPANWO radio at some point to go into that. And Charlie underneath says, "Can you do it as a YouTube video? It's very important." Charlie, I did it as either an article on HPANWO Voice or one of the episodes, somewhere on HPANWO Radio, one of the episodes of Third Rail. I can't remember where I did it. Where was it? I covered it. Where was it? I did do it as an HPAN. Oh, sorry. Of course, it was. I'm forgetting things. I did a video about it. It's called "Something Strange Is Going On." It's only a couple of videos back, actually. Check it out. And MJ says you're welcome. To the people who've been. Thank you very much, MJ. She says you're welcome. MJ's been one of the people. I think she's been defending me on Andrew's website, on Andrew's video. The Great Reopening. Unleashed says, "What the heck? Why are YouTube sending me links to rate this video? Bugger them." What links to rate the video? I mean, it has. There's the thumbs underneath, you know. The likes tend to outnumber the dislikes, I'm glad to say. There's always a handful of dislikes from various people, usually the trolls. But anyway, in fact, I know the number of trolls I have because of the number of people in Team Droid, and that because of the number of thumbs down I get on average on my videos. MJ says on the same video, "I had no idea how much content was on your HPANWO website and so well organised. I'll have a glurk through for sure." Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I hope you enjoy it. You get a love heart for that. And I think you will enjoy it, yeah. I think you will enjoy it very much. MJ, until I realised I had to pay for it. WTF? What? It's not. This is not a reply to her previous comment. So, pay for what? The beer? What are you talking about? You're not talking about my content, because my content is all free. Apart from my books, of course, which you have to buy. My content is free. So I'm not sure what you mean by until I realised I had to pay for it. MJ says on Apollo Detectives 2020, "You guys are totally right about the moon landings being bullshit." Thanks, Em. Thank you, Em. Yeah. Oh, there's be a new one coming soon of that. I must remember to share that link with Steve Mumbling. Right, we got another comment on my comment notice about Andrew Johnson. The link's not working, says Michael Snow. Maybe Andrew deleted the video. Andrew hasn't deleted the video. I've actually checked, and I've re-edited the link. Yeah, Prince Philip. Sorry, Prince Philip Death live stream. Marky Boy says, I went to a UFO convention at Woodbridge a few years back. Oh right, yep, Marky. I've been to a few of those. Were you there when I was? Sasha was there and gave a talk. Oh right. I didn't go to the one where Sasha was there. No, I think I was. I didn't actually even try. I assumed I was banned, but I've been certainly banned from another conference where Sasha appeared. I wouldn't have caused any trouble. I mean, as I said in my whole video, you know, I just sat there and be quiet. I would have just stayed out of her way. So Sasha was there and gave a talk and make that rant. Yes, it was. I did watch the video of it, Marky, and I did a review on HPANWO Voice. Now, whilst I do not know, even after talking to Larry back in the late 90s, as to what to really believe, but boy, what a load of uncomfortable and negative energy that came from the stage when she spoke. My wife and I thought, there's a jilted woman. I bet we are right. Anyhow, she reminded me of my ex-wife. And she was a nutter as well. Sasha, you made a lot of people feel awkward that day with your rant. No smoke without fire. Sasha, what's actually... Sasha was a friend of Larry. I don't know the details of their friendship. But one thing's for sure, it ended very acrimoniously and very suddenly. And literally the moment after that happened, Sasha started coming out with all kinds of supposed evidence that Larry was making things up. He was a liar, he was a cheat, he was a fraud. Literally instantly after their friendship ended, she suddenly discovered everything. She didn't know before. She just found it the moment after they had their big bust up and they fell out. The fact of the matter is, I looked at it. I mean, I don't need to repeat myself. I've made videos about this. I've done articles. I've done radio shows. I've interviewed Larry. I've interviewed Gary Hazeltine. I've interviewed all these people. It's all bollocks, basically. It was a fabrication. And when I said this, she turned on me. She started saying all kinds of things, like that I had been kicked out of hospital reporting for abusing disabled people. Oh, it's just a rumour, Ben. You don't mind me repeating it, do you? And other things. Oh, she turned against me. She turned against Gary. She turned against Tina. Everyone who supported Larry, she started attacking as well. So yeah, I mean, it's a nonsense. It's an absolute pile of hogwash. Everything she said. I investigated it. It's fake. Comments 40 part 2. Ed Canon. 309. National Action were designated as a terrorist organisation by Amber Rudd's signature. They're not a terrorist organisation, probably started by MI5. I agree, though. Right, you Ed. I don't know much about National Action, except they're sort of very sort of in your face kind of figures on the far right. That I think it was Joe Owens called them Hollywood Nazis. Which I suppose they're like, which again, it makes me look like they are some kind of MI5 front. I mean, the intelligence services do back radical political organisations, both on the left and the right. Ed, have you seen Operation Gladio? Have you seen the documentary about Operation Gladio? There's a book. Remember my unboxing video? Someone given me a book about Operation Gladio. Check it out. It's possible that National Action were a part of that. Yeah. Yes, it was designated by Amber Rudd a terrorist organisation. Whether that's fair or not, I don't know. But it looks to me very, very suspiciously like a front for the government. Just like all these terrorist groups in Germany and Italy and places like that, and France. You know, remember the Bader-Meinhof gang, the nuclear army that supposedly blew up people in Bologna Station. All fronts, all run by the bloody intel services. HQ Comms 65 said, on something strange is going on, new video. Awesome, cheers, I'll say. Love heart. Thanks, HU Comms. This is the video where I talk about the Ukraine crisis, Ironman Spartan and others. So I do mention it there. I was thinking, I'm sure I brought up the Ukraine crisis for some time. Joy May recommends magnesium for eyelid twitching. All right, because I do. I think it's when I do long videos like this and I'm talking a lot. There's I get like several symptoms: coughing, yawning, nose, sniffing from my nose, and sometimes my eyelid twitches, and I find I can't keep my eye. It's doing it now. See, on my left eye. And she says magnesium. Thanks, Joy. Marky Boy says, and restless leg syndrome. Also make sure it's magnesium citrate. It also improves mood and sharpens the brain, along with perking up tiredness. I swear by it. Well, maybe I'll try that. Thank you very much. And we got a thread on something strange is going on. The Lone Gunman says, Ben, I'd love to know your thoughts on Judaism, Israel, and the Jewish question. Right. Judaism is is the oldest of the Abrahamic faiths. It goes back to the beginning of history. Jews, actually, the Israelites, of course, you know the story from the Bible. I mean, this is why I don't. This comes into the other questions you're asking about the Jewish question. Do I believe that Jews are behind the New World Order? Is that what you're asking me? I have an entire video explaining that. It's called Jews. It was actually banned from YouTube, but it is available on BitChute and all the usual places, Library, Odyssey, etc. So you can actually watch it there. But my thoughts on it are, I don't understand why. Firstly, Judaism simply it's a faith. It has no connection to the New World Order. To summarise that video, I go into much more detail. The New World Order has nothing to do with Jews. It's not done by Jews. It's not organised by Jews. Israel is a weird country because Israel. It seems like sometimes I feel like people keep telling me the world revolves around Israel. It's like the pivot around which all other nations rotate. It's regarded as either the epitome and center of all divine godly goodness, or all intense hellish evil is centered on Israel. And I can't believe that's. I'm afraid I don't believe that's the case. I believe that Israel is a country like any other. I'm afraid I don't believe it has any significance in the New World Order agenda. I know that's not popular among some of you. Some of you won't agree with me on that. But I did do my video Jews. Just watch that and I explain everything about Jews. Marley Pumpkin says he supports Israel and the Jew. Which Jew? He says the Jew. Which one? There are millions of them. I know which Jew do you mean. I know a couple of them. Do I support them? Yes, of course I do, because I know them. Do I support Israel? No more than I support Turkey or Norway or Denmark or Scotland or Mexico or Paraguay or South Sudan. I don't support them. I neither oppose them nor support them, because I think it's a red herring. I don't think they're in any way significant. Cue a massive debate. Hatchy says 6 words: ISIS, Ra, and Elohim. Israel. Check out Jordan Maxwell, he'll tell you lots more. Yeah, Jordan Maxwell is very interesting. Is the idea that Israel is some kind of portmanteau. It ties in with what I was saying earlier about Solomon, Sol on and things like that. But Israel actually was the tribes of Israel actually are the Jews are the tribes of Israel, the Israelites. That, if you remember, they were freed from slavery in Egypt. Interestingly, actually, how I find it very interesting that people claim that the Jews are behind the New World Order, yet the Jews were the slaves of one of the first Illuminati-occupied civilizations after the Illuminati rose at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC in Sumer and Egypt. I don't understand how that could be the case. Why were the people behind the New World Order slaves of the first Illuminati civilizations in the ancient world, eh? Israel was actually a figure. It was actually originally a person in the Bible. Israel actually means, in Hebrew, it means the one who fights God. For some reason, that became the name of the nation. The Lone Gunman says to Marley Pumpkin, such a shame. I had high hopes for Ben. Ben, if you're reading this, immerse yourself in the footnoted websites such as FITS.info. And remember, folks, the Venetians cry out in pain as they strike you down. All right. I don't know what you mean by that about Venetians, except Venice was where the black nobility comes from, which was part of the banking system. Contrary to popular belief, it's more the Roman Catholics than the Jews who are behind that. The website's what you're talking, FITS.info. I never heard of that. I have watched Kevin McDonald's. Someone recommended to me Kevin McDonald. I watched it. I watched it. I had the same opinions at the end of that video than I had at the beginning. He wrote a book called The Culture of Critique. People keep recommending it to me. I've not read it. I've watched lots of his videos and his interviews. I still don't think the Jews are behind the New World Order. I think it's a red herring. And Lone Gunman says to Hachi, Maxwell is a Freemasonic worshipper, apologist who promulgates the occult tradition covertly. He's even been secretly videotaped bragging about money for his shows. His real name is Russell Pine. Don't tell me, Lone Gunman, he's a shill. Hachi says, does that mean they're all shills then? Yeah, Hachi gets in there first. Lone Gunman says, not necessarily, no, but I will admit to following his talks in my early research. Oh, goodness, honestly, Lone Gunman, you sound like Richard D. Hall, you really do. Something strange going on. Unleashed says, don't worry about banging around upstairs, I'll clean up the mess. It was you, was it? Oh, it was Unleashed. Your housemates may be behaving a little more robotically than before, but nothing for you to worry about. Sorry about the plant pot. I might have known it was you. I know it was you. Yeah. I thought it might be. Something strange going on. Dangerous Dan. The nuclear threat is obsolete. It's not, Dan. It's not. I mean, the nuclear stockpile is much lower than it was during the Cold War, but it's still there. There's still many nations of the world, not just the US and Russia, but Britain, China, India. They have full, continuous nuclear deterrence. I think the number of nuclear armed countries is now 50, 60, something like that. I don't know what it is. There's some major stockpiles of warheads in various countries, especially the big ones: US, Russia, China. It's still fewer warheads than were during the Cold War, but I mean you don't need that number. Thing is, the proliferation and the nuclear arms race in the Cold War led to a huge amount of overkill. You don't need that number of warheads to obliterate the Earth. You need just a fraction of them, and that fraction still exists. It could be the Illuminati will use it. Pookie Nana says on Something Strange Going On, the subject of the Antichrist is both vast and very interesting, but one must be careful to note the difference between the Antichrist and the Antichrist spirit. The Antichrist is the physical embodiment of the rebellious Lucifer, and the Antichrist spirit are those spirits opposing God's will. One could argue that the Antichrist spirit went into the world once Jesus breathed his last, or you could further back to Genesis 6, where the rebellious angelic host was cast out of heaven. Yeah, and that was the beginning of Satan, I think. Yeah, efforts certainly ramped up after the crucifixion, and will only gather pace as the end times near. The word apocalypse means unveiling, which is why we're seeing all sorts of crap come to light, including UFO activity. Scripture teaches us that there will be strange lights in the sky as time approaches. Are we instructed to look up? You can find fantastic interviews between Art Bell and Father Malachi Martin that deal with this subject on my channel. Well, thanks. This is taking me back a few years, but thank you, Pookie.
Dr. Malachi Martin, ex.
All right, yeah, Pookie Nan's channel, yeah. Oh, I heard this years ago. Thank you. Thanks, Pookie. Years and years ago, I watched that. I remember when I was first getting into David Icke stuff. I started listening to Art Bell, and I remember that one. Pookie says also, strange phenomena appear to follow those of goodwill that explore dark subjects. This is probably to dissuade them. These forces are keen to keep their secrets entrusted to those that will use them for evil. Anyone trying to shed light on the issue for the betterment of mankind experience all sorts of things. Just research the making of The Omen and The Exorcist films for a couple of examples. Very dark stuff. That's interesting, Pookie, considering my experience with the book. That's why I did the live stream. I thought, is there something weird going on here? There's been no weirdness since then, I should point out, but still, it's just the back of my head, you know. Williamism said exactly. Williamism, not Williamism, because Williamism is the guy who does the videos where he does tours and things, and he was at the Bilderberg Group. He's Williamism, yeah. He says exactly. But I will do a look into the making. The Open is directed by Richard Donner. Funnily enough, I watched it actually a couple of weeks ago before I had this weird experience, which is it's really creepy. I've watched them all. It's a trilogy, of course. The Exorcist. The Exorcist. The second one was so awful, I never watched the third. But the original Exorcist is bloody brilliant. It's shit your pants scary and really clever as well. It's really excellent, you know. Hatchy says on Strange Goings On, check out the Lisbon Treaty, Ben. Thank you, Gordon and Tony. Oh, well, thanks, Gordon and Tony. The Lisbon Treaty is basically what they call the EU Constitution, because several countries rejected it in referendums, such as Ireland and Luxembourg, I think. And so they just brought out something called the Lisbon Treaty, which was the EU Constitution all but name, and they rigged the elections. At least they certainly rigged the election in Ireland to make sure it went into law. Yeah, it's the same, isn't it? Discerning Consciousness podcast. Hello. I had a look at your little podcast. It looks good. Great video. Thanks, Ben. It didn't take the globalists long to regain control and ramp up the war machine. The much heralded Great Reset can only happen if they take down the US. Of course, and they unfortunately now, Discerning Consciousness podcast, you're getting a love heart anyway, they have the demolition crew in now, don't they? Biden and his crew. I just hope Trump can come back. I really do. Diego Rivera says on Something Strange Going On. NATO are pushing NATO are pushing Russia to invade. Yeah, they are. Crimea is such an important strategic point that Russia would be severely weakened if it fell into NATO hands. It has nothing to do with the EU. It is NATO and your friend Boris that's pushing anti-Russian propaganda. Well, Boris is no longer my friend, Diego Rivera. It has everything to do with the EU, because that's basically how the whole thing started. But the EU, the thing is, what you talk about, NATO and the EU, is essentially a part of the same thing. NATO is the treaty they're trying to keep going, because that's the model they want for the world conflict. And I know exactly what Boris is doing, and it's very sad to see. It's extremely sad to see him doing it. He's just exactly like with COVID. He's simply parroting the official line. Lindy says, the irony as well, it seems like the EU and US running all the Marxism as destructive tools now, not Russia. It is rather... irony is not the word. And in fact, you go on to say, now, like Russia is now conservative and far more than the liberty-based America that the US has always been. Both now hated with Marxist attacking and possibly revealing some more... readying for some more false flags to further their global destruction work. You can depend on it, Lindy. You can depend on it. But the irony is not lost on me that Russia seems to be now the... it seems to be the biggest... It's certainly the principal bastion of freedom in the world. If you just define freedom as countries that are simply not obeying the New World Order agenda. Russia in its present form was never meant to exist. That all went wrong in the early 90s. And America, of course, which was supposedly the bastion of freedom during the Cold War against communist Russia, is now basically revealing itself as communist occupied. And it has been from all that time, because the spies who got into the education system and things like that, you know. And of course now Russia has cast off its New World Order socialism. I think the Russians and the Russian people and the Russian patriotic leadership now realise what's been going on. They want to fight back against it. Yeah, it's a really weird change of events, isn't it? And yes, I'm sure they've got other crises up their sleeve if they decide to abandon the coup. BZ says to Lindy, Russia is far more like liberty-based America. Are you having a laugh? Putin is one of the world's richest people. How did he acquire that? Try being an opposition party in Russia and see how it gets you jail. Oh, this is the Alexei Navalny thing. BZ, please listen to the interviews I did with Nick Colostrum, especially the most recent one on HPANWO Radio. Please do listen to those. I know you just watch HPANWO TV. Listen to those. It was all a load of bollocks. It was all set up. Navalny's in the gulag, so-called. I don't know specifically, but I get the feeling that those institutions have improved a little bit since the days of Solzhenitsyn. Supposedly he's an evil, he's like an opposition, he's oppressed opposition, you know. So, oh, he's been locked up for his whole life like Nelson Mandela or something. No, he got 2 years. He just got 2 years for skipping bail. Oh, is that really such an oppression of opposition? Get real. Come on, get real. The vast majority of Russians live in poverty. Unfortunately, that's true, yeah. Putin, after a very dodgy referendum, has self-appointed himself president for life. Russia is also one of the most homophobic countries in the world. Russia is not. There's actually a guy who lives there. He's a Canadian guy. He was an Olympic skater, and he lives in Russia. He's Canadian. He's gay. He got into trouble actually with the tatchels of this world, and for saying that Russia is actually a great place to be gay. And if you're an adult, it is. All they're doing in Russia is they're trying to protect children. They're trying to protect children from being sexualized at too early an age. That's all it is. Which means they don't want, you know, if they have like gay pride parades, they've got to be tasteful in nature. That's all they're saying. I don't know. I didn't know about the referendum thing and stuff like that. I don't know how that works exactly. But a lot of what you said was false about Navalny and things like that. It's not true. We have Je Suis Tadpole, who I know actually. I think I've met her on Facebook. The founder of Greenpeace calls them out as now being astroturf shells. Is that to... I don't know what you're referring to there, Je Suis, but thanks for the comment. Patrick Patel says, love this, Ben, on Something Strange. You're welcome, Patrick. You're very much welcome. Daniel Bostock. Hey, how you doing? I must have mentioned him in the video. It's the same video. Much love, Ben. You too, Dan. Hope you're doing all right, mate. I must have mentioned him in the video. I mentioned him certainly in my Knots Roswell videos. Did Britain start the world wars? That's an old video. John Langstaff says, I'd love to play poker with Colostrum. Why does he give things away a little bit? Is he a bit too easy to read? Alex Ritchie says on Something Strange Going On, please pop some MG. I think you mean magnesium. All right, for the eyes. Yeah, okay. That's a, and you were saying earlier how it's really, really good as well. Williamism says upstairs letterbox. What's that mean? Oh, I see. Oh, is the book in Alan's flat or the one at the top? No, I've checked. It didn't go there. Pookie Nana says on Something Strange Going On. Oops, what happened there? Hang on, I'm trying to reply to him. As for your experience with the parcel, I would advise that rather than focus on the delivery, focus on your interactions with this subject of a whole. Yeah, I think that could be... I think possibly this is a minor psychic experience based on my current focus of interest. It may be that you've been guided to do this work, and this event is confirmation, amplification of the subject of focus of your attention to it. I think so, Pookie, yeah. It's because, I mean, I didn't lose the book in a sense, because... I wasn't even going to read the book itself until I realised it wasn't on Audible. But then, the moment this book didn't turn up, I found suddenly this book appears on Audible. And so if it had appeared on Audible before all this happened, and then I would not bothered ordering the book. It's a weird thing. You're a good soul. Oh, thank you, Pookie. So are you. And I have no doubt that you will do the subject justice. My only wish would be that you keep yourself safe and in the light. I will do my best, Pookie. I will really do my best. Thank you. I will do protection. I'll do as much protection as I can. because I know I'm going into some dark subjects here. I think they need to be addressed. It's partly research for my new novel, and also partly because it's my general research, but it does need to be done, you're right. Much is being put into the world that is not just deceptive, but outright evil and occult. Isn't that true? A prayer was recently made public that was not, only that was not a prayer. It's a binding spell. All right, that's probably something to do with Prince Philip. I will not make public what it is, so as not to attract attention to it, but it's extremely harmful. Right you are, mate, fair enough. You can always email me and tell me if you want to tell me privately. It took me reading 2 lines to discern what it was, and this stuff is going mainstream. Also, we must be careful not to look for the Antichrist as if he has horns and a pitchfork. Oh no, he's much better disguised than that, I'm sure. This is not going to happen. The Antichrist is going to be a very charismatic person who has real answers to very real world problems, and multitudes of people will love him. Don't look at Bill Gates or such like. They may have the Antichrist spirit, but not the Antichrist themselves. We must be very careful in this age of deception. Much love, P. Thanks, Pookie Nana. And do you know what? That last sentence, the last couple of sentences, is very much the theme of the book that I'm reading, and I will review in detail. Nothing as it seems says, the proof lies within the pudding. There's no hope for the Democrats, but going red doesn't solve anything either. Are you talking about the states? Going red meaning, the Republicans. No, the Republicans, basically the Republicans, of course, they just abandoned Trump, didn't they? Apart from a few brave souls, they abandoned Trump. David Smith says, there are differences, but it's a bit like selecting what type of shit you want in your sandwich. Ideally none, really. Open wide. David, I would say between 2016 and 2020, that wasn't the case. If Trump has to find a way to fight back against the demolition crew. If he doesn't, then when there's another election, which will be in 2024, it's back to the bad old days of politics, I'm afraid. Same here in Britain with Boris. Hugo Rune, hello Hugo. On something strange going on. In this video you mentioned Yemen and British involvement via Saudi Arabia. I recall back in 1979 to 81 I lived and worked in Oman, a neighbour of Yemen. I worked as a civilian for the Omani military, mainly army but also the other 2 branches. And there was a bit of special forces involvement down there in Yemen, though I was not involved, just rumour. But back then I recall no Saudi involvement in Yemen, just UK Oman. Is Saudi heavily involved now? What they're doing is, what I mean by involved, Saudi are basically have been attacking Yemen. They've been attacking targets in Yemen with weapons that have been supplied by UK arms sales. Emlyn-Jones, I know I slag Emlyn-Jones off a lot, but he actually uncovered this and he challenged the government on it, which is I think pretty awful, I think, you know. Dr. Respect says on something strange going on. Oh, we have got a very long comment here, which is very interesting. Oh, what's this about? They use a 28-year calendar. What do you mean? 9/11/2001, Twin Towers came down 28 years before Twin Towers were erected. Oh, 28 years before that, the Twin Towers were erected. Well, they were erected in a period between the late 60s and the 70s. 28 years before the twin atom bombs destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 28 years before that, America declares war on Germany. All right. This sounds a little bit like Eric Hobsbawm, and I was watching a video of his, and Oswald Spengler, who claimed there were cycles in history. Dr. Respect goes on. Also, every year has the following a leap. Every year that has followed a leap year has had major consequences. 2000 followed by 2001 9/11. 2004 followed by 2005 7/7. 2008 follows 09 the Mumbai bombings. 2012 followed by 2013 Boston Marathon bombings. 2016 followed by 2017 Manchester evening bombings. You can go back even further to see the same pattern. 1996 and 1997 Lady Diana's death. 1992, 1993 World Trade Center bombings, and so on. Right, so last year was a leap year too, so we'll see what happens. Not only that, but I find it too much of a coincidence for it not to have any meaning. 1940, Japan was supposed to hold the Olympic Games, cancelled due to World War II. 2020, Japan was supposed to hold the Olympic Games, cancelled due to the pandemic. Also, since the beginning of this year, a few countries have been developing mass amounts of troops as if getting ready for something, along with nuclear threats from Iran and the US. That's true, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. Last year was a leap year, and by going from the pattern, you can expect some major event will catch world's attention this year. Also, 2021 is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Correct. Yeah. And for those who don't know, 2025 is the end of a 4,320,000 year cycle, which according to some is the end of humanity as we know it. Well, really? What cycle's that? Just like when a new day ends, a new day begins. Just like when a year ends, a new year begins. Just like when your life ends, a new life begins. And when humanity comes to the end, a new humanity will begin. The pattern of how a day goes by is a similar version of the yearly cycle. Your life is part of humanity, as a smaller part of humanity. Kali is the reigning lord of Kali Yuga, and his nemesis is Kalki, the 10th and final avatar of Vishnu. According to the Vishnu Purana, Kali is the negative manifestation working towards the cause of the end rather than towards the eventual rejuvenization of the universe. And Dr. Respect says underneath, Big Bang, nuclear war, everything comes in threes. I'll be covering that, the last bit I'll be covering in more detail closer to the time, but 2025 is the end of the Kali Yuga. Yeah, Nexus magazine did a big thing about that. Yeah. Dr. Respect says here on the same video, talking about events happening. I went into my kitchen around 2 a.m. in the morning. It was dark and there was no one else around. As soon as my finger got within a few inches of pressing the light switch, a voice out of nowhere that I could hear, as if it was in my head, said, "As soon as you press the switch, the light will go bang." It sort of freaked me out a little. Anyway, I pressed the switch and the bulb went pop and blew the trip switch. Where did that voice come from? Sounded like a woman's voice. How did they know that it was going to go bang? Some other events had happened. I've been sitting at a table again and nobody else in the house. Nobody else in the house, about 12 at night. I hear a voice behind me say, "Who's this guy?" The exact words, it sounded like it was to people, "Oh, who this guy?" Yeah. And one was saying to the other, "Who this guy?" Reminds you, all my life I've had strange events happen to me. You know, it's funny, Dr. Respect. Anthony Peake has written a lot about this sort of thing. It's like someone I know, he actually used to do a show on CMR with me in the early days. The boxing vicar. He died, sadly. He was quite old. But when he was young, he was driving along one day and he heard a voice in his ear saying, "Pull over." He was on a small country lane. "Pull over now." And he did. He obeyed immediately, thinking, "Oh, God, what's going on?" Massive tractor comes round, steaming round the bend right in the middle of the road. If he'd gone into it, he'd have crashed, probably killed himself. He'd probably been killed. Things like that, you know. There's the woman who says things like, she was going to, a pregnant woman was prescribed some pills from the doctor. She goes to take one of them one day at night when she's feeling sick from morning sickness. She goes to take one of these pills. They're in the medicine cabinet. She reaches out to grab the bottle and a voice says, "Don't take them." It was only years later we found out these pills are called thalidomide. It was only years later we found out what they did. Now we have John JH Only Publicion says, "Best adult context site. Click here." All right, I'm going to have to... Oh, dear. There's something in Chinese here. I'm going to have to delete this comment because it's spam. Oh, dear. But it's on strange. Okay. Bumbelina says, "Hi, Ben. I have been getting some weird stuff happening as well. I don't know whether I'm switching dimensions. I'm adamant, as I haven't seen or heard these things. But it's getting obvious now something's going on. Blessings to you." You too, Bumbelina. All right. It's maybe something to do with the Mandela effect, which is, I think, a switching dimensions thing caused by CERN, by the Large Hadron Collider. But it's strange, isn't it? Same video, Paul Armstrong said, You haven't stumbled across more man tall black men at the end of your bed again, have you, Ben? Oh, the big black figure. No, I haven't. I haven't seen one of those for. It was a few months ago. I last had a sleep paralysis with an image in there. It was months ago. It's only happened a handful of times. I get sleep paralysis regularly though, about once a month. So, but I haven't actually This didn't happen during the making of this video, certainly. Ed Kaler says on comments 42 of 2, what are they doing with the tax money? It's taxation for white genocide. They need as much money as possible to keep feeding and homing migrants. If you pay your taxes, you're essentially committing treason. Yes and no. I mean, there's no doubt that this is the agenda which you describe is actually what's going on. But you know, this idea that, oh, they just want to get rid of white people, it's no. It's not that at all. It's far more than that. It's obviously, I think it's just a tactic that they're using. It's a strategic maneuver with this immigration, things like that. It's the Kalergi plan. It's like moving people all around, doing away with countries, doing away with cultures, just mixing everyone up together. They can all be part of the one world government. And when that happens, I mean, they're not just trying to get rid of white people. They want every people, all people they want as slaves, of all races and religions and cultures. But as far as that, obviously they are taking our money. I mean, look at the TV license. If you pay your TV license, you're paying for brainwashing. You're forging your own mental shackles. The problem, though, as Stefan Molyneux points out, he pays tax under protest, because if you don't, they're going to send people around with guns to take it from him by force. Steve071 says on something strange going on. Hi Ben, be vigilant regarding your new research and take care. Yeah, Steve, I'm a little bit unnerved by the whole thing. I was actually thinking about whether I should knock it on the head. I'm not, but I thought to myself, you know, there's something weird going on with when I made a decision to read these books, which I'll talk about more in a future video or article. Something weird is going on. Definitely, wasn't it? Ed Kaler says on reply to comments 40 part 2 of 2. Great comments reply, Ben. Enjoyed every minute. Thank you, Ed. You're getting a love heart for that. You really are. Thank you. We got a thread here. Nick Treadwell. That's on something strange going on. Ben, what do you make of this? It's a YouTube link. Let's have a look.
Hi.
Oh, this is yeah, this is what's her name? Dr. T joins Not on the Beam again to show her deep personal research inspired by an online video. It's 51 minutes long. I'll get Nick. It's an awful lot there. I'll watch it if I can. It's just it's like trying to drink out of a fire hose. All this information people keep sending me, and I appreciate it. I do. But there's so much. I mean, if you could summarise it, I'd be really grateful. Pookie Nana says, very interesting. Thank you for posting. Unleash says, so this Dr. T, who doesn't actually have a PhD, saw a very low quality internet video, no verification of its authenticity, no provable credentials for the person making it, and she felt it was right, even though she's never been a biologist. Oh. Okay, well, I've not watched this, so I can't really comment. Same thing. Weird story about your book, Ben. Be careful when getting stuff delivered these days, Ben. Porch piracy is a growing problem. I know there are some people who hang around and they nick stuff off people's porches, but no one's going to nick a second-hand book. And also, I don't have a porch. What I do is, I was actually in the kitchen, and literally the front door is like 9 feet away from me. The whole time this delivery was going on. And I even thought I heard it being delivered. It was weird. Yeah. Ian R. Crane Memorial live stream. At 1:29:49, you were lamenting Prince Philip coming out of hospital. Now you're pleased. I don't remember that, I'm afraid, Ed. Philip, what did I say about Philip? He was in hospital, and then he came back, and I was like, was it good or I don't know whether it was good or bad. I can't remember. Ed Kaler, 132.50. In the Lord Nelson film, it's the same video, the Ian R. Crane live stream, the Kiss Me Hardy bit would be portrayed that Nelson was gay, lol, Nelson himself was black. In the modern in the modern media, yes, probably, Ed, yes, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd how they twist these things in by casting completely the wrong people for various roles. It's ridiculous. And I mean, I don't care which way round it is. I mean, I would object to that. I object to Doctor Who being a woman. I object to James Bond being black. I mean, it doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. Although James Bond, we don't know if James Bond's going to be black, but there are many characters who used to be white who are now black. And honestly, it's not because there's no racism on my part. If they remade Zulu and had white people playing the Zulus, I'd respond exactly the same way. It's obviously done to mess with people's heads. It's absurd. It's all part of this modern age we're living in. And to be honest, I mean, if the real Lord Nelson had said that to Hardy in the modern world, Hardy would have said, "No way, you'll sue me for sexual harassment." Snarnock said, on Something Strange Going On, I thought that the real reason was to do with protecting poppy fields. Oh yes, in Afghanistan, that's right. Yes, that's right. The opium production has gone through the roof, and I mean the heroin addicts in the West will be absolutely delighted, and so will the government that make money off it. You know, a lot of the UFO stuff is funded from drugs money. A lot of it. The shares in the opium fields and the heroin cartels in Colombia and things like that, the crack cocaine and stuff like that. It funds Area 51, a lot of the UFO stuff. BZ Garson said on Something Strange Going On, a few facts, not rumours from dodgy sources. Starmer was head of the CPS when the decision was made not to prosecute Savile. Yeah. But he was not the reviewing lawyer for the case. An official investigation commissioned later by Starmer criticised both prosecutors and just police of their handling of the allegations. Oh, I see. Now, was that after it all came out publicly that Jimmy Savile was a nonce, or before? On the 18th of November 2020, Trump ordered a troop withdrawal from Afghanistan, cutting down from 5,000 to 2,500 by mid-January, thus reneging on a promise he had previously said he wanted the troops home by Christmas 2020. Biden merely carried out the promise that Trump had broken. what was it I said? No, Trump said May. Biden is now saying September. That's not carrying out the promise that Trump broke. I think this was where did I hear about that? I think it might have been Sargon of Akkad. Or was it Styx Hexenhammer? No, it was. Yeah, watch Styx Hexenhammer's video about this, BZ, because that's actually not true what you said there. He's done an entire video about that a couple of weeks ago. Same video, No One's Flower said, I have absolutely no solid evidence for it, but I strongly feel that Boris has been replaced. Well, he's certainly been, yeah, I mean, that could be one explanation. But I mean, it's not necessarily necessary to replace someone with a lookalike or with a clone. If you can just control them, if you can get some kind of leverage on them, either by threatening their family or blackmailing them or something else, and that's another way you can do it. David Smith says, that's strange because I have no solid evidence for it, but I feel... Oh, I was checking the time because I did start the timer, didn't I? Oh, yeah. Oh, 28 seconds to go. I just sensed it, you see. I just sensed it. But I feel strongly every one of us except Boris has been replaced. All right, Dave. All right, point made, David. Yeah. No One's Flower admitted they had no solid evidence for it, okay? Just don't criticise them. They've actually said that. It is possible, but really it's not necessary. It's not necessary to do that these days. It really is not. There we are. Okay. Okay, we're going to go for another hour. I'll just and be back in a sec. Okay, we're on the 5th hour now. So I think this is. I think I'm going to be finished before the end of this hour. If it's longer than 6 hours, I go for a two-parter. This is just going to be a one-parter, I think, unless there's massive questions. There's massive comments on. There's huge numbers of comments on BitChute. And Sam Rowbottom asked me on Something Strange Going On, what is the name of this book on the Antichrist? Had some strange experiences, most surreal, woken up one night by a being of light. All right, I'd love to know more about your experience, but I'm not going to tell you what the book is right now, because I want to cover it in more detail. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit unnerved about the whole thing. I just feel I shouldn't say anything about the actual book. I will cover it, though, in an article on HPANWO Voice in the next couple of weeks or months. Antichrist book live stream. Pookie Nana says, nice one, Ben. I love your streams as they feel like a conversation. Wishing you a peaceful week. You too, Pookie. You get a love heart for that. And you know what? I appreciate you taking part in the chat box. I really do. The Mandela Effect film. Thank you, Ben, for recommending me this. Looking forward to watching it. Oh, I hope you enjoy it, Christy. You can get it on Amazon for a couple of quid. It's well worth it, I think. That's the Mandela Effect movie. Ravenhill of the Swords of Wayland Merchant 1968 says on Antichrist book live stream. Sorry I missed the stream, Ben. I hope the rest of your week is good. We send you wishes from Nantwich. Oh, thank you very much, Ravenhill. Much appreciated. You'll get a love heart too. Mandela Effect film, Christy Morland says, Ben, could it be that something has changed in time that slightly changed certain things? Yeah, I think it's something's changed within the universe, this dimensional structure of the universe itself, possibly caused by the Large Hadron Collider, this thing in Switzerland, on the border of France. I've actually done a video called LHC Progress and Apocalypse, which you can actually, I think I might even have put a link in the description box to it. It's the sort of thing I would do. Antichrist book live stream. Alex Christie said, missed it. Sasha's 6-hour Lazarus initiative was on. Sasha Christie, what was that then? I don't watch her stuff. But I've never thought Sasha would upstage me, but there you are. Each their own. Alex also says on the same video, by the way, Tim Refat psychotronically nicked your book. Oh, I might have known it was Tim. It was either Tim Refat or the Grid Keeper or Terry Joyce or Sandra DeRoy. It's one of those people, I'm sure. Goodness knows. But you know, funny, these things do. I'm laughing, but you know, I mean, some people are attacking me psychically. None of the names I've just mentioned, but when I was like, in 2018, I suddenly came down with all these illnesses, and one of them is still affecting me today. And I thought, what's going on? It's weird. We have now the Lights Were Low. Hello, Lights Were Low. How are you? On Antichrist book live stream. Hi Ben, I know this isn't exciting or supernatural reason for the disappearing of your book, but here it goes. Here goes. All right. No, I'm not, if you could think of what Steve Mehra insists on calling a rational explanation, I'd be perfectly happy to hear it. I don't mind. You know. You described Amazon providing regular updates to you as the estimated time of delivery, and when the courier was getting closer and closer, stops 5 to stop 4, stop 3, etc. You, by this time, having been fed into a stream of this information, anticipating the delivery, were also now down by the door. Your brain, being the amazing muscle it is, knows in its subconscious the sound of a parcel being pushed through the letterbox and landing on the mat, as it's heard many times before, and stored it away. This being the case, your parcel being delivered message from Amazon and the constant drip of updates led your brain to accept it and heard the familiar sound when in fact it didn't. The audible timing is just that, timing, and sometimes things happen together are seemingly odd, but are not at all. Just saying. I can't disprove that, Lights Below. I can't. It's possible that's the case. It's never happened to me before. But, you know, it seems unlikely. As for coincidences happen, but you've got to ask yourself. I mean, I bring this up in my skeptic videos. Where do you draw the line between coincidence and synchronicity? if I win the lottery 5 weeks in a row and there's no evidence that I'm cheating, will you accept that? Will you pay me? Despite the fact that 13 million to 1 to the power 13 million to 1 to the power of 5 is an unbelievably, unimaginably high number. But it's physically possible, you see. And if you wouldn't accept that, then where is the statistical ceiling above which you will no longer cry coincidence? Because until that is set, then there's just no point, because you just, like skeptics, you just throw coincidence at everything. Yeah. But honestly, that might be true. What you've just said might be true. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And David Smith says, he knows me too well. Yes, coincidences do happen. Q Ben's suggesting skeptics use it to explain everything. Yeah, David, you got me, man. You got me, I did. When is something not a coincidence? When there's good evidence for it not being a coincidence. This isn't rocket science. Well, you know, I've just explained to you the coincidence theory problem. Sometimes bird poo will fall on your shoulder. It's not a secret coded message from the blue avians. The bird just happens to take a shite whilst you are enjoying your morning stroll. Funnily enough, it's considered good luck when that happens. But you know, as I just explained, the whole coincidence synchronicity thing, there's a fuzzy line between the two that needs to be solidified at some point. Oh, Marky Boy says on Antichrist Book livestream, there's no such thing as a random coincidence. Serendipity is real. We know that intent shapes reality. Two roads presented. Stairway to heaven. And we are all gifted with the awakened mindset. Numbers are growing. We're turning into the universe. We're turning into the universe, open minds to the light. And light always banishes the dark. And I love the night. But this is a spiritual war. We're going to win. The fulcrum is moving in our favour. Have faith, people. Respect, Ben. Thanks, Marky. I will. Thank you very much. You know, random coincidences do sometimes happen, though. I mean, it does happen. But serendipity is real. Synchronicity is real. Carl Jung wrote a lot about this. You'd be interested in that sort of thing, about the story about some coincidences are just so extraordinary you just can't. Even though they're physically possible, they seem to be charged with meaning. There's a book called Beyond Coincidence, which is well worth reading. David Smith says here, I agree. I was just reading your comment when I realised I have some very powerful energy crystals I could send to you for a great price. It must be a sign. We are connected. I hope your mind is open enough to accept this truth and we can complete our transaction via PayPal. The king of sarcasm has struck again. David Smith. Yeah. Something strange going on. Caroline McGreal. And I don't think I've seen you before, Caroline. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. At 3036, if you're interested in demons, Ben, check out Engineering Mental Sanity by Jerry Mazinski on YouTube. Rings a bell, actually. Jerry Mazinski. Let's see if I can find him. Jerry Mazinski. Maybe I already subbed to him. Let's have a look. Engineering Mental Sanity. No, I don't sub to him. All right, I'll check that out. To deal with evil spirits, lies evil spirits tell. Yeah. Overcoming hearing voices. All right. Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Caroline. Thank you. Mazinski is a psychiatric practitioner for 35 years from Tucson, Arizona in the US, and Sherry Swine, that's a good name, an experiencer of voices and demon harassment, and their book about mental illness, drug addiction, abuse, childhood trauma, abuse, and the connection to demon possession, hearing voices, schizophrenia, and mental illness, called An Amazing Journey into the Psychotic Mind by Sherry Swine and Jerry Mazinski. Also, ODD TV, Pharmakeila, Drugs, Black Magic, and the End Times, Part 1. Well, thanks for the recommendation, Caroline. Much appreciated. I'll check that out. I've subbed to him anyway, so hopefully we'll get some more. Something strange. David Smith. I don't want your crystals, David. Don't you start on me with that. Hi, Ben. A loud bang and delivery failure isn't something I'd class as paranormal. I'm not 100% it is either, but it might be. You need to separate your evidence and your claims. The two are very different. I think I am, actually, to be fair. I think I did separate them fairly well. In a court of law, the skeptic would find the claim of ghosts existing as not guilty. If there was good evidence, it would be a guilty verdict, thus accepting they exist. I see, so it's... oh, I see, the burden of evidence. The onus is not on anyone to produce evidence to prove that ghosts don't exist. Is that what you're saying? I cover that on my skeptic video, David. Please watch it if you haven't already. Notice that not guilty is entirely different to finding someone innocent. That's a key issue with skepticism and the burden of proof. When you say Boris has a family kidnapping issue, that's a pretty big claim, so it requires some pretty strong evidence. We know politicians change their minds and backtrack on positions and promises. They often do so to take advantage of a situation or avoid a negative one. This really isn't unheard of, and no way in strong enough to imply their family's been kidnapped or strong-armed in some way. How can you even falsify such a thing? Years from now, when there's still no good evidence, are you suggesting that they secretly returned his family? Where's the cut-off point where you concede that belief has no legs? I think you are misjudging my separation of evidence and claims here. I'm open about the fact that the Boris family kidnapping is a speculation. It's a possibility. I know there's no evidence for it. And there may be many reasons why Boris has backtracked, including it's possible he was a betrayer from day one, as Caroline Stevens said he was. I don't think that's likely, based on my own study, but it's possible. You can't falsify speculation. I've never pretended you can. But, you know, you say I didn't separate my evidence from my claims. I actually just simply described to you an experience and suggested some possibilities. One of those was a supernatural one. And you see, I don't really see that. Again, I don't understand this. It's almost like a clown's day off fallacy that I talk about in my skeptic video. That, well, you never ever, supernatural things have to be the last thing you consider, regardless of the evidential weight, simply because reasons. I mean, I just don't get that. Because that, I mean, you haven't said this here, but that is the obvious digression, or the obvious implications of these things. But anyway, that's an interesting comment, thank you. It isn't something I 100% class as paranormal either. There may be other explanations. I never suggested in the video that there weren't other explanations, non-paranormal ones. Mark Porret, how you doing, Mark? I'm in touch with Mark privately, actually. I've got to email you. I haven't done. I'm sorry, Mark, I get so much correspondence. It's unbelievable. I'm having trouble with the whole thing. A similar thing happened to me and my dad when we were walking our neighbour's dog. I basically had a tennis ball in my hand. I did a small underhand throw and the tennis ball bounced along the ground for a rather short distance and landed amongst some weeds and wildflowers. The dog never bothered to chase it, so I decided to go and pick it up, thinking I would see it straight away. But it was nowhere to be seen. Me and my dad ended up searching this area for around 30 minutes. We couldn't find it anywhere. There were no holes it could have fell down and the grass was flat. True mystery. Sometimes things literally do seem to vanish. People vanish as well. You only have to look at some of the most profound cases of missing 411, and you conclude something is not right with this reality. Yeah, I've watched both of the movies by David Paulides. I subscribe to him on YouTube as well. And it is really it's very interesting, but also very disconcerting and disturbing what happens. People just vanish into thin air. And there are so many of them, it's unbelievable. I talked about, in my Glasgow video in 2016, I talked about Alex Cleghorn. I went to the location where he just disappeared. That's the Scottish Paranormal video. So yeah, the ball thing, it's weird. I mean, if you see a ball go somewhere, you see it stop at a certain point, you go over there and there's no obvious place that it could have gone physically. Then what are you? I say this to David Smith. Why is it so unreasonable to suggest a possibility of a supernatural event? It's completely plausible to suggest that, I think. Mark goes on. Also, you get this type of phenomena in poltergeist cases and in physical mediumship. For example, You can get an apportation phenomenon where an object mysteriously teleports from one location to another, yeah, or just appears out of nowhere, as with the skull experiment. Or the object can simply disappear and is never seen again. Then there's the apport phenomenon, where an object just... Oh, yeah, you just said that. Pardon me, yeah. Asportation, apport. Yeah, sorry. I just said that. Where an object just appears out of nowhere. Sometimes an object in question is an item no one has ever seen before, yeah. But that's what happened with the skull experiment, yeah. So clearly there are things going on behind the scenes, possibly in a higher dimension. Who knows what the truth is, and we simply have no access to this other realm. It's like when it rains fish and frogs, you know. Manager Samantha Lawton has talked about this, about these things just somehow appear from somewhere, and it just doesn't make sense. They're known objects, they're things we can recognise, and they just suddenly are there. This and the missing 411 thing is the opposite of things. Again, that's just a disappearance. The opposite of an apportation. In this case, it's people who just vanish. It's weird. Something strange is going on. Sly Fox Media says your neighbours may have it. No, they don't, Sly. They don't. Sly Fox Media. You knew, in which case, welcome. I've checked Alan, and I've checked the guy on the top floor. I've also asked next door in the next block, and they haven't either. I can't check the whole street, but you know, this doesn't normally happen with Amazon. Right, UFO disclosure phone home, new video. HQcom says, awesome, love from Glastonbury. Hey, you're welcome, HQcom. You in Glastonbury? Nice one. That's the heart. That's a heady place, I'll tell you. I've been. You've seen the videos where I get a bit manic when I go there. Dr. Respect says, Joseph of Arimathea stuck his hawthorn walking stick into the ground at Where Your Hill. Joseph and his friend had safely hidden the chalice. They walked up a small hill. When they reached the top, they were tired, and Joseph said, let's sit and rest. We are all weary, all. Now, if you look at the 2012 Olympic Games ceremony, you'll hear Kate Bush's Running Up That Hill, which was re-released just for the Olympics. They also built a hill in the ceremony. Then once you've watched it, go read the lyrics to the song. I can tell you, Glastonbury will be the healing spiritual centre for the entire world in the near future. Yeah, Dr. Respect, it's really quite something. I mean, I've actually seen the chalice well. I've not actually... There's actually, someone told me, there is actually a... They have an artifact there which is like a bowl. And some people are saying it's the Holy Grail in the chalice well centre. Diego Vera says, hello, E.T. on the phone. Are you interested in life insurance? Well, I'll tell you what, alien abduction insurance. You can actually buy alien abduction insurance, I think, at some point. E.T. says, it wasn't me on the phone. This is a user called E.T. that has a E.T. avatar. Charles says, nice life you got there. Shame if something would have happened to it. That's a typical Charles view, isn't it? You know. Unleashed said, you got it all wrong. The telephone is the alien. Oh, right, I see. The flying saucer of the telephone back to front. Telemarketers, alien telemarketers coming my way, yeah. Alex Ritchie said, oi, Clark, doctor, lol, you're a twat. On the same video. Oh, you guys are funny. It's a bull-eyed meteor. Oh, that's Andy Roberts, isn't it? Helen Moody. Hi, Helen. How are you? From Freedom Reportage, not having to buy freedom. Definitely. I know you emailed me too. I haven't had a chance to reply. I'm very sorry. I will do. Alex Ritchie says, for fuck's sake, stop drinking that cancer-causing syrup. It's... Look, if I avoid everything that's like that, what am I going to do? I've got to draw a line somewhere. You know, you can't. I'm not. I've got to the point where I just can't be doing with any of this bloody scary stuff. I just can't. This is vitamin C I'm drinking now. Gary Robinson says on UFO Disclosure 2021, the phone home. Hi Ben, in regards to talk radio, I was listening to Richie Allen the other day, and he was saying that talk radio have very few listeners, and he knew that for a fact. Oh, that's a shame. and that his viewing figures dwarfed theirs considerably. I thought they had millions of listeners. Oh. Apparently they were funded by one of the big media companies that finance most of the mainstream news channels. I'm guessing the powers that be are hoping that talk radio keeps us tinfoil hat wearing nutters happy to be providing something that almost resembles an alternative voice. Strangely enough, I don't remember subscribing to talk radio. It simply appeared in my subscription feed one day. It was very strange. I see, so this is some kind of controlled opposition. Yeah, you know, it's like the very attenuated counter-propositional thing which all oppressive regimes, successful oppressive regimes, have to have. It could be, but the problem is, you see, Gary, once you start thinking in those terms, you start seeing this sort of thing everywhere. And I know this because I know so many people who do this. The fact is, Tony was on there, he said a certain thing, people heard him. That's a fact. Now, you could come up with all kinds of reasons why somehow that what was done actually meant the opposite and had the opposite effect. I hear that all the time. I mean, I do recommend watching my three, I think there's 3 or 4 videos now called The Shill Squad. I do recommend watching that series if you haven't already. So, I mean, I think there has to be significant, there has to be, if they're funded by one of the big media companies, it could be that these companies intended it to be something it wasn't and it turned into something else. So it might not be controlled opposition. It might have been set up as some kind of mainstream that went renegade in the same way that Trump did and Putin did. But I do try to be on my guard against these sort of things. But I'm getting to the point where, you know, everywhere I turn, there are people just saying, "Oh, that's COINTELPRO, that's a psyop, that's this, that's that." You know, this happens all the time. And E.T. says underneath, Richie Allen is a shill. Ignore him. Gary, Q, E, and effing D. Yeah, E.T. Yeah, and Gary replies, E.T. I think you're a shill. And Richard D. Hall replies underneath, no, Ben is a shill. And Miles replies underneath, I'm not a shill. Gary Robbins says to E.T. Ben has warned us all to ignore people who accuse others of being shills because they are most likely shills. I will now sit in the corner of my room with my head in my hands until someone can prove Richie's innocence. Gary, please watch my Shill Squad videos. You'll love them. The thing is, like, I think as I ignore people who accuse others of being shills, but then possibly the people who tell you to ignore people who accuse people of being shills are most likely the ones who are shills. And the ones who tell you to ignore people who accuse people of being shills or shills, they're also shills. Basically, he's a shill, she's a shill, everyone's a shill. Yeah. Yes, we're going down that Rich Planet rabbit hole, aren't we? Pookie Nana says on UFO disclosure, phone home, if it's good enough for ET, lol, I still think disclosure will be driven by widespread civilian experiences rather than by government fessing up. They have a pretty rubbish track record on truth. Ancient texts speak of strange lights in the sky at the end times. Wishing you a peaceful weekend. You too, Pookie. What you've described, that kind of disclosure by widespread civilian experiences, that's already happened. I mean, the number of people who profess alien abduction experiences, UFO sightings, it's happening. But, you know, it's again and again, none of us are immune from the psychology of the Freudian father figure. I mean, it's a part of us, we just got to accept it. And so the government fessing up is still an important part of this. Oh, God, I've got a long one here. Oh, my goodness. Caroline, I'm very sorry. I don't have time to read all this. This is Caroline's posted about 4,000 words here. There's all kinds of the real nature of UFOs and USOs, multidimensional paraphysical phenomenon. I'm really sorry. This is virtually like a little novella you've posted here. I'm very, very sorry. Oh well, could you email me with this? BennyJ74gmx.co.uk. I'll try and go through it. All right, and have a read through it. But something strange. Je suis Tadpole said Styx Hexed Hammer has out of print occult books. He does. He's very into the occult stuff. I mean, I do watch those as well. I much prefer his political commentary, to be honest, but I know he is into a lot of things now. He goes into a lot of areas, and I appreciate that very much, and it's very interesting stuff. Bumbelina says on UFO Disclosure 2021, phone home. Hey, hi Ben, I think we will have disclosure very soon, as we will be flying out in spaceships soon, as Elon Musk and Branson are doing at the moment. So I don't think they will want all the customers on board saying that they saw strange craft. So I don't think it'll be long. Evidence is now undeniable. Well, this is going to be a big problem, isn't it, Bumbelina, with sightings in space, with more and more access to space from more people. It's going to create a bit of an informational choke point, if you know what I mean, when it comes to the truth embargo. I'm curious to see how they plan to get around that, actually. I really do. It may be, I mean, obviously, if disclosure happens, if Tony Topping, what he said on Talk Radio is right, and there is a split now, and the truth embargo is weakening, then it may all become academic. Phone home, Dr. Respect. Either we have the technology that has anti-gravity, and have had it at least for the past 30 years, or there are visitors from somewhere else. Could be the poles, could be at the poles, but in either case, the technology is there. I've seen it. I don't expect you to believe me. I do believe that there is secret technology, but at the same time, you've got to take into account behaviour of this sort of thing. You can never ever know for sure when you see something in the sky who's in it. It's like Richard D. Hall was saying. If you're walking for Australia and a car drives past you with tinted windows, it could be a human driving it or a kangaroo. There's no way of knowing. And this is the similar situation here. However, you can make an educated guess as to which it is based on various factors such as its behaviour and its the way it appears, things like that. Like if it's a secret aircraft, it's not going to be flying over a city. Hence, the Phoenix Lights is probably not a secret aircraft. Unless it's meant to be flying over a city because people are meant to see it, in which case, why? You see what I mean? There's these logic trees you can climb down when you're talking about this. Antichrist livestream, David Smith says, can't remember if this is the video where someone mentions the Bald Explorer. I used to watch him. Great quality, relaxing videos. But Bald and Bankrupt has a bit of a dark past. Oh, Bald and Bankrupt. Yeah, he's interesting, he is. Not sure if you're aware, but he just trying to cover it up. His army of fanboys seem oblivious. Everyone deserves second chances. But some of the things he wrote on message boards involved wanting the countries he visits to stay poor in crisis so he could take advantage of the locals, mostly women. He's actually written about doing some nasty things, some stuff about wanting to have sex with underage girls. He skipped UK to escape debts, hence the Bankrupt, and was very into the whole pickup artist scene, which is quite sleazy. Well, yeah, I mean, Roosh V's old stuff, yeah, I know what you mean. He seems like a nice guy, and I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. He could have changed. I hope he has, but who knows? Well, I was saying this sort of situation, I mean, call the police, because, I hear accusations like this all the time, David. For example, I mean, after Michael Jackson, when he was found not guilty in court, it was all over the hospital. I was talking to people. Oh yeah, he's a pedo, and I didn't. If I'd been a bit more with it at the time, I'd have replied, okay, well, what's your criticism of the court case? Because the answer would have been, oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about the court case. I wasn't really following it. I just feel in my heart of hearts that he's a pedo, and that's the kind of, it's like the shill squad thing. That's how it goes. You see what you've just said, and I know you're not the source of these rumours. You're just repeating rumours, and you're directing me towards information about him. Has been said about me by trolls. So obviously, I will need to see evidence before I accept this, and ideally some kind of tribunal. Like I suggest tribunal, a tribunal system. I've suggested a tribunal system for the truth movement to get around with all these ridiculous, endless shill accusations. John Nolan says, hey Ben, did you have any more freedom pints? John, not yet. I haven't been back to the pub since I made my little grand reopening video, but I will do it at some point. Probably when I've got someone to go with, a friend. Phone home, James78ish says, thanks, Ben. Oh, you're very welcome, James. Very welcome. Glad you enjoyed the video. There are plenty more if you're new to the channel. Welcome. Okay, we've got now Caroline McNeil. Oh, it's another very long comment. Caroline, I'm sorry, this is like, it would take me about half an hour to read all this. I don't have time. I'm terribly sorry. Could you, if you could summarize it into maybe 2 paragraphs or something, I'd be very grateful. But I appreciate you taking the time to write these long comments. Patrick Patel says on Phone Home, I think Prince Philip was an alien. Oh, well, have to explain his interest, wouldn't it? Maybe Sir Peter Horsley met him in his one of his alien guises, you know? Porters 3, Ben is not an ODO. Oh, Nostalgia City. And Ed Kaler says, back in the day, mate. Yeah, God, blimey. Ed, I'm absolutely... God, those were the days, weren't they? Those were... Oh, that was fun. That's a really old one, that is. John Nolan says on Antichrist book live stream, freedom points all round, guys, folks, yeah. And we have Marky Boy, nearly at the end now. Marky Boy says on Phone Home, so all of a sudden, the Yank military and the mainstream media are pushing the UFO, our real message. I'm not buying their bullshit, and Elizondo is about as trustworthy as a snake oil salesman. Never have and never will believe what he says. And Corbell doing is sketchy to say the least. Don't trust him at all. Distraction or false flag to sell alien invasion, climate change, China-style dystopian future. It's all linked. Greer, don't even get me started. The guy's just cashing in. Well, although that's a very cynical position to take on this whole issue, Marky. However, what you just said is feasible and something that we should be wary of. There's several reasons why I think that's possibly not the case. Because if we assume, like you say, 100% sure of everything you've just said, then we miss a massive opportunity. On the other hand, if you are right about what you've just said, which is also a distinct possibility, and we are not on our guard, we fall for whatever trick, like the alien invasion thing, dystopian future. So yeah, I think it's important to strike a balance between excessive cynicism and excessive gullibility. And Greer, oh yeah, 75 quid if you want to watch Greer's live stream on the 20th anniversary of the press conference. I'm doing one for nothing. And John Nolan, hi Ben, I'm looking at Independence Day Resurgence. Oh, blimey, good. I've done a review of that film. I've done it. If you watch my channel, it was originally on VidMe. It's one of my VidMe exclusives, which I uploaded to YouTube when VidMe ended. Oh, oh my goodness me, what a movie! What a movie! It's almost as bad as the original, but still very interesting to watch for propaganda purposes. Right, that's all the YouTube comments. I will refresh at the end just to see if there's any more. But I'm just going to go now to. I'm going to go now to my little. I'm going to go now to the BitChute comments. Now, the problem is there's no notification for comments on BitChute, so I don't know. It could be that there have been comments on other videos which I can't see. But the thing is, I'll have to go through every single video to know that for sure, and I don't have time. So I'm going to go through all the videos that I made since the last comments reply video, the one that I can't upload to BitChute for some reason. So we'll start with the Great Reopening. Good stuff, Ben, says John Bell. See, they always start. Good stuff, Ben. Thanks, John. John, much appreciated. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, it was. I enjoyed the beer. The beer was good stuff, and I'm glad you enjoyed the video because that was good stuff too. Right, something strange is going on. Oh, got quite a few on here. UV says, if you believe the Antichrist is real, why do you not believe in Christ? If demonology and magic symbolism are real, then any symbols in the printed book could be used against you, whereas listening to the book on Audible may prevent this. You've been protected. Well, that's an interesting way to... The last bit is very interesting. It's a possibility, you know. Why do I not believe in Christ? Do you mean why I believe in Christ? I believe Jesus Christ is a real person. Am I a Christian? No. the concepts you refer to, I'm afraid, are not confined to Christianity, as I explain in the book. So therefore, why would I believe in the Christian vision of the Antichrist in end times rather than the Judaic one or the Islamic one? Europor said, if they are not stopped, they're going to keep going. Russians have wet dreams over the old Soviet Union. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean about the New World Order attacking using Ukraine, or Russians using, getting involved in a war? Colonel Robert Neville says, I say, Watson, is that mud on your shoes? No shit, Sherlock. No shit, Sherlock. No shit. I changed the punctuation marks. Woden 20 says, World War III doesn't seem so bad. At least they don't get their depopulation agenda and a nice, clean, useless, eater-free world. If they survive, it will be a radiated hell. Die with your boots on for us instead of rolling your sleeves up for a slow death, which is what everyone is doing now. Well, yeah, I know what you mean. If it's a choice between the two, obviously, yeah. But you see, World War III is a part of that agenda to create that kind of world, Woden. That's the problem. Cosmic Claire said, I had somewhat woo experience a little like this, Ben. One of the ornamental row of pebbles along the retaining wall in my back garden was missing, and I supposed it had been knocked off by a cat or bird. I looked around but couldn't see the pebble anywhere. A day or two later, I was in the garden and saw that the missing pebble was back in its exact place as before. Spooky, yeah. Yeah, that pebble was kind of the Constantinus Philippidis of the missing 411. If you remember, Constantine Philippidis was the guy who disappeared and then reappeared, whereas others just vanish and never come back. Onslow Bitshoot. Hello, Onslow. It's just a smiling face. Thanks, Onslow. Scientific Indoctrination said, shouldn't drink your own wee. All right. I wasn't planning to, Scientific. I don't know why you posted that, because it doesn't come up in the video. It's like the old CMR people, the urine drinking. God, allegedly Dave and he did a 2-week urine fast. Or anyone else's, brackets. It's a scientific indoctrination. I have no intention of doing that, I promise you. Okay, Prince Philip Death live stream. No comments. Antichrist book live stream. Wasn't there another video in between those two? No comments. Hang on, there was another video in between those, wasn't there? All right, let's UFO disclosure phone home. No comments. I'm a bit confused. I'm sure there was another video between. Oh, I'll go to my channel page. Come on, pedal hard. Oh, right, the Prince Philip. Oh, right, yeah, I uploaded them in a different order. It's all right. It's okay. I uploaded them in a different order. Okay, let us now go to Library and Odyssey. Okay. Freedom commented on something strange going on. This is on, I say Library, Odyssey, it's the same thing. Okay. Boris for depopulation. Oh, that's... Oh, well, unfortunately now, you see, Boris has gone off the rails, so yeah, that's a problem. Now there are notifications on Odyssey for comments, but they're only 10 days old, so I should have made a note of them. Actually, I'm just going to go through the various videos I've made since the last live stream. Let's have a look. Prince Philip Death live stream. No comments. The Great Reopening. No comments.
We've had snow. Can you believe it? This spring so far has been...
No comments. Something strange is going on. Right. I've already done that one, haven't I? Yeah. Antichrist book live stream. What I'll do in future, I'll make a note of Odyssey comments so they don't disappear after 10 days. No comments. So I'll copy them so people know they're there, and I'll know which video they're on. And finally, UFO Disclosure 2021 phone home. No comments. Okay, nearly done now. I'm just going to go back to the channel and I'm just going to refresh the comments on YouTube to see if there's been any that have appeared since the last incarnation. No, they haven't on the Cal page. I'll just go now to notifications. I'll just oh, I've got a few here. I've got a few here. I have to go to the notifications list because they don't appear on the bloody, for some reason they don't appear on the channel. John Langstaff replies, so I'm expected to sit through up to 4 hours of your usual drivel for an answer to my comment, which will no doubt be your usual drivel. No thanks. I just put here, no you don't have to. For goodness sake, I'm just going to put in. I should explain at the beginning of the bloody video, right, John, exactly why you don't have to do that. I explain it every time. You don't have to watch the whole video. You just have to watch. There's a bloody timestamp in it. Look, read it. It says in the 5th hour of the upcoming comments reply video. I'm tired of spoon feeding you people. I really am. I really am tired of this. What's happening now? Oh, so I'll go back to comments. Let's see. Williamism, 42 minutes ago on something strange. The though must add lots of very, very strange this to come. I don't understand what that means. So you need to start writing more coherently. I don't know. You know, I only speak English, I'm afraid. 2 hours ago, Maya Tutsi, Kev Baker. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Just do one more refresh. And there are none. Right, okay. Well, thank you, all of you, for watching this reply to comments inside. How many hours? Oh, what am I going to do? Oh, still 18 minutes to go, so I'll just stop that now. I appreciate you all watching this HPANWO TV comments reply video. Keep your eye on the channel. There will be more coming very, very soon. But really, you know, I love doing these sorts of videos. It's great fun, and I couldn't do it without you. So friends and enemies alike, really appreciate you contributing by leaving your thoughts and feelings in one of my various videos. Even some of the rude ones are very amusing, so appreciate that, and they're very entertaining for the viewers. So thank you for those. In the meantime, more videos coming soon. Thank you for watching HPANWO TV. Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity, Stop the New World Order.